Hello, hello! Oh, let me turn this down here. Or on my end, at least. Hello, everybody! Oh. Let me check really quickly and make sure that my chat is working on this. Uh-oh. Oh, it's not. Cool. Oh, wait. There it is! I found it. Alright, I'm just gonna kind of hang out and chat a little bit. As we get started here, just because my stream deck started the stream in a really weird way, where there was only like a couple of minutes before my timer ended. It was interesting. But yes, if you've not seen me before, hello, hello. I am Runaway Forest Princess and Fat Cat owner Sumire Hanaki, and I am a variety streamer who really loves good stories, so I'm really glad you could join me today. And today, ooh, today is the day. Today is the day where I finally finish a game on my own channel. And the first game I'm ever gonna finish on my channel is Hatoful Boyfriend. It's the bird dating game. It's gonna be great. Okay, one second. Let me just make sure stream's going okay. Okay. Oh, actually, one second. I'm gonna be right back. I completely forgot to do something. Looks good? Oh, awesome. Thank you so much, Karn. I don't think I've seen you before. It's nice to meet you. If I've already seen you and I've forgotten, I'm sorry. But I totally forgot to go grab some water, so I'm gonna do that really quickly. And, oh, good. I'm happy to have you. This is the end, the finale of the Hurtful Boyfriend stream, so that's gonna be interesting. But yeah, I'm gonna throw up my Be Right Back screen really quick, just so I can go grab some stuff, and then give people a second to settle in, because weird stuff happened and I started a little bit earlier than usual. So, I will be right back. Okay, thank you guys for your patience there. I felt like I had done everything in prep for the stream, but apparently no. But yes, I'm very excited to finish this, even though I don't know how I feel about the first game I've ever finished on my channel being the one where you date birds. But it's gonna be, well, I hesitate to say it's gonna be fun, because the true ending of Hatoful Boyfriend is really, really sad. It is really, really, really sad. But I'm excited to share it with people. Never heard of it, but this sounds interesting. It's a game that starts out like, oh, ha ha ha, it's a really, really funny game where you date pigeons. But then, like, let's see, what things have we found out? So we found out that there's a secret government entity called the Hawk Party that's trying to kill all humans. The school teacher in his route decapitated us and put our head in a jar. The main teacher has a really weird secret where he had this picture in his wallet that he entirely blacked out and was really, really dodgy about saying. Oh, and one of our classmates is a ghost and is dead and didn't know that he was dead until very recently. And then you have, Oko-san, who went off to become the god of pudding, and Angel, who sounded like he didn't know what he was talking about, but really, there was a Final Fantasy boss fight somewhere in the school. It is a weird game, but it is so wonderful. The end is very well written. This actually has no right to be as well written as it is. All normal, every day. Yeah, that's exactly what happens every day in every high school. I'm actually kind of waiting a little bit because I had one friend that was very excited for this, and there's a big twist right at the very beginning, and I don't want to slight them on it because the true ending starts bad and gets worse. It starts out tragic and then just downfalls from there. Oh, but I should talk about earlier today I did do an interview with St. Powers, and I told him I would do him a quick shout out in my chat, so let me do that really quickly. Whoop. Maybe. You're entertained. Oh, thank you so much, Karn. I appreciate it. I try my best to be entertaining. Oh yeah, because Powers isn't in the chat, I can't like do the normal shout out thing. Oopsie. So let me just put his Twitch in here. He was super, super nice to invite me on to do a quick interview with him, and we just kind of talked about a lot of stuff. Just like a lot of random things. We talked about One Piece for a long time, even though I've never seen One Piece. Okay. Yes, go give him a follow if you haven't already. He's very, very close to 200. He needs 10 more follows to 200? Yeah. And he, like I said, he was super nice, and we had a lot of fun. It was a really silly stream. And if you missed it, you can also check out the VOD on his channel as well. But yeah, other than that, there's not a whole lot going on. I know I usually say that my brain is mush, but I feel right now my brain is highly mushy mush. But it's all good. Alright. Okay, so not enough sleep. Oh, I rarely get enough sleep. My cat Edison, who's the true star of this channel, he wakes me up pretty consistently to feed him in the middle of the night. So like I don't think I've gotten a solid 8 hours of sleep in a very, very long time. Like I'll get a couple of hours, and then Edison will wake me up, and then it'll take me a second to fall back asleep. So I'm always tired. Kind of sounds like a baby. It is because he is baby. Where is he? Right, your baby. He's sitting on my bed and he just looked away from me. Like, oh mother, you're so embarrassing. Stop talking about me on your live stream. That's how he is a lot of the time though. He did just barely eat though, so hopefully he's not going to get on my case this stream, but we will see. He has a lot of personality. He's a really cute boy. since you've not seen my streams before, he is a 20-pound cat. He's a big boy. He's on a diet and he's a little bit mad at me for that, so that's also losing me a little bit of sleep. Okay, so let's go ahead then. And we will get into the game here. Whoop. Okay, we stop the Spotify. And we bring up the birds. Man, I'm so excited about this. Cause like, I tell people a lot of the time that Hatoful Boyfriend is one of my favorite visual novels. And obviously you get looks, because like, this is what the game looks like. It's all of these birds. But like, it's so heartbreaking. Like, I think there are a couple of visual novels I've cried at more than Hatoful Boyfriend. But one of them is Hatoful Boyfriend Holiday Star, so... which I will be playing around Christmas time. We will be doing Holiday Star, which will be a lot more straightforward. It literally is just 4 stories in an anthology. 3 of them are super wholesome, very short, and the last one is so sad. Take this over some huge fan service stuff. You know what? That's very fair, Karn. Like, I'm okay with some fan service in my visual novels, just because, you know, obviously that kind of comes with the territory, right? But if there's not a whole ton, I'm not gonna really complain about that. But there are some games that I've enjoyed that have fan service. Like, I've unironically enjoyed, I think it was Sakura Angels, one of the Sakura games that it's like 90% just like ecchi stuff. I don't remember why I even liked it at all, but I do remember actually liking it. But maybe if I revisit it, I wouldn't. I might have been a time where I was an absolute child. Actually, you know what? Backing up, I did try to 100% Honey Pop. I tried very hard to 100% Honey Pop, and even though that isn't exactly a visual novel, it's visual novel adjacent, and it's very smutty. Adult tastes aren't the same. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, no, there are absolutely some things that I liked when I was younger that I do not like anymore. Alright, let's get into it. Hopefully... Yeah, Honey Pop! It's Candy Crush, but you're trying to have sex with women. I don't even know why I got, like, so into it. Alright, I'm hoping it'll prompt me for the true ending once we get going. Yeah, I know that they came out with a sequel. I have not played it. I want to. Okay. I'll still put up the human portraits even though I don't think it's gonna do anything. Alright, come on, prompt me. Come on. Yes, okay, here we go. Here we go, the true ending. You can take this chance to fulfill a promise from long ago, or you can live a normal school life this semester. Which do you choose? We are going to... fulfill the promise. Which is so ominous. It's so ominous. Okay, sorry, 1 second here, just while I get my window in check. There we go. Is there anything you desire? I can grant whatever you wish. Tell me. A strange bird once said that. Who was that bird talking to? I actually forgot about this particular aspect. Ooh, here we go. Ooh. Alright. St. Pigianations, a school blessed with extensive curricula and facilities. It's already been a year since I ended my ordinary life and walked through these gates. I should probably say, the school is known for one thing in particular. This school is Japan's, no, the world's greatest gathering place for gifted birds. Birds who want to study the arts, the sciences, even sports all come to St. Pigianations. The teaching staff and student body are both made up of a diverse blend of birds of different backgrounds and species. I'm often asked why I chose to come here despite not being a bird. It's a long story. Not every day I see you rushing along like this. Oh, my Ryota voice is not here today. Ryota! Usually you'd been... Ugh, 1 second. Fixing my earbuds. Usually you'd have been ready for an hour by now, Sumire. Overslept? Oh, are we gonna see everybody? We're gonna see everybody one last time. Aw. This rock dove is named Kawara Ryota. We've been friends since he was barely hatched. He can be a little mischievous, but he is responsible and kind. And the vanilla baby boy, we love him. Breakfast was a little hard to catch today. I can't relax without red meat inside. Living as a hunter-gatherer sounds tough. I'd be happy to make you breakfast, you know. I might take you up on that offer when starvation looms. Thanks, Ryota. I've had to say that red meat inside line, I think this is the 4th time, and every time I still cringe internally. It's okay. Oh, bell already? Come on, we need to hurry to class. Jeepers, no good being late on the first day. And so Ryota pulled me along into the school. Today is the start of a new semester. I wonder what lies in store. It was all I could do to adjust to the atmosphere last year. Better make up for all that lost fun. Da 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 ba. So far this is starting off exactly the same as a normal run. And I think I know when the turn happens, but we'll see. I think we're in 2-3. Ryota and I are in the same class again. Old faces, new faces. A strange thrill fills my heart as I look around at the assembled birds. I hope we all get along. Here's to the formation of many happy memories. Oh, the teacher's here. Good morning, everybody. I'm Nanaki Kazuaki. I seem to be your teacher this year. I specialize in math and physics and some other things. Sir, wake up! It's homeroom! He sleeps with his eyes open? There we go, we dated him last stream. The teacher who obviously is hiding something. But you wouldn't know it just from looking at him. This quail is Nanaki Kazuaki. He is a famously soporific math professor. I've heard the rumors, but I hadn't expected him to fall asleep just like that. Apparently, he's well known as a mathematician. Just goes to show, great minds come in all forms. I'm sorry, is it a little warm in here? Which reminds me, we have a transfer student. Please introduce yourself, Shirogane. What is the point? I have no wish to speak with commoners. Do not think I am here because I wish to be. Oh, well, I guess that's that. Hey, that's no good. But he doesn't want to introduce himself. But we can't just let him break the rules like that, sir. The system will collapse and we'll all turn into kulaks and dissenters. Thank you. Well, when you put it like that, could you at least say your name, Shirogane? A lot of the voices I do are based off of, first time I ever saw Hatoful Boyfriend, the Let's Player Dodger, her YouTube channel, I believe, is Press Heart to Continue. She did voices for all of them, so a lot of my voices are kind of based on hers. She did give Sakuya a southern accent, though, and I decided to not do that. Yeah, I love Dodger. Shirogane La Belle Sakuya. This asshole, as always. It seems this fantail is Shirogane Sakuya. His feathers would make anybody proud. He's pretty stuck up, but then transferring is never easy. I hope we can be friends. Sakuya sits down, glaring daggers at Ryota and me. I think this little bird is telling me there's gonna be trouble down the line. Lunch already. Today's slipping by so quickly. That reminds me, I've had these books out from the library all summer. I'll return them now. Oh, where is everyone? Aside from the receptionist, there's hardly anybody here. Huh? Is someone looking at me? Oh, probably just my imagination. Or not. A mourning dove stands in a dark corner staring in my direction. Mourning doves aren't very common in Japan, but apparently they're everywhere in America. Did you want something from me? He looked away. Not really. My sweet boy. I'm pretty sure it was him who I felt looking at me. There's no one else here. Are you sure? Yes, I don't want anything to do with you. It's the things you're carrying that I'm interested in. He glances at the desk as if to say, hurry up and return them already. Oh, sorry. They were a little too dense and I never finished them. Were you waiting for them all summer? He silently returns his gaze to his book. Maybe he's in a bad mood? I'm Hanaki Sumire, a sophomore. What about you? You are... Nageki. Fujishiro Nageki. Freshman. And this is our ghost boy, the best boy in the whole world, Nageki. And at this point, since we've kind of reset, he does not know that he is a ghost. It is very sad. Maybe it's just his voice, but he seems kind of sad. Literally everything about him just reeks of sadness. My poor boy. Leave me alone. Oh, he's reading his book again. Oh, okay. Sorry to bother you. I keep meeting depressing people today. Oh, now that I have that out of the way, I think I'll head back to class. Oh, wait, isn't that... You should have been instructed not to approach me in school. Come on, Sakuya. What kind of thing is that to say to your own brother after all these years? My brother? You must be joking. You've never once been a brother to me. Please do not try to talk to me again. I've no time for half-breeds. I'll be going now. Hey, wait, just... This is different music. This is different music than before. That's actually interesting. Okay. I guess even if we're in the same school now, what's done is done. Hi, Senti! You have not missed anything yet. So we have chosen to, quote, fulfill the promise, but it's putting us through the introduction again. Pigeons again? No problem. Oh, I forgot to say at the top, so there are some trigger warnings for this. There is trigger warnings for death, and then there's some slightly explicit depictions of death. And there's probably some stuff I'm forgetting, but if that's something that you're not jiving with, I understand. Alright, and also, Senti, you came in at a wonderful time because this is not the usual music that plays here during Yuya's introduction. So, this is exciting. Even if we're in the same school now, what's done is done. Also, hi Cerise, thank you for coming! I hadn't meant to eavesdrop, but I think I just overheard something juicy. The ever-popular trendsetter and ladies' man Sakazaki Yuya is Sakuya's brother? I wonder what the story behind that is. Hey, it's his battle theme! Yeah, no, the true ending is really just that we throw down with Yuya in the middle of the school. Oh, you heard that, right? Oh, and see, it changed! That's so interesting. You heard that whole thing, right? Are you a friend of Sakuya's? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to listen in on you. Huh? Yeah, one sec. Let me check and see if it's a thing on my end. You know what? Actually, my stream connection is kinda okay. So yeah, so if you're having buffering issues, refreshing. No sweat. I tried to stay sexy and suave in front of all you little ladies, but that there wasn't too cool. This fantail pigeon is Sakazaki Yuya, an upperclassman, and as a refresher, last we saw him, well, when we went through his entire route, Yuya is a spy. I am not kidding. He is a spy from a political faction called the Duck Party, sent to the school to get rid of a Hawk Party spy. I've never talked to him before, but he's famous, or infamous, throughout the school. Everybody knows of him. You're Sumire, right? How did you... I know everybody here. Besides, you're the only human. A single poppy and a field of rye. Did you say you were a friend of Sakuya's? Not exactly. We had a rather ballistic introduction this morning. We're in the same class, that's all. I never thought that stuck-up aristocrat wannabe was your brother. Aristocrat wannabe. He is an aristocrat, actually. The genuine article in the flesh. He is? He's a bit of a pain, so good luck, mon ami. Adieu. He really is a noble bird. I've never heard anything like that about Yuya, though. Probably a twisty business. Oh, this is a good thing to remind people of because we didn't do this. Well, this hasn't been talked about in quite some time because the first or second person that we ever dated was Sakuya. At the very, very end of Sakuya's route, just as a refresher, Yuya told us, like, hey, I really, really, really need to talk to Sakuya about something. But we never found out what that was. We will be finding out what that was. It is nothing good. That's all for today. Stay safe, everyone. Yay! Huh? Sir? Where's Ryota? He said he was going to the infirmary. Oh, maybe you should go see if he's still there? Now that I think about it, Ryota always did have a weak stomach. I should go to the infirmary just to make sure he's okay. Excuse me? Nobody's here? There's no one sleeping behind the curtains, and the doctor isn't here either. My hunter-gatherer instincts feel no presence. There's nobody here. Ryota? No reply. The infirmary is empty. Weird. Did he go home already? I feel a little nervous poking around the empty room. Now that I think of it, I haven't been in here much before. Unlike Ryota, I'm perfectly healthy. Whoa, they've got all kinds of drugs in here! Ethylpar, Triphe, Luciobenzene? What do these even do? You know what, actually, I was thinking about this when I was reviewing this VOD. I wanted to see actually what these do. So, Luciobenzene. Because I think it's nothing good. Oh, it's a carcinogen. Uh-oh. Okay, and it's a derivative of Dewar-benzene. It literally means just a light version of normal benzene. It says there's a bottle of it in the lower right-hand corner. Oh, right here! So it's this guy right here. Huh. Yeah, that doesn't sound like a thing that a school doctor should have. Didn't he have to buy these medications with the school funds? Like, did nobody go, hey, why do we need carcinogens at a school? All right. Care to find out? Doctor! I'll feed you all sorts of things if you want, No, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the man who put our head in a jar. This partridge is Iwamine Shu, the school doctor. He's a rather creepy in person. Oop. He's rather creepy in person and has a bad reputation among the student body. Everybody knows that even just talking to him can bring you down with aspergillus, psittacosis, or even worse things. And I never even heard him come in the door. Ninja doctor? You don't look like you have a good reason to be in here. Did you need something? I heard Ryota Kuwara from Class 2-3 was supposed to be here? Welcome back, Senti. Again, you have not missed anything. Oh, him. He's already gone. Oh. Why didn't he come find me before going home? Sorry to bother you, I'll be going now. Finally out of that den of evil. Ryota's already gone home. Oh, what do I do now? Oh, I never got around to joining a club last year. Maybe I'll go take a look at some of the options. I think there are clubs for baseball, soccer, track, kendo, migration, bird watching. Wasn't there another one? Anyway, I'll start with the track team. I ran in middle school, and it's always funny watching the birds hop around. I think their club room is on the ground floor off to the side? A white dove is having a tantrum outside. Here he is. Actually, the first bird we ever dated was Oko-san. We did Oko-san and then Sakuya. Cuckoo! This is no pudding for a man! Oko-san rejects it! It is a lie! A vicious falsification! He's dancing around on a squished pudding. Hey, that's not very nice to the pudding. I would love to see a fantail pigeon in a suit. This is Oko-san. He doesn't really look it, but supposedly he's a fantail pigeon, I think. Either way, he is hyper. Ooh! Oko-san has suffered a deception most vile, a wretched betrayal. Betrayal? Right? Yeah, that's true. Oh my gosh, yeah. Yeah, you just subscribed. Wow. I didn't even notice that it was for the 4th month. That's crazy. Thank you, Senti, though I appreciate it. Betrayal? Cool! Oko-san instructed that pudding be provided for new members. Cool! But this is no pudding. Ousted, scorned, dragged into the street and shot by those he trusted most. It's squished and filthy. But that thing under his feet looks like a normal store-bought pudding. What's wrong with it? Oh, thank you for the host as well, Senti. Spare the jests, young lady. Oko-san used wing attack. It's super effective. They'll rue the day they crossed Oko-san. He'll have them flayed, hanged, shot at dawn, he will. Oko-san must now train to achieve true pudding. Farewell. And he's gone. Bye, Oko-san. I miss you already. He's a good runner, but what does pudding have to do with the track team? Everything. Everything. Okay. Here we go, I think. And so ended the first day of my 2nd semester at St. Pigianations. Okay. Ooh, okay. They are... Ooh, I don't know when they start it. When did they start it? Because I know what happens. And I'm waiting for, like, the prompt for it, but... Okay. I think we want to choose the student council today. As you all know, this school doesn't require you to join any club. If you want to, you can, but you don't. But if you don't, then you're free to go home after school. Ooh, Oko-san has time only for the track team. That's good. What about you, Shirogane? A foolish question. I already hold a position here. Oh, that's right. You became student president when you were admitted. Nepotism ho! Don't we get to vote? Nepotism ho is still one of my favorite lines. Just coming to school is enough for me. You have to take care of your mother on your own and all. I wonder what I should do. Let me double check my guide really quickly just to make sure. I don't think there's anything that will knock me off of this ending, but just to make sure. Because I don't want to mess it up and have to do it again. Okay. Oh yeah, I don't think I mentioned this ending has a name. BBL, or Bad Boys Love, is like the actual name for it, but a lot of people just call it Hurtful Boyfriend, because it does nothing but hurt you. Let's see. You know what? Yep. Doesn't look like any... Yep, just play as usual. Okay. Oh, and you can no longer get a game over or fail in BBL, in the HD remix. So, okay, cool. So, we can do whatever we want. Let's go to the library. Let's go hang out with Nageki, my sweet, sweet, sweet baby boy. That's everyone, isn't it? Have fun. Today's an elective day. What should I do? Attend. Math class. See, I feel like the game is now trying to fake me out because I'm like, I clicked the right thing, right? Like I clicked to not to do the thing. If we get to a certain point, I might start it over if it doesn't start doing some stuff. I'm on receptionist duty today. Oh, better hurry. Boring as usual. The library here doesn't seem very popular. Not enough books? It's on the 5th floor though, so at least the view is nice. Sitting here twiddling my thumbs is bad for me. I wish someone would come ask me something. There's nobody here. I wonder if it would be okay to close early? I wish I could just spread my wings and fly away. Welcome to lines that hurt in retrospect. Planning to jump off the building? The window there is rather good for that, Miss Receptionist. Nageki, when did you... I've been here all along. I never noticed. He's almost as bad as the doctor. You're thinking I have no presence, right? It's okay. I already know that. Yeah, also, so Senti, do you remember in the Nageki route when we commented multiple times that it's like really cold in the library for some reason? That like, oh, the AC isn't on, but it's just like cold in here. It's because it's haunted as hell. It's haunted by this poor sad boy. You certainly seem to like this place. Yes, is that a problem? I put that together, yeah. I think I saw it like when you put that together. No, books are nice. They are. Why don't you join the library staff, Nageki? You could read whatever you want. I already read whatever I want. Touché. You shouldn't slack off, Miss Receptionist. And with that, he takes a book and is gone between the stacks. What a strange bird. Let's see, if we get to like Tatsubana and we're still doing normal stuff. One second, let me... Because I feel like... Did I mess up somehow? Okay, yes, so yeah, school hike. We'll go talk to Sakuya. We haven't talked to him in a while. Unacceptable! In a temper as usual. Why? Why do I have to come to a place like this? And on foot? It's a hike, Sakuya. You have to walk. For what purpose? As exercise? Foolishness. Exercise is for peasants. No, for fun. You're supposed to enjoy the change of scenery. Look over there. Don't we have a nice view? Sakuya looks like he still has something to say, but he reluctantly comes over to me. I think maybe he's acting angrier than he actually is. What a kid. I have a sinking suspicion that somehow I chose the wrong thing, which is not the first time that this has happened. Okay, yeah, sports festival. Alright, the sports festival's right around the corner. Please think about what you'll do. Sports festival season already? If it were in fall, it would conflict with the cultural festival, so it's always been in May. What are you gonna do, Ryota? I haven't decided, but probably the three-legged race? Somebody has to. Wait, I think it happens at the second term. I think we finish the first term and then stuff happens. We'll see. Goo! Oko-san will handle the marathon! Indeed, he will! You do have a lot of stamina, Oko-san. What about you, Sakuya? You can't possibly be expecting me to run in some race, can you? It's a sports festival? Is there an event that doesn't involve running? How about being a cheerleader? The general, in other words? Very well, leave it to me. I don't think that is, Also, the first aid team is always short-handed, so I'm sure they could use help if any birdie still can't decide. That's all for today. Ryota's doing the three-legged race, Oko-san's running the marathon, and Sakuya's a cheerleader. Yuya might be running the first aid tent. What should I do? I'll have to think about it. I'm just gonna pick, like, random stuff, like, obviously I'm not biasing towards any character right now. We're just trying to get to the real thing, the real stuff. Let's go... Let's go... hang out with Yuya. Salutations! Did you come to gaze into my eyes, mon ami? I heard the first aid team was short-handed? Short-handed? Salutations. Alas, spurned for the sake of medicine, I must work harder to prove my love. Anyway, happy to have you. As you can see, we have plenty of work to do. The obstacle course does always hurt a lot of birds. Why use a game designed for humans? Beyond me, mon ami. I suppose it's tradition. Where's the doctor? Shouldn't he be here too? Over there. He's resting in the shade of a tree some distance away. It looks like he's taking notes on the performance of the birds on the racetrack. What's he doing over there? He doesn't want to ruin his girlish complexion working in the heat. He does the same thing every year. Is he taking notes on something? A lot of the birds graduating from this school get scouted by pro sports teams, so maybe he's checking up on the promising ones? Uh-oh, they've started. We'll be busy soon. Get ready, mon ami. Yes, sir. And so I spent the sports festival patching up damaged doves with Yuya. I learned some first aid from him, so it was time well spent, I think. The first barrier for all students who make it this far, midterm exam. Cool, what do we do? Yay, we did okay on our midterm. It is not gonna matter in a moment. One day you could surpass me. I'd love to see that. Guess I did pretty well. And Mr. Nanaki seems happy with me too. Yay! Oh. Yee! Okay, here we go. Alright. It actually might go back to some normal scenes, but we got some new content. I had this dream a lot recently. I can see a little house on the other side of the fence. I wonder who lives there. I don't think it's anyone I know. Ryota is next to me, and my parents are here too. The parents we've never seen, okay. We're all together again, but... Mom? Dad? Hey, wake up, please! And then it just goes back like, ooh, wow, that was weird. Excuse me. Today's a good day. I feel like I'm shining. I wonder what I should do during break. Go to the... Let's go... to the infirmary. And I can just immediately ditch Shu. You again? Are you ill? Not exactly. Then why are you here? I came here to... skip class, baby! I wanted to skip class. Get out. Kicked out at the speed of light. I should probably take my school life more seriously. Okay. It is nice to know that you can't, like, game over, bad end, in this HD version. I didn't think that you could in the first place, but hey. More math, more math. Ta-da! I'm just waiting. Nope. Let's see, when's the end of the first... Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, we're on the right spot. I don't need to be antsy about it. We're in the right place. Today is Tanabata. There's probably a bamboo tree in the plaza this year too. I think I'll go make a wish. Wow, there's lots here already. Anybody I know? Impossible n'est pas français. Impossible to speak French? What are you? N'est pas... I do not know French that well. I know French kind of. Can you hear the song of the stars above? May they send you happiness, mon ami. Can't bad end if it's already a bad end. That's true. Morning conference on the 10th. Leave 30 minutes early. Buy another alarm clock. May I wake up on time, Nanaki. Wednesday is garbage day, remember. What should I wish for? I actually wonder, you know what? Let me choose Mad Love of a Fallen Angel and let's see if we can hang out with Angel for a minute. Miss that boy. I wish for the mad love of a fallen angel. Oh, hello, is that you, Hanaki? Mr. Nanaki! You should be careful out this late. It can be dangerous for a girl, you know. I was about to head home. Would you like me to walk you to your place? No thank you. No thank you. I still have some errands to run. Oh, well, don't stay out too late. Wasn't the Keymania IIDX public playtest starting today? Maybe I'll stop by the arcade. I want to hang with Angel again. Me too, I miss that boy. He will be coming back in the end, like, even if we don't see him here, he will be coming back. Everybody's gonna come back in the ending. We're just gonna keep doing math. This is actually... I don't remember that I didn't remember that they did this, and it's really, really interesting, that they just are like, hey, something's different, and they just make you play the game like normal for a decent amount of time so far. Oh, I think this is gonna be it. Just a little longer until early release days. Is it like Avengers Endgame? You're not terribly far off. You'll see. We'll come back at the end of everything and be like, we'll reassess if it's like Endgame. Finals are coming up and the glum depression is already setting in, but at least we won't have to swelter in the classroom all afternoon. Why is this school famous? Why is a school this famous even stingier with its air conditioning than a public school anyway? Sumire! Ryota? Have you had lunch yet? I was about to go to the cafeteria. Want to come with me? Okay, I've heard they've expanded the menu. I want to try it sometime. They have massacred ramen now. Is that like half-dead fried rice? Probably, and Here he is! That crashing noise could only mean one thing. What? What's going on? I turn around to see a short dove standing behind me, his chest stained a deep red. Are you the ones who called forth this disaster? The one who invoked the browed Taurus of the blue sky? I have no idea. The blood, you're bleeding! My chest, you are... Ryota, I don't think he understands Japanese. We have to get into the infirmary. Oh, don't worry. Look closely. He isn't hurt at all. What? But the blood... He's the Luzon from the class next to ours. Their plumage just looks like that. What? Really? Correct. I am Higure Angel, the fallen servant of God stained with the blood of sin. There he is. The edgelord who was right. This impressively upholstered bird is Higure Angel. He's in the class next to ours, so he must be another sophomore? It's an odd name. I wonder if he came from overseas, like Sakuya? His Japanese is kind of strange, too. The boy! Also, I don't think I talked about this when we did Angel, but I just love how vacant his eye is. Just open. Just no thoughts. You can see straight through his head. The corruption spreads faster than I expected. I had hoped to find it before it came this far. Sleeping servant of the heavens. Yeah? He's talking to me, right? Time is slipping by. Judgment draws ever nearer. You must find the truth by the light of the red moon. I must last a little longer. Be silent, Crimson Breast. Oh, you are hurt, aren't you? Do not touch me. Farewell, Edelblau of the blue sky. Fate decrees that we shall meet again. He's gone. What was that all about? I think you've picked up a weird one, Sumire. Let's go eat lunch. That's too hot, I'm gonna melt. Pathetic, Hanaki, as expected of a mere mammal. Aren't you uncomfortable too? I thought doves fared badly in the heat. Letting your weakness show in front of others is the mark of the vulgar class. Maybe I should take a leaf out of your book. You put leaves in your book? The red eye of the demon led me here. You summon me once more, apostle of the blue sky? Oh, him again. Who is this? I think he's named Angel? He's the class eccentric next door. Another peasant. None of you have the right to even be in this school. Go back. Oh yeah, I forgot that Sakuya was super racist to this person. Go back to the Philippines and bang some coconuts together, why don't you? Luzon Bleeding Hearts are from the Philippines? Well, that would be why they're called Luzon Bleeding Hearts. The Philippines have bananas, right? Now I want to call him Banana Man. Which I will not do. I'm not going to call him Banana Man for the rest of this. Incidentally, Sakuya is about as unhinged as Angel, so maybe they should be friends. I would pay real money to see Sakuya and Angel hang out for an afternoon. I have no business with you, hallowed magician of white. Apostle of the blue sky. Yeah? Can you not remember who I am? Okay, so I'm gonna say I don't know, because that'll bump us off of Angel, but I don't know. Too soon? If only you could hear the screaming of this tortured soul. He leaves, a dejected look on his face. What was that all about? And that was the last I ever saw of Hugo de Angel. Yes, that bumps us off of his route. But that's okay, because we're not gonna be here for much longer. Yay, finals! Yay, we did good. Wonderful, 10 out of 10. We've done it. We were good at school. That dream again. Ryota, my parents, and me at a stranger's house. The strange bird who comes to me as a magician. He says he'll grant any wish that Ryota and I make. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but one day. Oh, this is good. Oh, I'm excited. Okay. Today's the last day. It's been a semester already. Sometimes it seemed long and sometimes it seemed short, but either way, it's summer now. I won't be here for a while. I have everything, right? We tend to fantasize about summer vacation while I walk home. Uh-oh. Okay, whew. It's easy to fall out of practice and get fat and lazy during summer vacation. A hunter-gatherer's body is her way of life, so maybe I'll go running today. Let's go see Azami. And then the crumbling skyscraper is very, very normal. Ah, that was a good run. A true running girl's way to start vacation. I wonder how far I ran. I always lose track of where I'm going once the runner's high kicks in. Where am I? I must have wandered out of my usual stomping ground at some point. Which way did I come from? Don't fail me now, Paleolithic homing instinct. The sun's setting. I'd rather not sleep outside. Hey, you! Huh? I don't know you. Where'd you come from? A sparrow stands next to me, squinting up at my face. Her wing is resting on a motor scooter. Still a wonderful image. It looks a little bit vintage. How cute! I feel a strange pressure. I can tell right away that this sparrow isn't just any birdie. I'm from St. Pigianations. I was out for a run and I got lost. One second, let me turn this down just a little bit. There we go. You ran all the way from there? Oh, you must be good. It's about a 2-hour drive from here. What? I guess that's why my legs hurt. I wonder if I'll be able to run home again. I like the cut of your jib. Anyone that determined deserves a ride home. Come on. The intimidating sparrow gestures at her scooter. It's a little small, but we should both fit, I think. Thank you. May I ask your name? Koshiba Azami. I sell takoyaki. Call me Azami. Then thank you, Azami. 10 out of 10, wonderful girl, we love her. You're a very cautious driver. Carve it into your soul, kid. One accident is all it would take, and that would be the end of both our lives. It may seem strange to a young girl like you, but once you've lost someone, you'll understand. There's a far-off look in her eyes. I'm sure you know what you're talking about, but at this rate, I might get home faster by walking. Do you think we'll get there by dawn? Carve it into your soul. The speed limit for scooters is 30 kilometers per hour. We're not even going that fast. Following traffic laws is part of my credo. Isn't riding tandem against the law too? That rule is for humans. Birds are light, so 1 or 2 more doesn't stop the brakes from working. We're fine like this. But I'm not a bird. And so we putted along at Azami's hyper-cautious speed. By the time we got to my house, it was almost light out. I was thinking about this earlier, about like why we didn't like try to get like a bus or a taxi or something, but that's okay. It's still a long time until the semester starts, and I still have a lot of homework. Maybe I should apply for a part-time job. No, we shall not. I'm sorry, Kenzaburo. I think I'll wait until I'm in college. That way I can skip lectures and go to work. Slacking off and having fun is more the high schooler thing to do. Whee! Because story. Yeah, honestly, yeah. And obviously our character, not the smartest bean. She's a weird egg. We love her, but she's interesting. All right, who do we want to go to the summer festival with? Um, hmm. Let's go. Let's go with Oko-san. Because if I remember correctly, he goes completely feral. Ooh, is it true that you will take Oko-san to a wonderful place? She's a himbo for oh yeah, Azami is absolutely a himbo. You love to see it. Yep, today's a summer festival. Let's go together. Coo! Oko-san smells excellent things. Oko-san's excitement is almost at maximum. There's a lot of good food, more than we could ever try. Ooh, perhaps even pudding. Well, probably not. I've never seen a stand selling pudding. Oh, look, the fireworks are starting. Eh? Aren't they pretty, Oko-san? Oko-san? MC is a himbo too, now to think of it, this game is full of himbos. Himbo bird simulator. No, he's lost himself to the shining lights and returned to his feral ancestry. Calm down, Oko-san, calm down. That's exactly what I remembered. Boy goes feral. I knew I should have gotten up when I first woke up. I slept way too late. School starts today, right? I'm gonna be late. Oh, hello, Hanaki. Sir, I'm sorry, I overslept. Overslept? Ah, my homework. I forgot to bring my homework. Are you getting a little bit ahead of yourself, Hanaki? Huh? What's the number on the top left-hand corner say? Oh, you're just a little bit early. Ah, though, since you're here, could you lend me a hand for a bit, Hanaki? Lend you a hand? I was about to start grading the freshmen's exams, and I thought maybe you could help, if you don't have something else. Of course, you have a test in September, so if you want to go and study in the library, I want to. Let's go to the library. I just wanna go see Nageki. I wanna go see my boy. The library should be open now. I think I'll go study. I'm sorry, sir, but I'm not sure I've prepared enough for my tests. I'd like to go study if it's alright. Of course, work hard, okay? There are already a number of students working in the library. Looks like mostly third years? They've probably all decided on their colleges and careers already. Will I be that frantic this time next year, I wonder? The fact that the UI was mentioned, it's so funny. Kazuaki being, like, aware of it is so funny. Nageki is here too, leaning against a bookshelf in a far corner. Nageki! Miss Hanaki, do you need something? Why are you over here? There's still plenty of seats open. You should sit down. I don't mind standing. You look like you mind. You don't like being near other birds, is that it? He nods. They'll just ignore me anyway, whether or not I go near. Nageki, are you being paranoid? Bullied? He falls silent. If there's something wrong, I'd like to help. Here we go, everybody. Which brings us to our main topic, the observational reports on the human representative at St. Pigianations. As you can see, while she was meant to act as a goodwill ambassador, she fails to display sufficient intimacy with the birds. Am I bad ending? Wait. We of the Hawk Party cannot overlook this situation. These reports only confirm what we already knew of human nature. We will execute the termination sequence. Adjourned. Coffee, anyone? Okay, no, I might actually be bad ending. Because this is not what happens. I love watching the stars at night. Yep, neck snapped. Neck snapped. You don't need to know. It'll all be over in 2 seconds. Yep. And I bad ended? What? What? Huh? What? The guide said I can't. Okay, fine. Yeah, it's okay. So I do have to bias to somebody. You know what? I'm gonna go the maximum pain route. You'll see why I say it's the maximum pain route, because I'm just gonna do Ryota, because 1, he's very, very simple, and 2, it's gonna make things worse. Not like it's not gonna change the story in any way, it's just gonna be emotionally more sad. Alright. Okay. Yep. Alright, so we will speed through all of this here. I was just picking random people because it said I couldn't bad end. Okay, we are fulfilling the promise. We are fulfilling the promise. I'll read these ones again just to kind of keep them in my head. Is there anything you desire? I can grant whatever you wish. Tell me. A strange bird once said that. Who is that bird talking to? And meow. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Come on. I'm ready to go. Da 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 da. Ba ba. And continuing. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna do Ryota because it's not super difficult. And his scenes tend to be a little bit short. Nyom! Speed! We've already met all of these people, all of these birds. Woo! Hi, Oko-san. Okay. Let's see, I can pick any club. I'll do library staff again just so I don't have to read it again. And we'll just go Nyom! Elective day. I can do whatever I want, because Ryota is a vanilla boy. The basic best friend that every visual novel has. Hi, Nageki! Let me see, so I'm gonna have to buff off Nageki, so I should say you should go outside. I'm so sorry, honey. He looks angry. I think I just tripped a landmine. It's too sunny. Huh? I don't like the sun. Nageki takes a book off the shelf and disappears between the stacks. Did I offend him? Sorry, Nageki. I'm doing what I gotta do, man. Okay, Ryota? If I remember, we brought a calorie mate, and Ryota gave us some of his lunch, because he's a good friend. I'm just gonna keep doing math, so I can just keep hitting enter. Okay. Sports festival, sports festival, sports festival, sports festival, sports festival. Do the three-legged race. Ryota drags our dead weight somehow. Midterms. Yay, we did good. Oh, shoot. I thought it would stop there. But, yeah, having a dream. Cool, neat. Onward. So we're gonna want to go to the cafeteria for Ryota. I'm, like, not even looking at the guide right now. I've now officially played this enough that I just remember where everything goes. Leave it to me. No worries. We're just gonna do the cafeteria scene. Yeah, Senti, if I get to the part where stuff starts happening, I will, like, do a commercial break or something. Just so you don't miss it, because I want to see your reaction to it. Math, math, math. Cool, cool, cool. Everyone's asleep. Because math is indeed very boring. Okay. I do not remember the one for Ryota, though, on this one. It's Rule the World from the Shadows. Okay. I will read some of the other Ryota scenes, again, for just maximum pain. No, thank you. Still got some errands to run. Oh shoot, did I click the wrong thing? Oh, I did click the wrong thing for Ryota, so I might have goofed. I was looking at the wrong part of the page. Uh-oh. It's fine. I don't think that boots us off Ryota so quickly. At least I'm hoping not. I don't think this game is that mean to have one choice where you're not interacting with the character bump you off. We're in a different room for next period, right? Do I Barely 2 hours into the day and I'm already hungry. I can't bear this. Ryota, we're in the textile room next, right? Let's walk together. Sure. Huh? That was an awfully unenthusiastic response. You don't look so good. Are you okay, Ryota? I'm fine. I'm fine. Let's go. Ugh. Oh, you're not fine. Yeah, it's my stomach. This happens all the time. Nothing to worry about. I'll just go to the infirmary for a bit. Could you let the teacher know, please? Can you make it there on your own? Yeah, I can. Thanks. See you in a bit. He never showed up for third period, or fourth. Is he still in the infirmary? I'll go check on him after I eat lunch. A Sumire marches on her stomach after all. Okay, so this is normal Ryota stuff. Ryota? Oh, hello. Are you okay? You look even worse than you did earlier. I'm fine. Sitting around just makes it worse. I got some medicine from the doctor, but I am not convinced that medicine is doing him any good. I wouldn't trust anything that doctor prescribed. Something's wrong if you go to the infirmary feeling sick and go home feeling even worse. Wait a minute, Ryota. I'm gonna go give that doctor a piece of my mind. Wait, Sumire, it's not his fault. I just have a weak stomach. I'm going to go yell at Shu. A wonderful choice. That has nothing to do with it. I'll be back in a minute. Doctor? Dr. Iwamine? Barging in the door and shouting for the doctor is hardly acceptable practice. Shall I prepare a sedative for you? Welcome back. We're still just doing Ryota. No thank you. I want to talk to you about Ryota. Ryota? Oh, Mr. Kuwara. He left some time ago. He rested here for 2 hours and wasn't any better for it. You did something to him, didn't you? Wouldn't it have been worse to do nothing to him? Doing things to people is my job, after all. Well, yes, but I mean something unnecessary. I'm afraid I can't respond to complaints with no evidence. I examined his condition and provided him with the appropriate medicine. Beyond that, it's all down to how quickly his body recovers. You can't possibly be holding me responsible for his unhealthy nature, can you? He's probably right. He doesn't have anything to do with Ryota's weak body. If you did something to him, please do send a complaint. After you find evidence, of course. Also, I do think that Shu did do something, by the way. If he comes in with the you don't have any evidence that I did anything, he absolutely did something. An evil smile flickers across his face for a moment and is gone. He did something to Ryota, didn't he? Absolutely. I'm sure he's like experimented on every student in this school that's ever gotten into the infirmary. Finals, yay, we did it, yay, good job, us. Oh, we are gonna have to do the job, so I do, you guys are gonna be subjected to my southern accent again. That dream again. Ryota, my parents, and me at a stranger's house. A strange bird who comes, bird who comes to me is a magician. He says he'll grant any wish that Ryota and I make. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but one day. Oof. Wonder what that could mean. Today's the last day. It's been a semester already. And we're gonna just go. Oh. Yeah, we've done this. Bye. Oh shoot. Oh shoot. No, this was a Nageki choice. I need to click Orehato to bump off of his route. What about my so the Sorry, I saw that the book was called Orehato, and when they said the full name, it was a parody on Orimo. She said like my little something can't be this cute instead of, you know, my little girlfriend. My little sister can't be this cute. So we just recommended Bird Orimo. Oh no. Hello again, Azami. I didn't think I'd be seeing you again. But I goofed. Yeah, I would never just recommend... well, obviously I don't even like Orimo. We are gonna get a job. But, like, I wouldn't, even if I liked Orimo, I would not just recommend that to a person. Okay. Let's go to the cafe. Let's go get a job. Get a job. It's beautiful in here. Oh my. Pardon me, miss, but we're not open yet. If you could come back at Oh, sorry, I was here to ask about the job. The proprietor of the cafe is an extremely elegant parakeet. A true gentle bird without a doubt. This must be what people mean when they refer to a mature attractiveness. All the students at school are young and hyper, and the most dignified birds there are the teachers. Oh, is that right? Forgive me. I'm called Urashihara Kenzaburo. I'm the owner of Torimi Cafe. Someone tried to recommend me Metamorphosis. Oh no. That's not a good friend. I'm Hanaki Sumire. I have read Metamorphosis, by the way, and just, Welcome, Miss Sumire. I hadn't expected a human. I already knew. That's good. I had a friend who was trying to get into anime, post on Facebook, like, hey, can people, like, recommend me some anime? I've never really watched any. And one person recommended Higurashi. Like, I sent them a message immediately when I saw that and was like, hey, I know one of the first comments you got was to watch Higurashi. Don't do that. That person is not your friend. You cannot just recommend Higurashi to someone. Are you gonna interview me? I do not see, I do not see any need to test such a wonderful young lady's desire to work here. My accent is gone. And I believe you will be much more capable than I at moving the boxes of coffee and tea about. I'll be glad to. After all, I am a vitality girl. Whatever that means. I shall be relying on you for this summer then, Ms. Sumire. It is perhaps a little sudden, but could you start tomorrow? Oh, of course. I'm glad. I shall be waiting for you here in my cage. Tomorrow then, Ms. Sumire. Today's my first day working at Mr. Urushihara's cafe. I think I'll leave early to make a good impression. Good morning, Miss Sumire. Good morning, sir. Let me start by showing you where everything is. I'm sure you'll be able to remember everything soon, so please ask if you can't find something. He shows me around the cafe, explaining everything inside. The shop is small, and he keeps everything very tidy, so I'll be able to remember it all. Well then, what do you think? It's very nice. I almost want to move in. Come now, it's far too plain for a young lady such as yourself. Actually, compared to my house... Excuse me. I saw the flyer at the station and, Ryota? Oh, Sumire, what are you doing here? A friend of yours, Miss Sumire? Oh, yes, this is Ryota. You came for the job too, Ryota? Yeah, I saw it starts at noon, so I thought I could fit it in after my other job. But if you've already got the position, then that's that. Mr. Urushihara, could you use 2 people? Sadly, my cage is too small to have that much work to do. I should. We're gonna give the job to Ryota. Mr. Urushihara, do you think you can take Ryota instead of me? Sumire? I don't see why not, but... I don't really need the job, but Ryota does. Don't worry, he's a hard worker. Are you sure, Sumire? It's not really fair to you. I do feel a little bad leaving on my first day, too, but Ryota works several jobs every summer to support his mother. Mr. Urushihara is a real gentle bird, and Ryota deserves to be treated nicely. This is for the best. I know you'll do a good job, Ryota. Thanks, Sumire. I'm thinking about, like, Ryota being able to have, like, a nice afternoon in this cafe where it's just, like, you know, Blaster that shows up and Kenzaburo. It'd be very nice. He deserves it. Oh, well then, our encounter has been as transient as a comet's tail on the horizon, but I am glad I met you. Please do stop by. I will always be here, Miss Sumire. I will. Thank you, Mr. Urushihara. Today's the local summer festival. I think we'll go with somebody. Invite Ryota. Thanks for inviting me, Sumire. Come on, let's go. So many booths. How are we supposed to choose? Use your hunter-gatherer instinct, Sumire. Let's go find something to eat. I'll pay. What? No fair. I'm paying for yours. It's a deal. Yakitori sounds good right about now. Huh? And so I spent a happy evening with Ryota. Maybe we can go again next year. I love me some yakitori. Okay, and then we go. Yay! Nyum. Nyum. Now we're gonna go home. Yes? Return to my glorious abode? Yes. Yep, gonna go lay my bloody sword at the feet of my king, Macedonia. Good morning, everyone. I hope you had fun over the summer. Ooh! Oko-san is always having fun! Yup. What is this fun? Once summer's over, time starts slipping by faster than ever, so try to stay focused. Focus, sir, focus! Da-da-da-da-da. Boo. Oko-san always does seem to be having a time. He's, living his best life, bless him. That's all for today. See you tomorrow, everyone. Classes always feel really long after summer vacation. I think I'll go home and sleep. I'm gonna go home, Ryota. Do you want to come with... Huh? Ryota isn't at his desk. He's always slow, so I don't think he packed up and went home. Sir? Sir, wait! Oh, hello, Hanaki. What is it? Do you know where Ryota went? I don't think I've seen him since homeroom. He went to the infirmary earlier. I think he wasn't feeling well. He had a stomachache? It could be. Maybe you should go check on him if you weren't going somewhere else. Oh, I will. As you can now see, the text box is a different color, and the bottom text now says Hurtful Boyfriend. Welcome to the true ending! We are here, we have done it! And I chose to do Ryota as the route because we're gonna be seeing a lot of him. I'm late! I've been slow getting out before, but I've never slept through my alarm like this. Yep, here we go. Maybe I'm not getting enough sleep? Anyway, I gotta go fast. Sorry I'm late. Good morning, Kuwara. We were just about to sit down. Late on the second day, as expected of a feral. Now, where's Sumire? Isn't she here? Apparently not. No wonder her kind died off. Where are you, Sumire? Usually you'd be here early. You were here late yesterday, and now this? I think we can start homeroom now. Today we'll do a little review on the history of birdkind. You wait until now to teach that? What a pathetic country. Of course, everyone learned it years ago, but it's required for the second day of the semester. That's a really weird lesson plan, but exposition! Back when we birds were still beasts and pets, a virus known as AH5N1 appeared. At first, it only infected birds, but it underwent a mutation and spread to humans. This mutated strain was highly infectious and had an extremely high mortality rate. It became clear that it posed a threat to the survival of the human species. So the humans engineered a powerful virus to cull birds and prevent AH5N1 from becoming pandemic. In hindsight, it seems foolhardy and rash, but the world leaders of the time saw no better option. So now we're finally learning what happens to humans. What happened to humans. Except the new virus didn't work. Infected birds didn't die. Rather, their brains grew in size and power, starting with doves. That's why doves make up the majority of professionally qualified workers today. Other birds, including quails like me, are still adapting to social life. Incidentally, okay, tangent, I love puffins. Look at that. Look at this face. Look at the beak. Look at the belly. Puffins are amazing. Incidentally, I heard that the first puffin in history to hold a governorship was elected last month. Even kakapos, which were once close to extinction, can now be toilet trained. And as you know, the Prime Minister of Japan is a shoebill. Wonderful picture of a shoebill. I love shoebills, mostly because I saw one time that someone said they look like a Muppet, like someone's puppeting them, and they do. They absolutely do. That's a big old Muppet bird. Anyway, the development of social intelligence in birds had a huge impact on their predators. Which leads me to the next point. Since their gambit failed, humans were left defenseless to AH5N1. Most died out. To me, they're scary, not good. I can definitely see them being scary. They're very, very large. The few that are left now live peacefully with birds, though in the past there were large conflicts. That's the bell. We'll vote on student council members in second period, so be on time. And don't they? I think they do have teeth. I think that's true. Oh, Sumire never came. I hope she's okay. Maybe I should try calling her? Kuwara, do you have a minute? Sure. We're supposed to get our print boxes today. Would you mind picking ours up? Our print box? Yup, it has all the handouts and everything, since we don't have a council yet. Okay, it's in the faculty room, right? That's right. If you could have it back here before second period, please. Print box, print box. Inside the faculty office is a stack of cardboard boxes. These must be the ones. This one, maybe? I pick up the box marked 2-3. It's awfully heavy. I guess paper isn't exactly light when there's this much of it. Oh, thank you. You were okay by yourself? It was a little heavier than I expected, but I was fine. Let's take a look inside then, just to make sure everything's there. Uh-huh. That's a different bird. Shoebills have a big sharp thing on the end of their beaks. Yes, yeah, they have the point. Here we go, everybody. Did you cut your wing, Kuwara? Cut my... I don't think so. It's bleeding. Huh? It is. Did I scratch myself on something? It doesn't hurt at all. No, this isn't my blood. What is that? There's blood leaking through the corner of the box. I feel sick, but I reach out and open the lid anyway. Inside the box is a human head. The eyes are glassy, but even like this, I still recognize her. She wasn't late. She was here all along. So, yeah. It can't... Yup. We are dead. We are decapitated. Our head was put in a box specifically to go to our class. Someone did this intentionally. What? Look away, Kuwara. Looking will only hurt you. Emergency alert. Emergency alert. We have entered a state of emergency. All students, please evacuate to the gymnasium. Repeat, we have entered... What is happening? Why is everything red? Yeah. And what if I tell you, our character being murdered is the least sad thing that happens? I don't know. But until we know what's going on, there's nothing to do but follow instructions. What are you spacing out for, Kuwara? Come on. No, I don't want to leave Sumire here alone. Get up, she's gone. That thing is no longer Hanaki. It can't be. Come. Honestly, kind of good on Sakuya for being like, no, this is not a good situation, you need to get out of here. I think that's probably the nicest thing Sakuya's done this whole time. By the time we arrived, the gym was already crowded with students and teachers. No one seemed to know what was going on, though. The gym echoes with whispered speculation. Hey, did you see the box? Yeah, you had that too? Yup, well, the class rep opened it and I didn't see, but apparently there was a human arm in it. Ours had half a leg. It was really gross. From the snatches of conversation I hear, it sounds like all the print boxes had pieces of a human corpse in them. Were they all pieces of Sumire, I wonder? Nobody seems particularly concerned, which isn't all that odd. It was grotesque, but it's not like it was a dead bird. Just some primate. Nanaki, isn't this some idiot? This isn't some idiotic disaster drill, is it? We're not supposed to have one until next month. Do you suppose it has something to do with that distasteful box? That was definitely Hanaki's. Won't someone explain this ridiculous state of affairs already? Yeah, someone tell me what's going on. This is a bad dream, right? Someone wake me up, someone... Sorry, the bong 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 just made me absolutely go Danganronpa. A body has been located! Oh gosh, what voice do I want to give Mino? I don't think they show up very often. Is everyone here? This is Ichio Mino, the headmaster. The headmaster? It seems we have all gathered together without panic or noise. Excellent. Unfortunately, there has been a natural disaster outside. This school is a designated evacuation site, so please remain here a little longer. Natural disaster? Nonsense. The weather is perfectly clear. Ooh, Oko-san felt no earthquakes! It's not like we're anywhere near a volcano or anything. I demand an explanation, headmaster. Just what is going on outside? Does this have something to do with Hanaki Sumire? Why have you brought us here? I repeat, there has been a... No, imbecile! The gymnasium erupts in whispered discussion once more. Well, that changed nothing. I still have no idea what's going on. Are you alright, Kuwara? No, yes, I am. This could prove to be a very bad day for us all. Could prove to be? It already is. Ooh. Mr. Nanaki, Sumire is missing! Ooh. She must have run off somewhere. Oko-san will go look for her. San, no, she's... San is an older breed, much closer to pigeons of the human era. Maybe he doesn't understand the concept of death. Trying to explain it would only hurt myself. The headmaster has proven entirely unhelpful. What should we do, Nanaki? Well, we can't exactly carry on with class. I agree with San. Let's go get Sumire. Calm yourself, Kuwara. To relinquish your sanity during a state of emergency is suicide. I'm fine. There's nothing wrong with me. Sir, we can't just leave her there like that. May I go back to the classroom just once? Well, the principal did ask us to remain here, but he didn't say we couldn't leave the gym now, did he? I'm coming with you. As president of the student council, I have a responsibility to get to the bottom of this. Thanks, Sakuya. Do not flatter yourself. I'm not doing this for you. Hanaki was foolish, loud, and had no manners or sense, but she never deserved anything like this. I swear by my blood and my name as a label, I will find the one who did this. You shall be my assistant. Come, Kuwara. Right. I forgot that Sakuya takes, like, a really big, like, initiative, which you wouldn't expect. And so I exited the gymnasium in Sakuya's majestic wake. I want to know what happened to Sumire. Who did that to her, and why? Can the evacuation possibly have nothing to do with her? Why wouldn't the headmaster explain anything? My head was a raging whirlpool of questions and no answers. Oh, and Yet I did, and I did not yet know what we would find. What is this? A wall. A huge gray... What had been a clear autumn sky is now blocked off by dull gray. It's dark, almost as if the sun has already gone down. A dome, rather. We appear to be shut in from above as well. What? When did they do this? And how? I don't think any of us was in full command... Oh, yeah, I don't think any of us was in full command of his faculties as we came this way. We can't be certain that it wasn't already there. It does seem most likely that it was put in place while we were in the gymnasium listening to the headmaster, though. He did say there was a natural disaster. Maybe this is some sort of shield? A disaster so destructive that there's nothing to be done but hide under an enormous gray blanket and wait? Maybe they didn't give the headmaster the details to avoid causing a panic? If that were the case, they would be robbing us of our right to know why our very lives are in danger. Is this really a shelter? Is there really a natural disaster? Either way, we don't know if there's a connection between what happened to Sumire and all of this. Let's go to the classroom and then tell Mr. Nanaki about the dome thing. Very well. So I don't know if you remember, in the shoe route, we had a moment where we saw a hallway that was, like, very purple looking, and I was like, oh, I just had some flashbacks. This is why. It's because a lot of the backgrounds become, like, very purpley. Looks like the other desks left the other classes left theirs as they were as well. They're at the teacher's desk. Is everybody else planning to stay in the gym? Japan is a country full of fools who've grown lazy through too much peace. I doubt anyone has dared take it upon themselves to investigate this matter. We're here. But yeah, I don't think I really asked, but how are we feeling about the fact that this is now a murder mystery? The box is still where I left it. Inside is... I can't. Sakuya, I'm sorry, could you... No matter. What is this madness? Huh? There's... nothing here. That can't be right. We left it right here. It's not like it got up and moved on its own, isn't it? I'm feeling very intrigued, actually. Yeah, there's a lot of mystery. There's so much mystery that is all going to be resolved in a very crazy way. It gets crazy. I'm excited to see what everybody thinks. Someone came and removed it while everyone was at the gym? This is life, not some third-rate mystery novel. Oh, I think this is Mr. 1? Exactly, Sakuya? Who is this? Oh, it's Yuya! Yuya! Salutations, Ryota. I see you're babysitting Sakuya. Do not throw my name about like some cheap toy, mongrel. How cruel. Well, I can't blame you for being tense, given the circumstances. I think he'd act like that regardless of the circumstances, Yuya. I am sorry about her. It pains me to think what happened. His expression clouds. It's strange. I've never seen him with any expression other than carefree cheerfulness before. You'd known her for a long time, right? Yeah. Do you know something about all this, Yuya? Well, most of this business is still a mystery to me, but I can at least answer the question we face right now. The whereabouts of the corpse. Wow. Fine Saki again. The whereabouts of the corpse, you mean? Yeah, that. As you said, it isn't some third-rate mystery novel. Corpses don't disappear, and we won't be having a famous detective show up and find the culprit for us. Anyway, the other infirmary assistants and I gathered her up in the chemistry lab. The chemistry lab? What for? For one, well, we couldn't just leave her scattered throughout the school, if only for the mental health of the other students. Secondly, for the autopsy. As you know, we have two things going on at once here. The only human in school was cut up and distributed to the rest of the school, and now there's some natural disaster happening. I imagine you're wondering if there isn't a connection between the two. We are, but we haven't found anything. What do you know? I told you, this is all a mystery to me, too. Bouncing around all these voices at once is something. I suspect that we will have an easier time investigating the murder as long as we're sealed in like this, though. The doctor should be proceeding with the autopsy by now. The doctor? Why him? You don't trust him? Of course not. I don't want to think about what he might do to her. Thank you, Senti. He might even have... You suspect the doctor? Yes! Everybody knows he's a nutcase. He probably killed her for some crazy experiment. He is an expert in the field. Who else could perform the autopsy? But... I know where you're coming from, Ryota. He's not exactly the most ethically minded bird around. That's why I asked Professor Nanaki to come too. He should be there by now, if you want to go make sure. Alright, we'll go later. So Sumire has been gathered up in the chemistry lab, and the doctor and Mr. Nanaki are examining her now. Mr. Nanaki might not be the best witness, but he's better than no one, right? He will he will get very angry at Shu. I think if anybody is gonna be the person that's like, hey, stop that. If Shu does something wrong, it's gonna be Nanaki. We know where the corpse went then, but why are you here? Me? I'm investigating, under my own orders, of course. Playing detective, mongrel? That, and I have to make sure we didn't miss any pieces. Anyway, what are you two going to do now? Personally, I think the murder and the evacuation are almost certainly connected. I'm inclined to agree. The headmaster's refusal to explain our situation makes me doubt his story in its entirety. Indeed, so, Ryota. Yeah? I know how you feel. You want to find the ones who did this to Sumire as soon as possible, right? Yes. What? Sumire, gone for a moment, and suddenly she was turned into this. Who did that to her? I'll find them and I'm gonna find the culprit and I've never felt this emotion before, but now I feel nothing else. When I find that bird, My thoughts exactly. Unfortunately, this school is a mess, and we won't find anything by chasing after her shadow. I think we should try to solve both mysteries at once, wherever possible. Of course, the wall could just be there because of some natural disaster. That's about all I have to say. We didn't need your advice from the start. You're nothing but all talk anyway, mongrel. Thanks, Yuya. We'll do our best to help. Oh, one other thing. You might want to talk to One, in the maintenance office. I'll tell him I sent you. You mean that antisocial cockatiel dandy everybody hates? Yup, him. Don't worry, he's a good guy. He'll be able to help you, and you might find something useful in there. Well, that's it for the talky mongrel. Adieu. He saunters off towards the staircase. I didn't choose a voice for One. Oh no. I might just give him the southern accent. I only have so many voices. What a dreadfully obnoxious man. I thought he'd never shut up. He gave us some good advice, right? We should be grateful. Anyway, I don't think we'll find anything else here. Indeed. Where should we head next? I doubt we would go amiss by visiting the lab, the maintenance office, or by investigating the wall outside. Right. Let's go to the office first. Maybe this One guy will be able to help us. One guy? One guy shimasu? The maintenance office. In other words, the repairman's shop. I doubt we will find anything useful there. I always knew this game got wild and knew there was murder, but even with spoilers, no one described it as anything like this. Cerise, I am so happy that you are here, because Mr. One is a cockatiel. I think you're gonna be very happy about this man. Yuya said to go, right? I doubt the integrity of his advice. Jeez, is that anything to say about your own brother? You should be nicer to your family. My family? Do you mock me? That filthy-blooded mongrel is no relation to me. Whoa, calm down. I guess his elitism is still running business as usual. We don't have time to waste. We should hurry. The maintenance room is in the corner of the main building on the ground floor, right? Excuse us. What is this? This doesn't look very educational. The handyman pretty much lives in here, I think. A dove? Oh, and one more. Mr. One! Oh, Mr. One, hello! What are you doing here? Didn't you hear the alarm? I'm Ryota, and this is Sakuya. We got permission from our teacher to investigate the building. Didn't you hear the alarm? No panic, no noise, and no leaving. That's what I do here. Whoa! Somehow he seems really cool. You mean you're too lazy to go to the gymnasium? Don't worry about me. You two go ahead and find your class there. Looks like a banana. Yep, this is one banana boy. One is very cool. No, we're not. Do you mean to interfere with us, wretched fool? Yuya said we should ask for your help? Sakazaki Yuya. Yes, him. We decided to honor his request by coming all the way over here. Do you intend to stop us now? Sakuya, what the heck? Where the heck are your manners? Sorry, he transferred from overseas and his Japanese isn't too great. He certainly has more bark than I imagine he has bite. Very well, come in. What did you say you gentlemen were investigating? Two things. Oh, I forgot that One's theme actually is very good. Two things. The murder of Hanaki Sumire and the mysterious wall outside. You've been here the whole time, right? Do you know what he's talking about? Yes, I got an idea from Mr. Sakazaki. In other words, you know only what you have heard from that mongrel. Useless. I know plenty about the school itself, though. My job is to take care of the entire campus. Maybe you know what the big gray wall outside is, then? Nope. Useless wretch. Sakuya, calm down. Though, I'm not sure there's anything we can learn right now. Oh, wait! Mr. One, could we use your computer? Maybe we can find out what's going on outside. Sadly not. Everything's been cut off since this morning. Even the telephone wires, eh? This is too thorough. I can't think of any reason why they need to cut communication systems off if it were some sort of storm protection. This has been a wild goose chase, then. A complete waste of time. Let us go, Kuara. Wait, I have a bright and massive piece of advice for you. Bright and massive? What? If you get stuck, try the headmaster's office. I've been almost everywhere in this school, but never there. You might be able to find something out about the wall if you check in there. Of course! The headmaster did not speak to us in person in the gym. If he was broadcasting from his office, then he might still be there. Asking him certainly seems like the best way to get some solid information. We should try that. If you need a break later on, feel free to come back here and rest. Anyone Mr. Sakazaki sent is trustworthy. I'll get you some notes. If you find anything, you can come write it down. You never know what could happen in a situation like this, and you don't want to forget anything. Thank you, Mr. One. We can come back later. For now, we should check the lab, or the wall. After those two, we can try the headmaster's office. Go to... Ooh, Let's do a quick poll. Where do you let's see where we want to go. Okay, so where are we going? The lab or the wall? Both of them. Both of them are very intriguing, but we'll just do a quick 1-minute poll. Ooh. Like, I'm remembering stuff and it feels like there's so much more to cover. I've already been doing this for 2 hours, which is why I was like, yeah, I want to do this on a Sunday so I have an extra 2 hours. But hopefully hopefully it's not terribly long, just because I have to do so many voices in this one. But yeah, I'm so excited to finally be going into this. Like, there's literally nothing that can prepare you for what Hurtful Boyfriend is. Like Suri said, like, yeah, like, you can maybe figure out that there is a murder, but like, there's government espionage. It's already been 2 hours. Yeah, it has, because I had to start stuff over, which, you know, my bad, I guess. All right. Looks like we are going to the wall. Let's go then. See what that's all about. We step outside once more. The gray dome remains, blocking out the morning sky. Let's go get a closer look at it. I can't see much from over here. Indeed. Iron, maybe. It's quite firm at any rate. Maybe it's some sort of shelter? My phone's out of range. Maybe this wall is blocking the signal? That seems likely. Is he kicking it? Sakuya, what are you doing? It sounds thick and dense. Trying to break a hole in it will not be practical. Maybe there's an emergency exit or something? We should check. We still don't know whether or not we are completely sealed in after all. Right, let's walk around the perimeter. I genuinely did forget that this ends up being Ryota and Sakuya ace detectives. Doesn't look like there's any doors or anything. Indeed, it appears to be identical all the way around. Do you suppose it is ventilated? I can't say I fancy the prospect of suffocating under this thing without even knowing why it's here. I think an emergency shelter would have some sort of airflow built in, yeah. If not, then, oh, we're in deep trouble. What are you looking at? Up there. Is that some sort of hatchway? He points upwards. Oh! He's right. About 20 meters up, there's a joint or something of a different color. That does look like it might lead outside. Let's go look. I don't see any sort of latch. Can we open it by hand? Yeah, maybe there's a switch or something somewhere? It does not seem like we can do anything here now. Let us remember its location and return later. I don't like to think about it, but if there really is such a terrible disaster out there that this is the only option, maybe it would be better to leave it shut anyway. Indeed. Let us move on. We still don't know what's going on outside. I've got enough on my mind just thinking about Sumire, but I'm worried about my family outside, too. I hope my mother's okay. Oh yeah, Ryota's poor mama. Excuse us! It's always been one of the gloomier parts of the school, but today the lab is downright depressing. Hello, Kuwara. Sir, thank you for being with Sumire now. Of course. Sakazaki came and asked me to come right after you two left the gym. He must have gone past us. How unfortunate. The doctor is lining the pieces of Sumire up on one of the lab benches. Must you glower at me so, Mr. Kuwara? I'm not glowering at you. Do you disapprove of my handling her? He gives me an evil smile. No, that's not it. I just wish we had a doctor who wasn't this malicious. Are you finding anything, Dr. Iwamine? Wow, doing Sakuya and Shu back to back, oh no. Not yet, no. I only just finished assembling her. It will take some time. I will send word to you when I've finished. Perhaps you have something else to do while you wait? Very well, we shall not interfere. Come, Kuwara. Right. I hope nobody's leaving Shu by himself. I really, really hope that, the Kazuaki is staying. Oh, Mr. Kuwara, a moment, please. Yeah? Allow me to give you a hint. A hint? You suspect me of foul play, do you not? In light of that, I shall leave it up to you whether you decide to believe me or not. Anyway, I think you have missed something very important. One might say that you have forgotten something. Perhaps you should bear that in mind, You're just a little bit off, but I'm sure you'll find the answer yourself if you keep looking. Isn't it beautiful, Mr. Kuwara? The sound of your life crumbling apart around you. I take it does not suit your tastes. Very well. He was rather fond of the unusual himself. A pity. He? Well then, you can handle the outside investigation and I the internal. Good luck, Mr. Kuwara. Right. Thanks, Doctor. God, Shu, you suck so much. What a piece of shit. Oh my god. He's definitely enjoying himself. What a psycho. What did he mean when he said I was missing something? Or maybe he was just trying to lead me astray? Better not worry about it for the time being. What were you talking with Kuwara about, Doctor? Nothing important. I was just giving him a little emotional support and encouragement. I see. That's good, then. I'm sure you'll remember not to cause any trouble for my students, Doctor. There's so much going on, like, what does Shu know? What is happening? What's up with Kazuaki? Like, there's so much. I suppose we finished the first stage of the investigation now. Yeah, we've got a better idea of the situation, I guess. The doctor's working in the lab. The gray dome covers the entire school, but for one small hatch. And we can use the maintenance office as a base. Mr. One did say... Indeed, he suggested we visit the headmaster's office. Yeah, it's on the first floor. Let's go. Headmaster, sir! That's a weird way to say this. Are you within? We demand entry. Rude even to the headmaster? I wonder if the doctor is the only person in the entire school who he actually respects. No reply. Let's go in. Wait, Sakuya, that's... It's locked? Bah, where is that old geezer? Maybe he's pretending to be out so we'll go away? Indeed, he was never the type to walk about the campus. Or perhaps he has locked the door from the inside and plans to stay inside until the siege lets up. Should we wait around? We have no time for such frivolities. We shall enter this room if it means reducing the door to a miserable pile of splinters. It's the headmaster's door. I don't think it will be so easy to break down. You speak the truth. Let us ask Nanaki if there isn't a key to open it from the outside. Yeah, we can head back to the... Oh, I wonder if this is what I think it is. Huh? What is it, Kuwara? I thought I heard something. I hear nothing. Perhaps you are imagining things? Like something being dragged across a floor. Listen, there it is again! Behind... Here it is, baby! This is exactly what I thought it was! I remember... Ooh. Here it is. Suddenly, behind us stood a gigantic scarecrow-like creature with a rough burlap sack for a head. A friend of mine. I wouldn't doubt that, Cerise. I love the design of this creature. It's so good. Okay. All right. Slight cliffhanger there, but I'm actually going to take a quick break just to use the bathroom, since I haven't really taken a break since we started. So, hold on for 3 minutes, and we will come back and see what in the hell that just was. Hello, welcome back. Okay, I just did a quick Google, and I think this might be longer than I remember. So hopefully we get all of this done today. I would very much like to get it done today. But I just searched how many classes there are, and there are 8. So we're gonna be here for a minute. 8 classes, 8 chapters. But yeah, let's get back to this friendo right here. What? The Scarecrow Man draws closer, dragging its long, ungainly metallic arm behind it. Sakuya, watch out! I might take some of my rasp out of my Ryota voice so I don't hurt my throat. Its arm slices through the air, smashing the window into tiny shards, which scatter across the hallway floor. We don't know what it is, but apparently it isn't friendly. Sakuya, we have to run! I'm well aware. Did we lose it? I think so. Lucky it moved so slowly. What was it? Surely no one could devise a prank as bizarre as that. It looked like a biped. It was humanoid, but I don't think it was a human. I've never heard of a human made of metal and burlap. A murder, the dome, and now this? I know not who is behind these trickeries, but they must have a death wish to mock me so. For now, we have to get back to the lab. We need to warn Mr. Hanaki. Yeah, if that thing's just kind of out there wandering the halls, we might want to say something to somebody. Oh, welcome back, Kuwara, Shirogane. Would you like some tea? Is this really the time? We cannot afford to relax now, Professor. So I take it something happened? The headmaster. He must have been hiding from the scarecrow. It smashed the window. Calm yourself, Kuwara. You're becoming incoherent. Sorry. We were attacked by a gigantic creature outside the headmaster's office. It was a bizarre thing, like a scarecrow in appearance. A scarecrow? Yeah, like the ones humans used to make. It attacked us and we ran back here. It was slow, but its arm was heavy and dangerous. Are the other students still in the gymnasium? Probably not all of them. If there's something dangerous in here, we should probably tell everybody to stay together in the gym. Yeah. The plot thickens indeed. Not only are we trapped under this confounded dome, but now it seems we must contend with this monstrous new guest. I wonder what the Scarecrow Man's connection to all this is. A Scarecrow Man, you say? Doctor! Fascinating. I've never cut into one of those. I'd love to get my hands on it. Have you finished with the autopsy, Doctor? Yes, for now. I was awake here the whole time, don't worry. Thank you, Mr. Naki. You two may well have a right to know what I've found, given your efforts toward the investigation. I shall try to state simply and briefly what I have learned from the lumps of meat which were once Miss Hanaki. Wow, you really had to say that in the most asshole-ish way possible, thank you. Control yourself, Kuwara. Falling out among ourselves would only do us harm. I know. Anyway, we lack the tools for a proper examination, but the cause of death was asphyxiation. There are no signs of any strangulation or smothering, so she was either poisoned or sick. She was dismembered after death. Wow. Where did my Sakia voice go? She was dismembered after death, then, Doctor? It would appear so. There is little evidence of bleeding, so we may assume that she was cut up sometime after death. Sumire was one of the healthiest people I know. She couldn't have become that sick that quickly, meaning someone poisoned her. Why? For the sake of the grotesque, or to make her easier to carry, or for some other reason. Disgusting either way. I suppose I could also tell you the estimated time of death. Obviously, I cannot be completely certain, but I believe Miss Hanaki died yesterday after school. In the evening, then. Precisely. And she was found this morning. In other words, wow, I just went southern. In other words, unless she was seen yesterday afternoon, she may have been here all along. Kuwara, her house was near yours, was it not? Did you see her yesterday? After school? No, I didn't. My mother asked me to run some errands, so I went straight home yesterday. That's right. I went home alone. It's too late to regret it now, but maybe if I just asked her to walk home with me. I see. Perhaps we should ask any other students with whom she was close. You're going out again? Be careful. It sounds like wandering around the school could be dangerous. Don't worry, we can outrun the Scarecrow if it shows up again. Incidentally, I went home early yesterday too. I left as soon as class ended. No, you fucking did not. No, you fucking did not. So I only know what Ryota has told me. I wish I had some more useful information, but... Cause we were, like, slumming around after school, and he was there. So, no, you did not go straight home, sir. I was in the infirmary right until I returned home, as usual. I know nothing of what happened in the rest of the school, sadly. So neither Mr. Nanaki nor Dr. Iwamine saw Sumire yesterday afternoon. Oh, right. Could we ask a favor of you, Mr. Nanaki? A favor? The headmaster's office is locked. We think he might be hiding in there. If there's a spare key to his door, could we use it? A spare key? Yes, there should be one in the faculty room. I'll ask the vice principal for you. Thank you, sir. We'll be back soon. Be careful out there. You too, sir. Oh? There we go. Kuwara is a strange boy. I wonder why he lied about going straight home. What? Huh? Oh yeah, because... Well, but like he went to the infirmary earlier during homeroom. I've apparently forgotten some things. Okay. We won't be able to talk to the headmaster until we have that key. Let us work on the murder case until then. Right, we should ask everybody where they were yesterday. The doctor said he was in the infirmary until he went home. I wonder if we can trust him. Do not bias yourself with baseless suspicions, Kuwara. Yeah, I know. I think maybe you trust him a little too easily, Sakuya. He's a world authority, but that doesn't make him honest. You know nothing of what that means. The head of the LaBelle family, my father, was once crippled with chronic illness. He was cured by medicines developed by Dr. Iwamine. He makes medicine? Save the sleep talk for your dreams. Have you no idea what contributions he has made to the medical world? I didn't know. I thought he was some kind of mad scientist, cooking up nothing but death and all-around woe. You have become biased by the foolish rumors of the peasantry. Reconsider yourself. In any case, the LaBelle family is indebted to him. A noble bird will never treat a benefactor with disrespect. So that's why he's so polite to the doctor. Doesn't that make him biased as well, though? Anyway, let's go. Very well. Go to... okay, let's do, I guess, another poll. We can go to the gym, or we can go back to One. Do... gym... maintenance... I might have spelled maintenance wrong, but it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, there's some intricacies to this that I have forgotten. I remember, like, the broad strokes, but I don't remember Ryota lying. I don't remember... Huh. Let's see. I hope Nageki's doing okay in the library. Well, he probably doesn't know what's going on because technically, since we didn't, like, go after his route, he doesn't have awareness right now. So he's just, you know, doing his ghost thing. Being a ghost. Alright. Looks like we're going to the gym. Let's go talk to everybody. The students in the gymnasium have grown somewhat restless since the evacuation. Shut up with no explanation, and now there's a suspicious individual wandering the campus? I guess even doves lose their cool eventually. Their... cool? San! San, where are you? Ooh, Oko-san is right here, alive and well so far. Cuckoo! Where did you and Sakuya go? Leaving Oko-san behind and going outside is not fair. You'd just confuse the issue if we brought you along. We came back because we had a question for you. Ooh, come at me, whippersnapper! That's not what I... You usually practice on the ground after school, right? Cuckoo! Of course, it is Oko-san's duty as track captain. Did you see Sumire while you were out there yesterday? Cuckoo! No! Oko-san did not see her then, or as he was going home. Can we really be sure that he would have noticed her, even if she had been there while he was running? Good point. Cuckoo! Do not look down on Oko-san's visual memory. Cuckoo! If you had asked Oko-san about the blood-stained interloper he saw, then he would have something to say. What? What? Wait, son, did you just... Cuckoo! Do not look down on Oko-san's visual memory! After that imbecile... Cuckoo! Oh, let me say that line again. After that imbecile... Cuckoo! If you had asked Oko-san about the blood-stained interloper he saw, then he would have had something to say. Cuckoo! Oko-san saw the interloper go into the infirmary. The infirmary? Could that have been Sumire? She wouldn't have been stained with blood after she died. She was a bit hyper, but I don't think she'd be walking around at that point. Ooh, it was not Sumire. It was a bird unknown to Oko-san. So someone covered in blood was going into the infirmary after school? Whoever he is our prime suspect now. Thanks for telling us, son. Oko-san, the most important person. The key witness. At least we found something, even if it raises more questions than it answers. Yeah, some bird whose son doesn't know. Could it have been someone from outside the school? It's past noon already. Let us hurry onwards. Mr. One? Ah, you two again. Come in. How goes the investigation? Well, I hope? We went to the headmaster's office as you requested. It was, locked, however. Yeah, we got attacked by this weird thing outside there. I'm glad you're okay. The office isn't that far from... Was that thing a muddy scarecrow-like man, perhaps? Yuya! So, you've seen it too? Just now, yeah, on the second floor. I caught a glimpse of it from behind at the other end of the corridor, and didn't stick around to let it see me, so alas, I was not blessed with a look at its pretty face. Coward. Hey, we ran away as soon as we saw it too! Anyway, it sounds like it's wandering around the building. Maybe it would be better for you to leave, Mr. One. Don't worry for me, young one. My duties prevent me from leaving this room. You two aren't planning to call off your investigation because of a bad guy or two, either. Well, yeah, that's true. Already stuck in the rut of the unadaptable middle age. Don't come crying to us if you get hurt. I've come within touch and distance of death in the past. I will be fine. I wonder what kind of death comes that close to a maintenance worker. Then again, knowing this school, there could be all kinds of evil going on behind the scenes. Well then, what are you standing around for? I believe orders were given for everyone to gather in the gymnasium to avoid the scarecrow. Head to BRB when you took a break, anyone else die? No, yeah, nothing really has happened. We've just gone around. We went to and talked to Oko-san, and Oko-san, saw somebody covered in blood walking around the campus, but it wasn't a bird that he knew. And that was yesterday that he saw that. Same goes for you. Why aren't you headed over there? I can't just sit around. Indeed, same here. Hence, walking around the school. On that note, I'd better go to the lab. Professor Hanaki wanted me there. What for? Something you asked him to do? Oh. Oh, he wants you to help him keep an eye on Dr. Iwamine. Most likely, yes. The doctor and Sumire, that is. Anyway, you two go on with your investigation. I'll be watching over her, so don't worry. Right. Wait. Yeah? According to the autopsy, Hanaki died after school yesterday. Did you see her during that time? Yesterday evening, huh? What did the doctor say? Just that he'd been in the infirmary all day. I was there too. We were inspecting and cleaning all day, so I can verify the doctor's alibi. I told you not to doubt him without evidence, Koara. Right. At this point, the prime suspect is that scarecrow anyway. That's everything? Well, adieu. We should head out too. But first, let's write down what we found. Alright, let's go. And so we walked about the school searching for clues of Sumire and the mysterious blood-stained stranger. We were lucky enough to avoid encountering the scarecrow, but we didn't find any information either. Where to now? Hanaki has probably gotten the key for us by now. Let us return to the lab. Okay. Huh? What is it? Did you say something just now? I did not. Could it be that confounded scarecrow again? No, it's not him. I thought I heard somebody say something. Don't scare me like that. Though we've been walking around half the day, it's hardly surprising that your mind could be playing tricks on you. This is... the library. What if there's somebody in here? They might not have heard the alarm. Let's check. Very well. Far removed from the emergency throughout the rest of the school, the library is the same as always. Empty. I learned something. Apparently shivels can bulge their spines from their mouths! That's terrifying, but also kind of cool. What? Oh no. I will look that up later. I don't know if I'm gonna like it when I look it up, but I will look it up later. Oh, it is a little gloomier than usual. I'll post it in the Discord. Okay, sounds good. I guess there's no one here. Pull yourself together, Koara. I have no use for subordinates who lose hold of their sanity. Since when am I your subordinate? Sorry, Sakuya. Let's head back to the lab. Something bad happened. I should have known what would happen after this. If it hadn't been for me, none of it would have happened at all. What was I trying to do here? What did I see? Why can't I remember? I can't hear what you're saying. You're fading away. It's too far. Miss Hanaki? Mr. Nanaki! Welcome back. Have you found anything interesting? Yet another suspicious individual. But we should speak with the headmaster first. Have you gotten the key? Yes, I have, right here. Thank you, sir. Well, let's go have a look, shall we? The doctor and I will be here. Be careful. Adieu. Clear left. Oh, they're clear right? They're clearing the hallways. Good. Doesn't look like the scarecrow is here. That's good. If I had to fly away from something like that, I might panic and hit the ceiling. Alright, Quail's reflex when startled is to fly straight up. We should hear it dragging its arm when it moves, so we'll have plenty of time to get away. Let's go in. Right, let's see. The headmaster who gathered us all in the gym without any real explanation. How many of our questions will he be able to answer? Excuse us. I'm sorry. Yeah, I know everything's very, very dramatic, but look at that. Look at that pupper. Look at that big old pupper. What is that? Is that just a big stuffed pug? What? I love it, but also, why is it here in a trophy case? Maybe he's not here? That or hiding. There's somebody at the desk. He's sitting with his back to us, but his feathers are the unmistakable green of a Nicobar. Speak to us, headmaster. Have you gone deaf? Sakuya, be polite. Japan is the country of courtesy, after all. His eyes, right? They're just like, one's going this way, one's going this way. I love this dog. Is it his fault or mine that we had to come here? Headmaster, will you... This... Sakuya? The thing here is no longer the headmaster. His half-closed eyes are dull and cloudy. The skin showing beneath his feathers is pallid. What madness! Him too? Headmaster has also been murdered. Do 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 do. So much is happening. I don't know what that text box flash was, but I didn't see any text in it, so I think we're okay. Poisoning. Only a few hours ago. I believe he was already dead when the announcement was broadcasted this morning, though. Another mystery! I checked his broadcasting equipment, and it looks like they put the video together from last year's disaster drill footage. Meaning somebody killed the headmaster and gathered everyone else in the gym. Why would anyone... There's no explanation but mere obscene delight in the grotesque. I think we all may be vastly underestimating the magnitude of whatever's going on. It might be better if we kept this to ourselves for now. I concur. Until we have a proper grasp of the situation, telling the others would only cause unnecessary panic. First Sumire, now the headmaster, both poisoned? Were they killed by the same person? I mean, if they weren't, what a heck of a coincidence. More rationally, they must have had a reason for killing him and fabricating the broadcast. This must be connected to the quarantine. Since we're finally here, let us search for some clues, Kawara. Right. Easier said than done. Every shelf in his office is piled high with documents and papers. Where do we even start? Incompetent feral. Examine each piece one at a time, looking for anything about emergency procedures, plans of the school. Got it. PTA records. That's not it. Demographics for dummies? No. Transfer students. Oh, wait, next to that is... the human representative? That must mean Sumire. And the date is from 2 years ago, right before she enrolled. It's not really related to today's incidents, but it might have something useful. There doesn't appear to be anything about converting the school into a shelter. Anything this large scale would have to leave some sort of paper trail if it were official. Hang on, Sakuya. What are you reading, Kawara? This. The human representative. It's locked, even though none of the others are. A minority representative is no more important than a transfer student or the like. There's no need to have it sealed up like a criminal record. I wonder what's written in here. We can't exactly ask the headmaster to open it for us. I don't suppose the key is in here somewhere. Maybe we should ask Mr. One for help? Do you intend to break it open? Yeah, I think it'll be faster than looking around for the key. And... that, I was wondering about it as well. That thing on his desk, some sort of control panel? Whatever it is, it's suspicious. I believe it is a control panel for some machine, yes. And spread out next to it is... the dome. Maybe this is its controls? Maybe this controls the dome? Or the hatch we saw earlier? One did postulate that it would be in here. Locked, of course. I doubt we will find it easy to break that one. Yeah. All the same, we have some actual hope of getting out of here now. Even that is just comforting. Let's go talk to Mr. One. I think we've exhausted the possibilities of this room for the time being. Let us go. Mr. Kawara. Yes, sir? I see you have yet to lose your open distrust of me. Well, 2 people have been poisoned, and we have evidence that the perpetrator went to the infirmary. It's sort of hard not to doubt you a little, sir. Not too hard for Sakuya, though. How honest of you. Did you find it yet? The thing you forgot about? The thing I forgot about? He must be talking about what he said earlier. No. I'm not convinced you're not just trying to mess with me. Are you sure you're not trying to keep me from finding something you thought nobody knew about? How cruel, Mr. Kawara. Your boundless suspicion wounds me. He doesn't look wounded at all. More like amused. I have no reason to regret your solving this mystery, Mr. Kawara. Let me give you another hint. There are no riddles here. If you want to find the truth, you only need keep going. You need not use your brain at all. What are you talking about? No riddles? Wait, not that. You mean to say that you know the truth already? Well, who knows? If you do, tell me. I told you. You only need keep going. Everything here is a plot that was laid out just for you, after all. Just for me? How long must you babble, Kawara? Come on. Sorry. I take it this is a challenge, Doctor? You may take it that way if you so wish. I swear I will find the truth, and if I find that you killed Sumire... Oh, I do look forward to seeing what sort of answer you find. Why do you suck so much shoe? Mr. One? Ah, you two again. What is it? We explained to Mr. One what we found in the headmaster's office. Ah, the plot thickens, I see. We think this file may be connected to the mystery. Can you unlock it? Or break it? Let me see. This will be rather troublesome. It's just a lock, right? Forcing it will result in spontaneous combustion. What? Why would they put something like that on a bunch of ordinary documents? Perhaps because these documents are not ordinary? All the same, I have dealt with similar things in the past. It will take time, but I believe I can open it. So defusing bombs falls under maintenance operations? Do not forget, I'm not just a maintenance worker. I'm a bright and massive maintenance worker. What does that have to do with anything? So, maintenance work in Japan requires a number of skills. I am impressed. I think Mr. One is the only one... Oh, right, can we ask you one more thing? You may. We found a control panel that looks like it's for the dome as well, but it's locked. It seems to require a password. A password? Ask Mr. Sakazaki for help. Yuya? He is master of unauthorized access. So that wretched mongrel has lowered himself to crime? I never knew he could... Sakuya, just let it go. We need his help here. I shall take care of this folder then. I can't say for sure, but it should be done by the time you and Mr. Sakazaki get back. Alright, thanks. We should probably write all this down since we're here. The writing it down is auto-saving, I believe. Where is Yuya right now? Either in the lab or possibly gallivanting around like a nincompoop. This would be a lot easier if we could use our phones. But we can't. Off to the lab. Here we are. I wonder if he's still there? As we turn the corner. Is it our best friend? Is it our new buddy? Yup, it is. The Scarecrow Man blocks our path. Of all the... Sakuya, run! Don't order me around, feral! This is not the time, Sakuya. Can it? Whew. Oh, we lost it. Right? Oh. Shoot. Sakuya and I must have run in different directions. Oh, I hope he's okay. Of all the times to run into that thing... If it's lying in wait for us like that, we can't rely on the noise of its arm to find it. And the dome makes the building dark, so it's hard to see. I'd better be careful. Where is it now? I want to head straight to the lab, but... Huh? Did I just hear something? Oh, he can see Nageki! What are you doing in here all alone? Did you see the wall outside? There's been an emergency and everybody's supposed to gather in the gym. You should... You're... Kawara Ryota? He knows my name? Have I met him somewhere before? Yeah, have we met before? The unfamiliar mourning dove shakes his head. This is the first time we've spoken. Then why do you know my name? She told me. Miss Hanaki. Sumire? Oh, right. Didn't she say she made friends with a freshman who's in the library all the time? Can I ask your name? Fujishiro Nageki. You were friends with Sumire then. Did you maybe see her after school yesterday? Was she acting strange at all, or... Oh, shoot. He didn't hear the emergency broadcast, so he probably doesn't know what happened to her either. She's, Don't worry about it. You don't have to explain again. Huh? I already know. Oh? She washed up here and spoke to me, which can only mean one thing. She's dead. He doesn't exactly make things easy to understand. Almost as if he's talking to himself and doesn't care whether or not his inocular knows... his interlocutor knows what he means. She washed up here? Do you mean yesterday? If you know anything about what happened to her last night, please tell me. I do not. Miss Hanaki did not come to the library after school yesterday. So she didn't come here either. Thanks. I need to hurry back to the chemistry lab, and you should probably get out of here too. There's a suspicious individual in the building. It was not yesterday that Miss Hanaki came here. It was... just now. What? Ghost, 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 ghost. He's gone. The mourning dove who just spoke to me has disappeared. Did he go to the gym? I hope so. I don't really want to consider the possibility, but maybe Sakuya is right. Maybe I am going crazy. I have to last long enough to find the killer. Nah, go surreal, man. Don't worry about it. Go surreal. You're late, Kawara. Blasted feral doves. Sakuya, you're safe. He was pretty worried about you, Ryota. Thanks, Senti. But like, for real, though. He couldn't sit still the entire time you were gone. Wrong, boo. It's okay. Silence, mongrel. Thanks. Sorry for worrying you, Sakuya. Anyway, Sakuya filled me in on your adventures. You want me to hack into the headmaster's computer? Can you do it? Naturally. Just leave it to me. Still counts. It absolutely does. Come on, let's go. Oh, welcome back, Kawara. Sir, about this control panel. What about it? Can't you tell? It must be the... Oh, can't you tell? It must be the controls for that dome. Right. I suppose it could be. It's locked, though. We were going to have Yuya get into it for us, but... That's illegal, you know. That doesn't matter. Don't you comprehend our situation? I never said you shouldn't do it. We don't have much choice, do we? Go on. He's just like, I just want to make sure that you know this is illegal, but continue. Thank you, sir. Well, having Mr. Nanaki's approval certainly helps my conscience. Let's see. He wakes up the computer, and before long I have no idea what he's doing to it. Wow, I wonder where he learned to do that. I imagine he spends his spare time stealing illegal X-rated videos off of the intertubes. X-rated videos can teach someone how to do this sort of thing? Maybe I should watch more of them. No! Ryota, no! Baby, no! There we go. Now then. Bing. Ah, there. We're logged in as the administrator now. Woohoo! This only has an open and a close button? I guess that's pretty straightforward. Well, I leave the rest of this to you two. If we press this button, either the dome itself or the hatch will probably open. But with the headmaster dead, we have no way of knowing what's happening outside. If there's really some terrible disaster, then opening the dome would put every birdie in danger. I wonder if Mom is at home. I hope she's okay. There is a disastrous individual wandering the premises, and the bird in charge is dead. I think it would be wise to open the dome now. That's true. We did get Yuya to help and everything. We should. I'm just, this is actually very conflicting. I don't want to make choices. I don't want to make choices and be wrong. Pole, what are we doing? Wow. Open it. Leave it closed. Because honestly, I don't remember what's going on outside. So I have no I have no idea what the correct response is. But man, yeah, there's a lot more to this than I remember. It's really cool though. I'm happy to be going through it again, but I know we're gonna get to the part where I'm like, the crying is not happening yet, but it will be happening soon. I can feel it. Well, actually, probably when we get to like class 7, class 8, that is gonna be where the tears begin. Yeah, I expect, just kind of from when I was looking online during my break, I expect there's probably, honestly, probably about 2 or 3 more hours left in this thing, but we're finishing it. We are finishing it today. I am not gonna come back to this. We are doing it. We are doing the thing. Okay, we are opening it. Let's open it. We need to get everyone out of here. Agreed, and we can confirm once and for all that all the talk of disaster was nonsense. Escape hatch opened. Listen, if you give me a red button... Oh, same. If you give me a red button, I'm gonna press it. I guess it's not for the whole dome. But hey, we got that hatch. No matter, all we need to do is get a look outside. Just having the hatch open is better anyway, in case there really is a storm or something out there. The escape hatch will close automatically in 15 minutes. To reopen it, please reboot and try again. It closes on its own? That seems like risky design. 15 minutes isn't enough to get everyone out. Let's go out and take a look before it closes. We're going outside again, Mr. Nanaki. If it's safe, we'll organize an evacuation at the gym. That's a good idea. Maybe I'll come too. Sakazaki, Doctor, what will you two do? Oh, I didn't realize they were all in this room. Well, I don't have any more business here. I shall return to the lab. Leaving Sumire alone with another man would hardly be gentlemanly, so I will go with the doctor. Well then, let's go, Kawara, Shirogane. Very well. Yep. Where was that hatch? Have you eyes or pickled onions? Right there. The hatch, high above the ground, is open. It looks like the control panel worked. I think everybody should be able to fly up to that. It's a little narrow, so we'll have to go 2 or 3 at a time. But outside, yeah, it's perfectly clear. We can only see the sky, but there is no storm or gale. Nothing but the same calm autumn sky from this morning. No earthquake and no typhoon, and the announcement video was a fake? I think it's safest to assume that the whole thing was a lie. I am curious about the state of things out there, but the door closes on its own, so we best think carefully before going out. We can't see the city at all. We don't really know what's going out there, what's going on out there, if anything. But if there really is no disaster, and this is all some plot surrounding Hanaki's death, then we need more clues. I'll go. Are you sure? We have no guarantee that it's safe out there. It isn't safe here either. Look, the hatch is open. It is. We can go home. No, you're supposed to be in the gym. You shouldn't go out yet. Like heck we're sticking around with nothing but that bogus explanation from earlier. I can't wait any longer. I'm going out. Oh, we're gonna watch two birds die, huh? Oh, wait, come back at once. We don't know if it's safe out there yet. Gah. Uh-oh. A gunshot. We have to go help him. Calm down, Kawara. You'll only get yourself shot as well. But... As if to laugh at my shock, the hatch gives an unpleasant rumble and swings shut. He was shot. As soon as he went out, someone on the other side shot him. It's not a natural disaster. If we go out, we'll get killed. But why? The plot thickens. Oof. We're right about the halfway mark. Oof. I think the end scenes are longer, though, so we will see. Oh, hello? There we go. Sumire's corpse, delivered without warning throughout the school. The students, gathered without explanation in the gym. The headmaster, appearing on screen to announce an emergency situation, and then turning up dead. The gray dome enclosing the school. The scarecrow, appearing for no apparent reason in the sealed-off building. And now, the students, shot dead if they try to escape. This is an awful situation. Yeah, remember when I was like, oh yeah, our body getting dismembered is like one of the least distressing things. Like, there's so much happening. What is going on outside? How humiliating. It would seem that things are worse than we ever expected. If only I'd stopped him. There was nothing we could do that we didn't, Kawara. The last thing you need to do now is start mourning what we've lost. You don't intend to give up now, do you? No, I'm fine. We have to keep going. I think we should keep quiet about this to everyone in the gym. We can explain to them after we figured out what to do. But there was another student! What if they go tell? Yeah, that's probably the best way to do it. Our one chance at escape turns out to be a one-way ticket across the sticks. There's nothing we can do but search for clues inside the school. Where shall we go next? Let's go back to the maintenance office. Mr. One might have that file open. Very well. No worries. No worries, Senti. We return to the maintenance office and explain what's outside to Mr. One. I'm gonna keep almost saying one. I see. It seems that our worst predictions have come to bear their evil fruit. Are our worst predictions? Do you know something? We can predict things without knowing that they will happen. Confusing predictions with reality can be fatal, young one. I've been wondering for a while. Mr. One, are you really just a maintenance worker? An innocent student was shot. I suppose it's time I introduce myself properly. I forgot! Leon! Leon JB! I am Leon JB, one of the greatest soaring wings of the Dove Party, S-Class agent. Pleased to meet ya. The Dove Party? He looks like a cockatiel to me. I was really hoping when they paused for a second, I was like, oh, please give us another blaster-like image, and then they did it. I've heard of this Dove Party, the secret organization that advocates living in harmony with humans, correct? You are well informed, young one. It is a noble's duty to be well informed. I feel like I must have missed something. There are two schools of thought driving the politics of today. The Dove Party, who believe we should live peacefully with humans, and the Hawk Party, who believe we should exterminate them. Exterminate? But I thought the war with humans was over. Do you believe that everyone just decided to live happily together? Sadly, that is just not how the world works. There are still many disagreements between birds and humans, and so the hawks and the doves have to come to the fore. We discovered Hawk activity at this school, and so I was dispatched to investigate, and what we feared would happen has happened. Leone, yes! Leone JB! If it's a reference to something, please let me know, Cerise. Wait a minute, are you saying the Hawk Party has something to do with St. Pigia Nations? It seems hard to believe. The school is known for its tolerant policies towards humans. It even welcomed Hanaki as a representative. I cannot confirm or deny it, but there are a growing number of Hawk operatives attached to the school. The headmaster's secret file will probably answer some of your questions. Oh, you got it open! Thank you! That should speed things up a little. Let's look inside. The human representative. To help humans and birds advance hand in feather towards a bright and happy future, we have decided to enroll one human in the school starting in the year 2187. They will be the human representative. The pandemic has long since ended, but we must nonetheless be cautious of the risk of infection with Sumire influenza when making our selection. We will pick a strong, healthy 15-year-old human who displays hereditary resistance to Sumire influenza. The human representative? Oh, this is talking about Hanaki no matter how we look at it. 2187. That's when we enrolled here. Come on, let's read the rest. The chosen individual will be a symbol of human concession, to wit, a hostage for birds. If the representative is to die in the school, then the entire campus will be sealed off, and all the birds inside will be given to the humans as prisoners. The seal will be lifted 12 hours after the death is confirmed, and the birds will be delivered to the humans. The school will be declared an extraterritorial zone, and avian protests of any human reprisal will not be tolerated. If Sumire is to die... So her death was connected to the dome after all. And... The important part is the final gruesome exchange. Basically, if anything happens to Sumire, the representative of humanity, then the entire school takes the blame. So it would seem they trap us in here to give the humans time to arm themselves. The dome will open in a few hours, but what awaits us outside is a horde of bloodthirsty monkeys. How humorous. It's not humorous at all. So, this was the true face of her enrollment here. I rather think that this whole thing was arranged to widen the divide between humans and birds from the start. Corvid, hello! Thank you so much for the raid! 1 second, let me give you a shout out real quick. I finally put that in here. Yes, thank you, thank you. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the true ending of Hatoful Boyfriend. It is a murder mystery. To catch you guys up, if you do not want to be spoiled for Hatoful Boyfriend, you can leave, I understand. But the player character was murdered. Their body parts were put into boxes and distributed across the school, and we are just learning now that because the player character died in the school, that means that humans can come and kill every single student. So, things are going great. How was your Minecraft stream, though, Corvid? Indeed, things here go deeper than we ever realized. As you know, this school's public stance is very liberal on the human cohabitation issue. In fact, the school's principal's financer, the Ichijo Group, has been heavily involved in human charities for the past 20 years. Good, good, I'm glad to hear it. I have investigated the history of St. Pidgeonations extensively, and I can confirm that it was founded with the ideal of coexistence with humans. But the Hawk Party has been sending agents here for a long time, eating away at the system, like a dreadful virus. We have information about this document for some time. It is real. Enjoy your food, no worries, thanks again for the raid! It's kind of hard to take this all in at once. Just to make sure, for 12 hours, the dome will remain closed. During that time, humans will gather to take revenge, and then when the dome opens, they will kill every bird in sight. And with that, another era of war between the birds and humans will begin. That student who got shot when he flew out of the hatch. There were already humans waiting out there with guns. She was discovered this morning in the... Oh, that's good. This game is... It is very intense, Rabbit. Hello! By the way, how are you? Let's see. She was discovered this morning, and the dome was raised soon after, so the time is not when she died, but from when her death is confirmed. The evacuation was about 2 hours ago? Yeah, it was right after the start of second period. Good, good, I'm glad to hear it. I'm trying not to wear out my voice, because we still have, we're only halfway through, Hurtful Boyfriend, so there's a couple more hours. Woo! Yeah, it was right after the start of second period, around 10 o'clock. And so we have until 10 p.m. before we are all killed. You seem awfully calm, Sakuya, even after watching somebody get shot. Remain calm, Kuwara. Do nothing but worry about what's gone wrong, and you'll be next. I do not know who did this, but they will rue the day they decided to tangle with a labelle. What time is it, Mr. Leone? Just past 2. We have only 8 hours then. 8 hours. We have to find an escape route in 8 hours or we'll be killed. Wow. But if we go outside, we'll be killed anyway. Just getting outside isn't enough. There has to be another way. My dictionary does not contain the word impossible. We shall continue the investigation. You're very decisive, Sakuya. I'm glad you're here. Do not attempt to flatter me, Kuwara. I'm not. I mean it. He has actually been very, very helpful for all of his dumb bullshit. We found the connection between Sumire's death and the dome. There is clearly some sort of intrigue behind it all. I don't want to die without knowing the truth. Is that the end of... Nope, okay. We better go now. We have to solve this before we run out of time. You are a promising lad. If I were to give you a piece of advice, well, don't miss the forest for the trees. Don't miss the forest for the trees. Sakuya, there's one more file. Operation Hatoful? What is that? I don't know. That's what it says on here. The bottom half is torn off. We can't read it at any rate. I don't feel like it has anything... I don't feel like it has anything hopeful anyway. That's an awfully friendly name for a confidential document, though. Stop being racist, Sakuya! Stupid Japanese. Look, it's spelled Hurtful. Whoa, it is. I thought Hatoful just meant heartful. I suspect that we will find many of the things to come quite hurtful. Right. It was probably something important, given that it was in the locked file. Indeed. I hadn't heard of this hurtful thing before, but you might want to look into the school's history. The school's history? At any rate, the headmaster must have known what would happen after Hanaki died. The escape hatch was no doubt put in place to allow him alone to escape. Which means that maybe he had a guarantee of safety for himself. I don't want to suspect an elder, but it does look that way. Everything going on here is connected. We may well find something of use in the records. Right, let's go look at the school documents then. I'm not the only Dove agent in this school. I'm sure the other will help you as well. Good luck, gentlemen. Time to go look for more clues. Maybe we should write in the notes first. Mr. Leone said to investigate the school's history, but how? Where do we look? The headmaster's office or the library, perhaps. We already looked through the headmaster's office. Did you see anything like school records or anything? I would have thought they would be here, but I don't recall seeing any. The library it is, then. And the mystery we have left to solve is... The blood-stained stranger Oko-san saw going into the infirmary yesterday. Exactly. What with the headmaster dying, an army of gun-toting bipeds showing up to turn us all into jerk chicken, and all, I almost forgot about it. I honestly also forgot about it. Oh, and the Scarecrow, we still don't know where he came from. He appeared along with the dome, and no doubt is connected to it. If we continue to investigate it, I'm sure his origins will become clear. And Hanaki's gruesome end is the best clue we have. For now, we should forget the puppet and chase after the blood-stained bird. Right. That's that decided then. We'll go to the library to read up on the school's history, and then we'll look for that bird. It probably doesn't matter, but which should we do first? How do you do the subtitles? Yeah, Nux, my subtitles right now are directly through OBS. I can't remember if I downloaded a thing, but they have an experimental captions thing, and it's reading it right through my mic. Yes, it's very good and very important. I'm just gonna say, I just want to go to the library. I want to go see Nageki. I want to go see my boy. The library? I wonder if Nageki's at the gym yet. He is not. I can affirm to you that he is not. Nageki? Who? I met him in the library earlier. He stayed behind. An unusually dense individual, to be sure. The library is a little ways away from here. We spent some time jogging through the hallways. I would really like to see the birds jog, please. Please show me jogging birds. I've been trying to ignore it, but the dim light makes the library even creepier than the rest of the school. Getting hung up over little things in a time like this is a sign of weak nerves. Really? Well then, where are the school documents? Probably not where just any birdie can look at them. And they are probably somewhere in the back then. How dull. I was rating a burp stream, so I should have said... yeah, Corvid rating the bird stream, absolutely. They are probably some... Oh, how dull. Come, let us search. Right. Books, and none of them what we were looking for. I was hoping it would be in this corner, but apparently not. And here, a line of incredibly dusty Huh? That's odd. There are 9 of them? Volume 6 is missing. That's weird. Did somebody misfile them? Anyway, St. Pidgeonation's history. It's not back here with the large volumes, so maybe it's a smaller book? It's not here. You never left? Is that a problem? Well, not really, but I told you earlier there's an emergency going on. I can't tell if he doesn't realize what's going on or just doesn't care. The records. Huh? Keep looking there and you'll never find them. So you know where they are? Yeah. Well, since he's here even now, I imagine he basically lives here. So it's hardly surprising that he knows where to find things. I don't have much time. Could you tell me where to find them? By request. Request? You don't know what that is? He gazes at me with eyes like black holes of cosmic disdain. You can only get at them by request. They're not kept out here. Then where are they kept? Behind the reception desk, in the back. It's not locked, so go ahead. There are a number of bookshelves behind the desk, it's true. Thank you, Nageki. Really. Don't worry about it. You've been mumbling to yourself ever since we split up. Please try to remain in charge of your faculties, Kawara. Oh, sorry, I was talking to him. Talking? To the bookshelves? Surely there are better uses for your energy. No, Nageki was telling me where to find the... There's no one else here. Cease this bizarre monodrama. What is he talking about? Nageki is standing right next to me. It's not like he's behind a shelf or something. I was worried he was a figment of my imagination for a minute, but he just told me where to find the records. But Sakuya... Let's find out. Can I ask you something, Nageki? Yes? Are you... a hallucination? If I was, that would mean you're asking a hallucination whether or not he's a hallucination. Yeah, that's right. It does seem a little weird. Does it matter? Maybe I am, or maybe I'm not. That doesn't answer anything. This doesn't usually happen. I've never been able to talk to a bird I've just met before. I think I will remember everything soon. What about you? Have you found the thing you forgot yet? I should say I do not remember what in the world is the thing that he forgot. Huh? Nageki, do you know something about that? Huh? Oh, he disappeared. The thing I forgot. That's exactly what the doctor said, too. Why did Nageki know about that? It wasn't just a coincidence, was it? Am I forgetting something important about all this? I don't think I can dismiss him as just a hallucination. Request-only books. This shelf. Looks like it. I see a lot of the same books as were in the headmaster's office. Chronology of St. Pigeon Nations. This. Let's see. 2180. Founding of the school. Same year, Ichijo Kitsugu inaugurated as headmaster. 2180? Much more recent than I had thought. Only 8 years? I hadn't known either. Aside from that, it's all transfer student records and sports scores. Is there really a clue in here? Wait, Sakuya, look at this! 2183. Medical center shut down due to fire. Medical center? Does this school have something like that? I don't think so. There was no mention of it in the student guide. I suppose it was never reopened. Does it say anything else? Right here. Damage from the fire. The book presents us with a new mystery, as if to taunt our inability to hold all those we already have. A new sort of mystery. 2183, medical center shut down due to fire. Freshman, Fujishiro Nageki, died in the basement where the fire started. So, welcome to this twist, Nageki didn't kill himself. Didn't I just hear that name? The exact same, but that's... Nageki died 5 years ago? Then what is the Nageki I keep meeting today? He didn't deny that he was a hallucination. Sakuya couldn't see him, which means he's a ghost. Don't say such dreadful things, it's unscientific. Tutti, wow. Tutti de... Bolivarne. My French is very bad, I apologize. We're betting our lives on this search, you know. I won't have any occult rubbish brought into it. But I think he knew something. If he's the same bird, then he could be the key to solving this mystery. Again, I throw back to me being like, Nageki is the most important character in this game. So, you intend to rely on some invisible ghosts? There are limits, Kawara. I spent some time looking for him in the library, but couldn't find him. He always found me, rather than the other way around. I'll just have to wait for him to show up again. Yeah, he kind of comes and goes as he pleases. The blood-stained bird. Do you have an idea? I feel like I should. It's not something I'd encounter normally, but for some reason... Don't I know some birdie like that? Oh my god, is it Angel? Vague as always. We do have a time limit here. We must not fall behind. I know. If I remember what it is, I'll say right away. Maybe Yuya was still in there? Let's go ask him again. He did say he was there until he returned home. If anyone went in, he should have seen them. However, he said that he saw nothing out of the ordinary. What if he said is true? Oh, I think there's a word missing here. If what Oko-san said is true, then he was lying. Which would mean that the doctor was lying too. Very well. Yuya! Salutations! How goes the investigation? Well, just who do you think I am? Yeah, unlike me, you're a very capable bird. Yuya, we wanted to ask you something. Oh? I'll answer anything that doesn't violate my privacy, so ask away. Did you really not see anything yesterday after school? I'm not sure what you mean. I thought the doctor and I already verified each other's innocence? We were in the infirmary the entire time. We talked to San earlier. He said that he saw a blood-stained stranger go into the infirmary yesterday. Did you see anything like that? No, sorry. Could you be the blood-stained bird yourself? Yikes, no, as you can see, I am not hurt anywhere at all. Besides, he said he saw this bird going to the infirmary. Going to the infirmary, not going into the infirmary, right? Yeah, he did. Anyway, I didn't see anything. There's not much more I can say. Right, Doctor? Whoop! Oh, Shu! Please? Hello? Shu? Uh-oh. 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 Oh no. Did it freeze? No! That's not good. That's really not good. Uh-oh. Huh? What's happening? Oh no! 1 second, let me restart the game. No! I can hopefully speed through to where we're at. Okay. Alright, open it back up. Hopefully, I'm hoping it did actually autosave. Like, fingers crossed. I don't have to go through all that again. Even if I'm just kind of speeding through it. It's still gonna take a second. Please, 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 please have an autosave, please. I am begging. I am begging. Dang it. Nope, it didn't. Okay. So 1 second, we're just gonna power through this. Sorry about that, guys. Wow. I'm gonna start saving at the top of every new chapter. Because I thought it was auto-saving, but I guess not. Sure, yep. Let's go, let's go, let's go! Yep. We are fulfilling the promise. We're trying very hard to fulfill this dumb promise. Yep, 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 yep. And we're off. Nyum! We have to go through, like, all of a route. Is Sumire Hanaki okay? She won't be. Exactly. I'm barely okay right now. Okay, let's go. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on! I want to know what happens. I really have forgotten a lot of details, so a lot of stuff is also still surprising me. Yep. Hi, Shu. I hate you. Goodbye. You're even a worse jerk in Hurtful Boyfriend. How? Okay, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Nyum, 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 nyum. Okay, so I'm just gonna do the Ryota route again. I still have the guide up, thank goodness. Cool, cool, yep, yep, math, we're going, yep. Yay! Woo! We're gonna do Clerk, since that's not a Sakuya choice. Yay, whoop. And we're gonna go talk to Ryota. And we're gonna do math. Come on! We basically have to go through this story all over again! Come on! I've learned my lesson. I've learned my lesson about making sure things save. I know. I think I've said that before, though. So maybe I truly have not learned my lesson. Yep, dream. We were having an interesting dream. And yep. Leave it to me. Let me throw Oko-san like a football. Nyum! I wish it would just like auto skip, but at the beginning of each scene, I gotta go, click it again. Okay, so Ryota's was conquer the world by force. Nyum. No thanks. I don't want to go home with you. Goodbye. Okay. Uh-huh. Yep, Ryota's going to the infirmary. Yep, yep, yep. I'm gonna go shout at Shu. More for my own entertainment than anything. Okay, bye. Finals, yay. More dream stuff. Okay. We say never mind. Let's go. Hi, Azami. You have nothing to do with anything that's happening in the ending here. I love you though. I love my biker bird girl. We are going to get a job. Hello again, Kenzaburo. I love you. And your pretty little eyeballs. Okay. And then Ryota. And then we give the job to Ryota. And then we continue. And we're going. Summer Festival. We're inviting Ryota. Whee! We have a good time. We eat yakitori, which I still think is a little bit weird, but it's fine. What are you doing? What does the number in the left-hand corner say? Okay, I'm gonna go home. Bye. Hope you had fun with the summer. I hibernated. Blah, 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 blah. Da 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 da. Okay. All right. All right. We're back into it. Now I just get to sit here for forever. So how's everybody doing? How are we feeling? I knew this was going to be a long stream, but I'm a little bit annoyed that it got lengthened by me having to do this. My villain origin story is me having to go through and do this again. Alarms, and everybody's in the gym, and that's a video of a dead bird. I'm wondering though if the bloodstained person was Angel, because I know Angel shows up. Yep, that's a wall. That's a wall right there. That's a wall. And they gathered the body, and they put it in the infirmary, and Yuya, I was gonna say Yuya seems a little suspicious, but literally everyone who isn't Sakuya and Ryota and Oko-san is like a little bit suspicious through this whole thing. Like, Shu exists in a perpetual state of being suspicious, but like Kazuaki obviously knows some stuff, Yuya obviously knows some stuff, One is up to something, or Leone. Can't trust anybody in this place. Can't trust a single bird in this bird school. Cool. Yep. We dissected a corpse. Goodbye. Okay, and then yep, inspecting the wall. the knocking noises sped up was very funny. Oh my goodness. Yep. The doom hatch. Oh, and then here comes our new best friend. How are you? Bye. Goodbye. Yep, please stop trying to kill us. I would very much like to be your friend, Mr. Scarecrow Man. I do love the Scarecrow design. It's so good. Let's go! Sure. You have to go to both ones either way. It does not matter. There's no way to bad end one. I think the guide. I think I misread the guide. And that like you still have to romance somebody, but like once you get into Hurtful Boyfriend, then you can't bad end. Because I goofed and I bad ended earlier. Oopsie. Which is also annoying, but it's fine. Where to now? Yep. Uh-huh. Yep. Yeah, Nageki talking to our spirit. To our spirit. It's just so fun. I just love when I show people this game because like you don't expect, you know, murder and espionage and government conspiracy out of the haha date bird game. Like this is all very very serious and it you get to a point where you just like barely even register that you're just like looking at PNGs of birds. Okay, she gets all cryptic. What else is new? Okay. Yep, bomb, password, yep. Gonna go find Yuya. Friend is back. Hi, Nageki. Yeah, I remember when it showed that like Nageki died in a fire, like and we will get into that fire, trust me. Okay. We are going to open it, because that's what we did last time. Unfortunately, a bird got shot, but I'm just gonna keep doing what we were doing. The typing sound effect is still happening! Oh no! Okay, yep. Student got shot. Okay. Alright, stop. Okay, yep, we did. Okay, yep. So I'm just gonna kinda Okay, so this is chapter 4. I'm gonna go onto this page. Oh, not load. Dang it, save. There. Okay. Yep. People getting shot, people getting shot, people getting shot, people getting shot. We were with Shu. I think it was after this. Oh, yeah. Leon JB. Leone JB. 10 out of 10 cockatiel boy. Yep. But like it's kind of crazy, like not even you kind of get that this story is in the future, but you don't really understand that it's like almost 200 years in the future. Yeah, 2187. Okay. All right. Yep. Okay. Yep. The records. Okay. We are going to. We went to the library, so let me get through that scene. Yep. Nageki's a ghost. Nageki's a ghost. We've all come to terms with it. Nageki's a ghost. My sweet, sweet boy. My son. Yep. Fire. Yep. Okay. Let's see. I feel like I should. Okay, yeah, thinking about it might be Angel. Uh-huh. He did say he was there until he returned home. Let me go for just a little bit more until we see you. Okay, stop. Did you really not see anything yesterday after school? I'm not sure what you mean. I thought the doctor and I already verified each other's innocence. So let me go. Yep. Please do not freeze again. I swear. Please. Yay! We're okay. Hi, Shu. This is the only time I've ever been happy to see you. Yes, that's right. No one came yesterday. I don't think we'll find any more here, Sakuya. Let's move on. Indeed. Did those two really not see anything yesterday? If there had actually been some bloodstained stranger, then that would mean that Yuya and the doctor are hiding something. Everyone in this school who isn't Ryota, Sakuya, and Oko-san are hiding something. I guess technically you could say that Oko-san is hiding the fact that he is the pudding god. But other than that, no one in this school is honest or transparent about a damn thing. Where do we... the medical center seems like a good place to go now. Indeed, where is it? That's the problem. I'd never heard of it before either. Basement. Sounds rather large. I wouldn't expect it to be that hard to find. The record book says the fire broke out in the basement, and if the building was burnt to the ground, it would have said so. It should still be there then. Assuming it wasn't demolished. Are there any unused buildings on the campus? Unused buildings? Oh, yeah, the old hall. Old hall? That's what we call it. It's by the back gate, and it's not used for... What's wrong? The school hasn't even been around for 10 years. What reason does it have for having an old hall? Now that you mention it, that is kind of strange. Come, guide me there. He was, like, way more indignant about that than he probably needed to be. This is it. It doesn't look like a medical center. It's pretty much the same as the main building, yeah. Looks like the door's locked. Then we shall break it down. You're starting to sound like a delinquent, Sakuya. What? What did I say? Don't worry about it. We'd probably be suspended for breaking in here, but this is an emergency. Yeah, we have bigger fish to fry than knocking down a door. We don't have a choice. Oh, it's awfully dusty in here. It has been left unused for 5 years. It appears that they didn't leave much behind. Everything's empty. I wonder if they cleared everything out when they sealed the building? This all looks pretty much the same as the main building. Did we come here for nothing? Let's look around a little more. Look, this door still has a sign on it. I guess it was the reference room. I do not relish the prospect of wandering around this mausoleum of schoolrooms, but very well. It's not just that it's like abandoned schoolrooms, a child died here. A person died here. Very terribly. But okay. It's even dustier in here. The shelves are marked with dates. Perhaps they once held medical records. Astaroth, hello! Hi! Well, welcome to the true ending of Hatoful Boyfriend. Nothing, there's only pain. Perhaps they once held medical records. There's nothing left now, though. And Operation Hatoful. Huh? Among the rows of dates, sure enough, there's a shelf labeled Operation Hatoful. Yeah, ready to cry. I am and both am not ready to cry. Empty as well. It would have been asking too much to hope to find anything anyway. Operation Hatoful. I wonder what it is. Who knows? Something put in place along with the human representative business, so no doubt it was nothing good. Is Operation Hatoful connected to this medical center? What if it's the source of the mystery we're entangled in now? My head hurts. The only things left are... archaic medical journals. Huh? They can't be... They're only gonna be like 5 years old. They can't be that archaic. It's the encyclopedia. An odd place to keep one. Wait, look at the volume numbers. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12. What? Does this unpleasant arrangement hold some meaning? I saw them like this in the library, too. A bunch of old encyclopedias? Yeah. Can I look at these for a bit? Do as you please. The ones in the library had the same binding, and in the place of Volume 9, there's an extra copy of Volume 6. Look, this copy of Volume 6 has a library sticker on it. Perhaps it came from the library, then. Someone must have brought it in here when the medical center was still open. They probably switched it with Volume 9. An unpleasant piece of mischief, to be sure. Yeah, I guess. The other volumes all seem as they should. There probably isn't anything in the extra copy of Volume 9, but we should go see if it came from there. When we get back to the main building, let's go check the library. Provided it isn't a mere waste of time. I'm gonna say it's not, probably. Gonna throw that out there. We leave the reference room and continue our investigation of the medical center. We've searched the entire first floor and have yet to find what we're after. The stairs into the basement? Apparently the fire that closed this building 5 years ago started in the basement, but we haven't found it yet. The elevator doesn't have a button for it either. How do we get in? Perhaps we can't anymore. Huh? Oh, look at that wall. The wall? It looks like normal concrete to me. Don't you see it? Stupid peasant. What about it? Think back to the building's exterior and the second floor. There shouldn't be a wall here. It's small, but there's a space behind here. It must have been sealed off after the fire. Oh, now that he mentions it, this wall is a slightly different color than the rest, which would make sense if it had been put in later. So, the stairs are beyond here? It seems likely. Isn't this a bit much for cleanup of some fire? We probably won't be able to break this down. If we can't get in there, I doubt we'll find anything more of use in here. At least we found that thing from the headmaster's documents again. Yeah, let's head back. Is it Angel? Is it Angel? Is it my boy? Did you hear something? Is it Angel or is it the Scarecrow? Yes. Someone else just broke in here. Oh, this could be bad. We're in a dead end with a concrete all around. We need to get somewhere with a window fast. Run! Yeah. Oops, sorry. I didn't say that in Sakuya's voice. It's fine. Stop. It's here. Wait, calm down, Koara. It's small. It's him. So it is. Too small to be the Scarecrow. Considerably. Huh? Aren't you from Tutu? I am the Crimson Fallen Angel Angel. Oh, I knew it. The manga club boy from next door. He's famous around the school for being a nutcase, but what is he doing in here? I think I'm going to have a headache. Textoris Melodia Funeris. Who? Me? Good for you, Kuwara. He came all this way to give you a title. It's not good at all. Nothing but trouble will come of it. Leave him be, he's just a weeb. He's just a poor weeb. I don't know why you came in here, Angel, but it's dangerous. We're supposed to be in the gym with everybody else, so come on, let's go back. I am not allowed to rest, not until I have fulfilled my duty. In accordance with the pact of old, I must seal you here now, Textoris Melodia Funeris, Undertaker. Undertaker? If that's it, then, So the time has come at last. I will not be stopped now, Crimson Angel of Judica. Come. Oh no, do I have to battle Angel? Angel, Crimson Fallen Angel appeared. Oh no, I have to do a Final Fantasy fight with Angel? He's a Dark Void Shockwave. Oh no. Oh wait, no, Ryota would have said that entirely seriously. I just remembered something. It's fine. Ryota's turn. Deathbringer. Because that one sounds neat. Angel takes 60 damage. I'm very sorry. Cease this jack acting, you wretched imbeciles. Sakuya attacks. Ryota takes 260 damage? Ryota returns to his senses. Angel takes 295 damage? Angel is shaken. Wow, Sakuya can hit real hard. Huh? I am shocked, Kuwara, to think that even you would go along with that farce. What? He disrupted my territory? I got carried away by Angel before I even noticed. Influencing the very reality of his surroundings is a frightful power indeed. You, Luzon, what did you come here to do? After what you just did, I think you may be our prime suspect. I came here to do but one thing. I must follow the demon spores. A whole new variety of what the heck are you talking about? Perhaps you could explain in normal Japanese. Your dialect is somewhat opaque. I don't think it's just his dialect, Sakuya. The end is calling me. That is all. That this is the cross I must bear. He stares off into space as if gazing at something far away. Maybe that basically means that he's a thrill seeker? So you are a moth allured by a candle's light, Luzon? No, I am stained in crimson, clad in night, unforgiven. My eternal blood seal calls me to purgatory. More crazy talk. It's not exactly a blood seal. That blood-stained chest is just the way Bleeding Heart plumage looks. Oh. What is it, Kuwara? Blood-stained chest. Sakuya, do you think maybe the blood-stained stranger Sansa was... Angel, where were you yesterday after school? What were you doing? Battling minor demons of Baal and following the demon spores. Could you rephrase that? Rufa, the Tree of Blight, called out to me. He's asking you to say it in words we understand. Hallowed Magician of White, your anger now. It is the power of the demon spores. I think it is the power of you, Angel. Bah, I must compromise. I was in the place the ignorant many refer to as the infirmary. Oh, I knew it. I think we need to talk to you. Come on. And so we left the medical center, Sakuya dragging Angel behind him. He's tiny, so I assume it wouldn't be too hard. Cuckoo! This one! This is the bloodstained stranger Oko-san-sa! Oh, that's that then. We need to know what you did yesterday. Did you go into the infirmary? If I could, I would have, but only the Chosen One can stop the demon spores. In other words, he didn't. Useless. The gate was sealed with the power of darkness. However, Adel Blau did venture within. Adel Blau? Who is that? Explain in terms known to sane individuals, please. The Apostle of the Blue Sky, Adel Blau. She also goes by Hanaki Sumire. Sumire went into... What? So we made it all the way to the infirmary. Sumire was in the infirmary yesterday after school. But the doctor in Yuya said no one came and nothing happened. They're lying. Woohoo! Okay, 1 second, let me get over here. I do want to take a very quick break. I would like to grab a snack. I am hungry. Oh, let me read this really quickly. You are different from those peasants, Sakuya. You were chosen from the day you were born. You must remain conscious of this. Yes, Father. We are the chosen ones. It is our duty to guide the foolish common folk. Yes, Father. Look at them, crawling in the mud. There is no value in their lives. Were it not for our compassion, they would die as miserably as they live. Yes, Father. Their very blood is tainted. Their world is not yours. You must never speak with them again. Do you understand? Yes, Father. To Japan? Yes. You will be staying there for some time. Arrangements have already been made for your education. Remember, you must such as to bring honor to our family, Sakuya. Yes, Father. Guess who fucking forgot about stream? Hello, Pawn! To catch you up on what has happened, the player character was murdered. Their body was dismembered and sent into boxes around the school. Now the school is on lockdown, and also there was a government treaty that if the player character died in the school, then humans could kill all of the students inside. So everything's going great, really. Oh, and there's also a demonic scarecrow. Yeah, no, it's a lot. It's a lot. Also, Dr. Iwamine is in residence at the institution you will be attending. He's a prestigious doctor. It would not be exaggerating to say that our current glory is thanks in part to him. Do not disrespect him. Yes, Father. Poor Sakuya. Like, I know Sakuya is a little bit of a jerk, but like, Okay. Alright, I'm going to, first of all, save, because I'm not doing it again. Alright, and I'm going to just put up my Be Right Back screen for just a second, just so I can go get more water and also a snack, because we are only halfway through. We have a lot more to go. So, I will be right back, everybody. Ma! Hello! Hello again. This is a terrible time to find out that I'm, like, pretty much out of snacks. I have a can of Pringles. And I'm just going to apparently just eat this can of Pringles. Because everything else takes more time to make. Alright. Oh. Hi, Eddie! Hi! Nope, stream's not over yet, bud. Sorry. Okay, back into it. Alright. Angel saw Sumire going into the infirmary yesterday, and then the door was locked. The doctor and Yuya must have seen her. What happened in there? They must both be lying. Yuya has been helping us all this time, and I don't want to suspect him, but he's clearly been hiding the truth. Could Yuya be covering for the doctor? We don't know that for sure. The mongrel could be lying to cast doubt on Dr. Iwamine. It's not impossible, but from what we've seen so far, the most likely conclusion is that they're working together. Sakuya, you were the one who said we needed to remove our biases. We need to solve this. I am aware. I want to go confront them now, but only with Angel's testimony. But with only Angel's testimony, our evidence is a little weak. They'll probably slip out of it again if we go now. They're both much more eloquent than I am, and they'll try to dodge the issue. Which means we need to search the infirmary. Do you intend to go in without asking? Yes. Big yes. We can't trust literally anyone in this school right now. Yeah, the more stealthily we do it, the better, right? If the doctor finds out, he'll come up with some way of stopping us for sure. Understood. I will go to the lab and keep them occupied while you search the infirmary. Thank you, Sakuya. Hey, I mean, that way he's not, disobeying his dad, technically. A moment, gentlemen. Oh, Mr. Leone. I have something for you. Sorry for being late. I was somewhat delayed. What are these? The first is the massive key. It should open just about any of the simple locks in the school, and is as bright and massive as its owner. The other is a stun gun. If you need to protect yourself, use it. You will have more use for it than You will have more use for those than I, Kawara. Hold on to them. Right, thank you, Mr. Leone. Munch chip. Maybe I should write in the notes before I go into the infirmary. Angel, please, baby. Dude, come on. The hour of judgment has come. You cannot use the Dark Tree's power here. Return to the Void, Wallenstein. Well, he seems excited. I wonder what the doctor is doing. Being slandered by Mr. Higure, as you can see. Please stop breaking school property, Mr. Higure. I have returned from Judica to defeat you. So, as long as you live, calamitous sorcerer, the world will be wrapped in eternal despair. When he says things with such conviction, I almost find myself believing them. Please, that isn't funny. Yes, come on, Higure. Let's go back to the gym, okay? No, stop. Do not throw me out like some wretched doll. I suspect he has suffered from megalomania since birth. Megalomania? Whatever do you mean? Delusions of grandeur. Eschewing societal standards, he lives his life in the midst of some bizarre fantasy. Perhaps it is genetic. There would be no helping it then, would there? He is unusually active in the destruction of his surroundings, especially given his physique. Internal prejudice is a terrible thing, I suppose. Kira, hello! Hello, everybody! Welcome to, we are doing the very, very end of Hatoful Boyfriend. Everything is sad. Then there's also a big mystery. I say a big mystery, there is there's so many mysteries. There are too many mysteries. We have a demon scarecrow running around. Literally, this teacher keeps saying weird stuff. This teacher keeps saying weird stuff. The player character's dead. Their head was in a box. There's so much. There's so much. He is no doubt exerting to the limits of his capacity at all times. I guess you could say that. The most dangerous part is his ability to bring his surroundings into his fantasy. Though I seem to be less affected than you. And since, although I invited him to the school, I have yet to find a use for him. The whole thing has been nothing but a waste of time. So, to elaborate on that a little bit, in the Angel route, when we, fought the big tree, the big Final Fantasy tree, it's because Angel can make things real. He can believe things and make them real. So, he was both right and not right about the tree, which is still amazing. Did you say something just now, Doctor? Nothing. Nothing at all. Excuse me. Oh, hello, Shirogane. What's going on? Where did Kawara go? He's investigating another area at the moment. Only Dr. Iwamine and Nanaki here. Excuse me. Only Dr. Iwamine and Nanaki here now. Isn't Sakazaki here? I think he's walking around to calm his nerves again. He's very brave to be out and about with that scarecrow on the loose. Not brave, just imprudent. Stupid mongrel. Stop pretending to be migratory and get back here so I can distract you. I wanted to occupy both of them if possible, but at least I don't realize that we suspect them yet. Just the doctor should be enough. Dr. Iwamine, I came here to ask your opinion of something. My opinion? I fear I will not be of much use to you there. My body has never required me to visit the infirmary. I've not had much occasion to talk to the doctor since moving here, but I can read his expression perfectly well all the same. It says I'm not telling you anything. Where is Mr. Kawara? Did you have a falling out? He did seem to be suspecting me based on nothing but his own prejudice. A pity. I agree, sir. To doubt someone based merely on one's own preconceptions is, baliverné, sir, it is, nonsense. I absolutely butchered that French word, I apologize. That's right, I must be perfectly logical in all things. You are renowned as one of the most intelligent birds in the world, Doctor. I do not think that you could be involved in such a grisly crime as this. It is an honor to be so praised by the heir of the Labelle family. Completely flat. Does he ever speak with emotion? I hold a deep respect for you, Doctor. You might not be aware, but my father owes his life to your medicine. A few years ago, your work allowed the Labelle family to continue on to even greater glory. Is that so? I had not known. I am afraid that I know little of the fates of the drugs that I develop. The life of but one bird may not be significant to you, but we of the Labelle family will never forget. How wonderful. I take it your father is a figure of great respect. Of course. The family head must always be honored. It would seem that you hold your own biases even more dearly than Mr. Kawara holds his. Almost like it's the foundation of your very existence. I would rather like to see the expression on your face when that foundation collapses. Shoo, why do you suck so much? So much. Locked. Has it been locked ever since the alarm this morning? The doctor went straight to the lab to begin the autopsy, and I think he's been with somebody else ever since. Let's see. Maybe that massive thing Mr. Leone gave me will do the trick? Ah, yeah. This room has always been a little creepy, but it's even worse in this dim light. I need to look for evidence that Sumire was in here, quickly. But where do I start? The longer I spend poking around in corners, the bigger risk that I'll get caught. I need to remember. I've been in here a lot, every time I got sick. Where would the doctor hide something he didn't want anyone else to see? Didn't he forbid his assistants from touching his desk? Ooh, that's a really nice callback! Yes, he did. He got very mad at us when we tried to touch papers on his desk. Like, not even things in his desk. It would seem he keeps his drawers locked tight. You're up, massive thing. Inside are medical records. He's probably supposed to keep personal information locked up, though I never really thought of him as the respectful type. There are only 1, 2, 3, 4 files? And the names are Kawara Ryota, Hanaki Sumire, Fujishiro Nageki, and Shirogane Sakuya. What? I'm not surprised to see a file on me in here, but Sumire and Sakuya never had any reason to be in here, and Fujishiro Nageki. Looking closely, Nageki's folder says St. Pigia Nation's Medical Center on the side, while the others don't. And the date is from 5 years ago. Did he take this from the medical center? Since it's here, he must know something about the fire back then. Are the other 3 records from physical exams? They're full of strange symbols and numbers, and I'm not sure what they mean. Huh? Sakuya's has a second piece of paper in it? It looks like some sort of memo or... Uh-oh. A sudden blinding pain in the back of my head. Yuya! I can't move. Yuya! I fall, unconscious. Yuya! Where am I? I feel dizzy. That's right, I was looking for evidence in the infirmary. The medical records are gone. Oh, somebody took them? I managed to get knocked out even with the stun gun Mr. Leone gave me. Darn it. I don't know who attacked me, but those records must have been important to get stolen away like that. Darn it! Why did I let myself get taken from behind like that? I had our records. Even with those, it would have been hard to prove anything. Whoever attacked me must have been the criminal. They probably wouldn't leave anything, but maybe they missed a clue in here somewhere. Huh? I hadn't noticed earlier, but there's a card under the desk in the corner. I wouldn't have seen it if I weren't on the floor. This is Sumire's student ID. Yeah, buddy, that's exactly what we needed. There's blood on the corner. Yeah, yes, breaking the case. So it wasn't dropped here by accident before she was killed. It must have happened in here. Also, I should say, I do not remember who killed the player character. So I'm also just like, who? Which one of you? It looks like my doubts about the doctor are confirmed. But for some reason, I still feel unsure. I almost feel like this is too good to be true. Like I'm being led along. Ooh, what if it was planted, though? If the doctor were behind it all, surely he could avoid casting so much doubt on himself. Just what is he after, anyway? But I'm not worried about who is doing what and why. I'm worried about finding the one who did this to Sumire. I need to talk with Sakuya. And so, you think it would take a fair amount of time to cut a human up like this and distribute them into boxes, Doctor? Correct. Even if she were cut up last night and distributed this morning, it would involve a good deal of physical labor. I would pay money to see a partridge carry a dead body. Sakuya? You again. Can we go to the maintenance room? We need to talk. Very well. Mr. Shirogane? Yes, Doctor? Just as an aside, it would be impossible for one such as myself even with the knowledge and tools of a physician. Even so, I am not a particularly healthy person. Not a healthy person? The doctor is slightly impaired down his right side, you know. He is? I never knew. I was injured long ago. My right wing never fully recovered, though it rarely poses problems in daily life. A human corpse is heavy. It seems like a bit much to go dragging around with one wing, don't you think? Help. Yes, it's all true. It's even recorded in the faculty medical records. It is. I see. Thanks, I'll remember that. I tell Sakuya about what I found in the infirmary as we head to the maintenance office. Meaning, Fujishiro Nageki's records and the doctor have something to do with the medical center? I think so, yeah. I wonder about the other records, too. Why you, me, and Sumire all together? Could that really be a coincidence? Did you go there often after you moved here, or anything? Not once. No nobility knows no illness. Yeah, I've never seen him sick, and he always seems pretty lively. I had known about the doctor's injury. Kind of a bad thing to find out now. Bad, because it's inconvenient to your theory. We must remain just. No harm can ever come from learning more of the truth. I guess so. Maybe it's because he's not very active, or because he never leaves the infirmary, but I guess I never had the chance to notice his disability. If he couldn't have done it alone, it makes sense. It makes it seem more likely that he was working together with Yuya. Blasted mongrel. No good can ever come of his presence. He merely confuses the issue. Salutations. Were you gossiping about me? Yuya! Oh, what a pickle. I guess I'm the topic of choice among the boys as well as the girls now. Not that I mind. Yuya, bisexual icon, oh my god. Don't let it get to your head, mongrel. We weren't saying anything good about you. Pun, yes, exactly. That's right, Yuya. From your point of view, we're subjecting you to vile slander and ill gossips. I'm sorry, adjusting my chair here. There we go. Oh, wait, nope, too far back now. Too far back now. Too much, too much. Eh? Okay. You're very frank, Ryota. Nothing wrong with that. What kind of slander? Perhaps you shouldn't say, lest my fragile heart shatter like a maiden's crystal glass dropped by an unkind lover. It should be obvious what we were talking about from our faces alone, but he's completely relaxed. I doubt his heart is made of glass, though. Used tires, maybe. Something that is completely impervious to abuse. Your unsolicited presence saves us the trouble of looking for you. We demand answers from you. You lied. You met Hanaki in the infirmary yesterday. Did you kill her? So, you doubt me. I'd love to see your evidence. We found her ID stained with blood in the infirmary. You are duty-bound to answer. What did you see in the infirmary yesterday? And what did you do? Well, I can't tell you anything. Sorry. I can't say anything at all. Cease this foolishness. You know something, don't you? Do not attempt to dodge the... Is it our friend again? Welcome back. Run, you two! Such a terrible thing. Nobody likes a man who can't read the atmosphere, Mr. Scarecrow. Is this really the time for jokes? Run! Go! Ryota seems to have left us behind in the dust. Maybe we should, hurry up a little. Well, it doesn't look like it's noticed us. I guess it's not too keen on chasing people. Your idle flirtations sicken me. Filthy mongrel. Shh. Do you want it to hear us? How about this? I'll go first and lure Mr. Beanpole Man towards the cafeteria. You go ahead for the maintenance room while it's distracted, okay? You plan to act as a decoy. Don't think this will stop me from suspecting you. I wasn't asking you to. I've been your ally until now, so why stop now? Our ally? Anyway, run for it as soon as we're out of sight. Adieu. I do not know if I should trust you yet. Sakuya, you're okay. I was worried that maybe you got caught. Indeed. Isn't Yuya with you? We never got him to answer anything. I do not know. He ran in the opposite direction. We don't have much time left. I think the only thing to do is get him to talk to us and confront the doctor. He's been helping us this whole time, but I don't know if we can still consider him our ally. Never trust a pretty man. Pawn knows what's up. Pawn absolutely knows what's up. 1 second. Quick break for cheap. Quick chip break. Excuse me. I don't like to chew into the mic, so I'm like leaning away. Okay, chip break over. Our ally? Indeed. Okay, chip break not entirely over. Okay, there we go. You've always been separated, right? So you don't really know how he usually acts, or if he'd be likely to do something like this, or... How could I know? He and I live in different worlds. As my father said, I couldn't know. I'm an only child, so I don't really understand siblings, but I think I know how you feel about him, Sakuya. Do not make me repeat myself. He and I have no connection. But I want to believe that he is not my enemy. It looks like Sakuya isn't entirely sure what to think. Same. The prime suspects are the doctor who aided his family and his own half-brother. If I were given the same situation, I wouldn't be as calm as he is. We should write in the notes and then go talk to the doctor. Go find out exactly what happened in the infirmary. We figured out a lot of things, but there's still a lot that remains a mystery. It's 6 p.m. We don't have much time. Can we solve this and get out alive in only 4 hours? Alright, let's go Huh? Sakuya? Your friend already left, young one. Why didn't you say so earlier? He's planning to confront the doctor alone. Bad idea. Bad, stupid, dumb idea. Father is of the pure bloodline, and so his life is of the utmost value. By extension, the doctor who saved his life must also be valuable. I must not disrespect him, because that is what Father told me. My brother, born of a low father, is a worthless being. Though he looks noble, his veins flow with filthy, impure blood. I must not associate with those of low birth, because that is what Father told me. I am no longer sure. What is blood? Why does it divide us so? I forgot how good of a character arc Sakuya gets in this, actually. There are certain things that I remember. I totally forgot all the stuff with, like, Sakuya, like, learning as a person. Or as a bird. Oh, hello again, Shirogane. Where is the doctor? He said he was going back to the infirmary. Maybe he forgot something there? Thank you. You're going right after him? Oh, don't you want any tea? Well, be careful. He looked rather troubled. I hope he's all right. Doctor. Mr. Shirogane, you look quite fatigued. Would you care to rest for a little while? You You are wrong, are you not, sir? Whatever could you mean? I wish to learn the truth. What did you and Sakazaki do? Which of you decided to kill Hanaki? That's not something to say without proof, Mr. Shirogane. But then... Oh, we have but little time left. Perhaps I shall explain things to you. I did not kill Miss Hanaki. This is the truth. Of course. How could I let myself be swayed by idle rumors? The doctor could not possibly carry out such an atrocity. Flashback to when he actually did kill us and put our head in a jar! Mr. Sakazaki did not kill her either, which raises the question, who did? Sakazaki admitted that he was involved in the crime. He cannot possibly be... I merely said that he did not kill her. I did not say he wasn't involved. Of course, the same applies to myself. The two of you did not kill her, but were involved? But then, who did kill her? Oh, dear me, this won't do. Talking to you makes me feel like I'm about to fall asleep. I suppose these are the limits of a mere mongrel. What did he just say? Doctor, Could you be quiet for a minute, Mr. Shirogane? You bore me. You filthy, low-born mongrel. What are you saying, sir? I am not like You did well. Thanks to you, Mr. Kawara has found almost everything he needs. With just one more push, and he'll be done. Thank you, Mr. Shirogane. A glint of white steel. His left wing slowly traces an arc through the air. Whoa, wait, whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa! I'm dying. I'm dying. What did he say? Why was I left behind? I can't think. Whoa, 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 whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa! Huh? Sakazaki! Oh, you got hurt! Oh no! Stop that, Issa. I told you not to touch my brother. Suddenly, Sakazaki Yuya blocks out the sun. Blood is spreading across the floor. I'm unhurt? Who... your wing! Such beautiful brotherly love, Mr. Sakazaki. You were the real hero all along, of course. I only promised that I wouldn't tell other people. Not that I wouldn't tell him himself, or that I wouldn't kill him. And after all that, after all that work to steal the records from Mr. Kawara, too. Yeah, you've always been like this. A coward and a villain to the core. Oh, such flattery. What are you doing, Doctor? Why? Why are you doing this? I told you, remember? You bore me. Now that you have helped Mr. Kawara as much as you can, I have no more use for you. Why should I put up with your babbling now that I'm done with you? I do not understand, sir. What did you and Sakazaki... This is exactly what I'm talking about. I have no responsibility to explain to you. Goodbye, Mr. Shirogane. No, don't move, Sakuya! Sakuya! Oh, Mr. Kawara. We were just discussing you. Yuya, standing over Sakuya, blood running down his body. The doctor standing next to them. There is no question about what's happened. Doctor! So it was you all along! Oh, was it? I wonder about that. Pull yourself together, Sakazaki. Say something. don't worry, he won't die just yet. I'm sure he'll enjoy a confession or two, so ask him all you want. Wait, Doctor! You, like, leap out the window? So much I have business with Jess and I gotta go. No worries, Pun! No worries. I'll probably still be going for a little bit. I'm assuming probably another hour or two, at least. Here, here... The Scarecrow? Oh, there you are, Labor 9. I was waiting for you. Oh, come, let's go. Yeah, exactly, Pun. Labor 9? That's the Scarecrow's name? So he was working under the Doctor this whole time. Oh, just a little more, Mr. Kuwara. Do you think you'll remember soon? Oh, stop running away! You killed Sumire! I will never forgive you! Oh, I'm glad you're so lively. That's good. I shall be waiting for you, deep beneath the surface. Chase me, Mr. Kuwara. I reach out. I can't reach. The Doctor and the Scarecrow are gone. Don't go chasing after... Oh, yeah, he's dying. Oops. Don't go chasing after the beanpole man on your own, Ryota. A good man keeps his cool, even in times like this. Don't speak, you're still bleeding. Don't worry. Who the hell do you think I am? I'll be fine. I know my limits better than anyone else. I won't die to a little scalpel. Getting whacked with a cleaver would have been bad, but... there are plenty of bandages here. Sakuya, wait here. I'll go get Mr. Leone. Wait, Ryota. I have things to tell you. Can you wait long enough to hear my confession? Like the Doctor said, there's no time to waste. So, let me tell you everything I can. This might be our last chance. It's too late, Sakazaki. If you were involved, why didn't you tell us before? We had a deal. Of course, he broke it without a second thought. The Doctor and I did not kill her. That is the truth. But then why did he... She died in this room after school yesterday. That is also the truth. Then there was someone else? Yes. Right as always, Sakuya. And that third person killed Sumire? Who was it? I'm sorry, I can't tell you that. I think you'll figure it out. I have to apologize to you. The Doctor and I were the ones who cut her up. So you stuffed her into those boxes? It was the time. The Doctor needed to be sure of when she'd be found. He decided mourning would give time for the most humans to gather. I suppose he probably thought putting her in the print boxes was funny, too. The most humans? Why would... looks like I stayed on the fence to the very end. I didn't have the resolve to go either way. If only things had been a little different. I thought you said you'd be fine! Are you worried for me? I'm honored. Could you go outside for a bit, Ryota? We'll go to the maintenance office afterwards. Just for a little. I want to talk to Sakuya alone. Oh, this might be where I start getting emotional, everybody. This might be it. You have a new father now, Yuya. He has a beautiful mansion, and you'll be moving there tomorrow. But your new father says he doesn't want your brother. He says he can only feed you if you leave the egg behind. Mother is sad. He is her son, too. I will go. I will throw my brother away, Mother. Give me the egg. The new father killed my father. I know he did. He killed him so he could take Mother from him. I waited until she laid a new egg. Until she laid an egg with the new father's child inside. I had hid him away in the mansion. And I switched them. And so he will raise my brother as his own son. The new father hates me. But he will love my brother. He will give him nice food and nice clothes and a nice bed. My brother will not know. No one will know but me. I hate the new father. I took the new egg and I smashed it. Oh. Okay. Yep, no, this is the bit where I'm gonna get emotional. I'm already feeling it a little bit. Oh no. I've always thought that maybe I should have told you. The doctor did not lie. You're the same as me, Sakuya. We were never half-brothers. You are my real brother. Impossible. I am the heir of the LaBelle family. Father told me so. Everyone told me so. I was raised for no other purpose. I never told anyone that I'd switched the eggs. Father found out now, he'd throw you away. I did it for you. No, maybe I didn't. Maybe I just did it to spite that man. I killed the child he had with Mother. That was the cross I had to bear. It was never your problem. I was happy just to see you living in luxury. You... under what authority? None. You're right. I only ever listened to myself. But the doctor noticed. He must have realized. I guess I was doing what he said all along. Since I took your lineage. The fact that I killed the LaBelle, the other father's child, will never leave me. I've never been able to forget. If you're blamed for that child's death, you have to press on. You can't let it stop you. I always worried about whether I should tell you or not, and now it's too late. So, fool, to deny me my lineage now. I'm sorry, Sakuya. I should have told you long ago. I was never as sure of myself as you. If I am not of the LaBelle line, what am I? I knew you'd ask that. Straightforward as always. Leave this place, Sakuya, and think about it. Long and hard. You have a lot more to worry about than just who your family is, after all. No, wait, Sakazaki! Stay with me. There's still so much for you to tell me. It's been a long time since we talked this much. I talked to you every day when you were still an egg. Pull yourself together, Yuya! You can't leave like this. You said a little scalpel like that couldn't kill you. I should apologize about that, too. Remember the headmaster? That was nerve toxin. You mean that scalpel had... Go on, Sakuya. Leave your liar brother and go. The doctor must have a way out of here. You are yourself. Never let anyone tie you down. Later. How dare you pull Gurren Lagann on me out like this? I know that Yuya makes a couple of Gurren Lagann references, but you cannot later buddy me. Later, buddy. Yuya! Yuya! Ugh. I'm not gonna cry. Cry time is not now time. It's so sad. Poor Yuya. Well, I guess not particularly poor Yuya, but like it's so sad. It's so sad. Alright, okay, I'm gonna save down here. Alright, okay. It's 6 p.m. I haven't had much of a sense of time passing since the dome appeared, but it's already evening. The atmosphere in the maintenance office is tense. The doctor said he'd be waiting deep beneath the surface. Does this building have a basement? Certainly not one that appears on the official plans, but maybe. Under the medical center, but that one's blocked off with concrete. Does not seem to me that the medical center is an entirely independent building. There may well be a path from this building into the basement there. Is there anywhere you might have missed something? Missed something. Or forgotten something. Somewhere I forgot to look. Oh, that's right. The encyclopedia from the library in the medical center. And the chronology and the medical records. I'd like to talk to Nageki again. You thought of something? Yeah, I need to go check. Sakuya. He hasn't spoken since what happened in the infirmary. I can't blame him. I know how he feels. Better to leave him alone. I know. I'm worried about it too. Oh, you're fading again. Where are you? Nageki! Oh, there you are. What is it? I found out a lot about the school and about you. I see. I suppose you know who I am, then? Sort of, but there are things I need to ask you. That's why I'm here. The fire 5 years ago and the dome today, how are they related? Nageki must know something about the secrets this school holds. You aren't really here anymore, are you? That might be so. Or it might not. I saw in the school records, it says you died 5 years ago in an accident in the medical center. I had become aware of that. I stopped my own clock here. That's why I can never leave. You stopped your... In other words, at the very least, I took my life through my own will. I am almost sure of that. So you didn't die in the accident? He hangs his head in silence. Looks like he can't remember everything from before he died. I need a clue. There must be a basement under the medical center, and I need to get in there. Oh, that's right. The encyclopedia. Encyclopedia? You used to go to the medical center, right? Did you switch one of the encyclopedias from there with one here? Why would... Oh, that's what I want to know! I guess I should just tell him. Look. Ow. You know how the encyclopedias here are out of order? There are 2 copies of Volume 9 and no Volume 6. The medical center has the same encyclopedias? Yeah, there are 2 copies of 6 there and no 9. How disorderly. Yeah. Anyway, one of the copies of Volume 6 there has a library sticker on it. Someone must have taken it from here. Switched the encyclopedias. Mr. Kuwara, try reading this copy of Volume 9. Looking's worth 1,000 spoken words, I guess. Huh? This isn't right. It looks like just another book when it's closed, but it's a box? It's full of files. Some sort of documents? They're all from 5 years ago. Oh, these must have been... What does it say? That one. Let's see. Operation Hatoful. This is talking about using carrier individuals as biological weapons to fight humans? It has the same title as the file in the headmaster's office. But I never expected anything like this. Meaning, this school has been used for biological weapons development for at least 5 years. 2180, new strains of Sumatera influenza isolated. 2183, a new strain has been isolated from Fujishiro Nageki. It is lethal to humans and has been named the Charon virus. It has entered research at St. Pigianation's Medical Center. Charon virus. Humans I met would always get very sick. Are you remembering something? Yes, I think so. I think I was the one who brought that book here. The birds with me in the medical center often did secret things in the reference room. I wanted to tell someone, tell someone important that what was happening in the center, oh, what was it? My family? It must have been my family. That's right. I burned. I had to disappear. Oh, why didn't I notice? Did I your help? That's a typo. Did I your help to see? He paces nervously in circles, rambling to himself. If you've realized something, it would help me to know what it is. I've remembered what happened here 5 years ago. I can't remember my parents' faces. I lived in an orphanage with other birds my age since before I could remember. I never thought much of it at the time, but apparently everybody there was a war orphan. But I did not resent the humans who had started the war. I did not care. I thought that living with the other chicks and no parents was as natural as could be. One day, the endless routine was broken, and some humans broke into the orphanage. They had guns and kept shouting, "Free humanity, free humanity." I think that's what they said. They barricaded themselves in our house and killed us, one at a time. I was helpless. I could only hide in the corner and weep as my family was killed before my eyes. I don't know how much time has gone by since they came. When I looked around the silent room, they were all collapsed on the floor. Birds had come to save us. They had come and killed the evil humans. That is what I thought, but you have been granted a great power. You are one of the chosen few. I left the orphanage with my one remaining sibling, and we lived in an apartment. But I was weak, and I couldn't go to school or get a job. I was nothing but a burden. And then I received the invitation. We wish to welcome you with special treatment. How would you like to study at the world's foremost avian school? We will provide anything you need, anything at all. There is a hospital on the school grounds. We will provide a room for you to live there. You shall receive all the care you require. I was living with my brother. I did not want to leave him. But if I continued to live with him, I would only hold him down. He was happy to hear that I would have a chance to improve my physical condition. And so I enrolled in St. Pigianation's. Oh, 1 second, quick cough. Water. I was still weak, so I often stayed in my room. I had no friends, but I was not unhappy. The nurses and the faculty were all very kind to me. And then, early in my first summer vacation, the doctor made a proposal to me. This vacation is the perfect opportunity. Would you like to undergo intensive treatment? You will have to stay inside for some time, but by the end of the summer you should be as healthy as any other bird in the school. And so began a long summer in the underground facility. First, a routine of daily examinations and numerous medications. And then, the experiments began. The experiments to kill humans. A human would be brought to me. They would struggle and gasp, and then, with a last painful sigh, they would stop moving. I knew why I was brought here. Living in my body was a virus deadly to humans in a matter of minutes. My parents, whose faces I never knew, were killed by humans. Everyone else in the orphanage was killed by humans. And in return, I killed another human with each experiment. Simply by standing in the same room as me, by breathing the same air as me, they would collapse. I couldn't stand it. I had no reason not to hate them, but watching them die in front of me shaved away at my heart, little by little. And so I decided to end it all. I had only one wish. I wanted to disappear from this world without a trace. The Charon virus, the deadly guest that made its home in my body. That is what they called it. No doubt they were searching for a way to destroy humanity with that virus. That was Operation Hatoful? Yes. That's why I burned it all 5 years ago. There should have been nothing left, but I am not here. But maybe, just maybe there's still something left somewhere. And I can feel him close by. Mr. Kuwara, are you going to the basement? Oh no, sorry. I don't know why I read that as Nanaki instead of Nageki. Oopsie. I don't have a choice. To find a way out of here alive and to find out why they killed Sumire, I need to ask the doctor. I see. That encyclopedia. What else is inside? Oh. A piece of paper folded up along with the files. This is a map of the medical center? When I was there, I went in through the medical center, but it must connect to the main building somewhere near here. That looks like the gym, so those stairs are... I believe it is in the chemistry preparation room. The researchers often went in... The chemistry preparation room is where Shu was like, hey, what were you doing in there? And then, like, locked us in. Dude, whoa. The doctor is beneath the preparation room. Thank you, Nageki. I have to go. Yes. I think you will be seeing me again, and... Miss Hanaki, as well. We're getting close to the end. Okay, woo! So much is happening. The first half was all just like a lot of questions, and now we're just getting answers on answers on answers. There you go. The staircase in the preparation room. I've never noticed one. I wonder where it could be. If the scarecrow went down there with the doctor, it would need to be a pretty big opening. We'll have to go and look. 7 p.m. already. We only have 3 hours until we're overrun with bloodthirsty humans. We don't know for sure if there's an escape route in the basement, but it's our best bet. Maybe we should get everybody from the gym to come with us as soon as we find the stairs. Leave that to me. Mr. Leone. I'll take care of the other students. Don't worry, I'm not a massive agent for nothing. Well then, thank you, Mr. One. Aren't you going with him, sir? I'm going to come with you, Kuwara. We never know what could happen. Thank you, sir. You're welcome. I am your homeroom teacher, after all. You've done such a good job so far. I want to be there to help you if things get dangerous. What about you, Sakuya? You two go ahead. I'll catch up with you. Right. Okay. We're going to get out of here together, okay? Too much has happened today for both Sakuya and me. I don't know what's on his mind, and he doesn't seem interested in telling me, but if he wants to be alone, that's for the best. I guess it's the two of us then, Mr. Nanaki. If something bad happens, one of us can come back and warn you and the others, Mr. Leone. Understood. Commence Operation Breakout it is, then. Oh, here he is. Not so fast. At least he said something before breaking into the room this time. Angel? What does he want now? We don't have time for messing around. Textoritus Melodia Funis, you travel now to the abyss of despair, do you not? The abyss of despair? I sense demon spores far greater in power than even those released by the Tree of Blight. I cannot allow you to face the Dark Sorcerer Wallenstein alone. This Wallenstein guy is the doctor, right? Okay. We're coming for you, Wallenstein. Wait, Angel, we need to be careful, wait! He certainly is lively. Let's go. I think this is the first time I've been in here. It's kind of bland. Yes, not a very friendly room, but not distasteful either. It becomes very unfriendly when you get locked in there. This place is flooded with demon spores. Any good bird would normally avoid it. Can you think of anything, sir? Like a hidden door, or... I don't come here very much, so... Do you feel a draft? A draft? There are no windows in here. I must be coming from the basement. Be silent, my crimson breast. We must hold it back, or the eulogy of doom will... Gate of Erebus, guide me to the abyss. Oh, wait, calm down, Angel, you can't... He apparently can. Oh, there it is. So it was behind the mirror all along. He's a lot more clever than he acts, isn't he? We could have just taken the mirror off the wall, guys. Even if he does spout nonsense whenever he opens his beak. Let us proceed, Textoris Melodia Funis. The master of the abyss awaits us below. A long, dark staircase winds downwards behind the mirror. How far does it go? The basement itself should be pretty big. This is sort of like the entrance to the subway tunnel. Let's go. Ooh, very impressive. This is a lot fancier than I expected. I never knew this huge place was underneath the school. This facility has been used for research to kill humans since the school was founded. Sumire, none of us ever knew. We lived our carefree lives with all this going on beneath our feet. I don't see any birdie. I wonder if it's closed now? Yeah, it's clean and orderly, but I don't get the feeling that it's still in use. There was a fire somewhere down here 5 years ago, and since then the whole facility's been shut up. I suppose they froze whatever project they were working on. Hey, Angel, which way do you think we should go to find the doctor? That would be... my crimson breast murmurs. The Midnight Hunter approaches. Oh, is it 9? Oh, hi. Hello, you approached very quietly. Couldn't you have said so earlier? Oh dear, if we don't get past him, we can't go on. We cannot reach Wallenstein without first defeating his dark servant. This trial cannot be avoided. But all we've ever managed to do is run away from this thing. How can we... We can't get anywhere just by running away. Do we have any sort of weapon? A weapon? I do have the stun gun Mr. Leone lent me. Will it even work on a scarecrow? Maybe not at a normal output, but it looks like a living creature, so I doubt it would be completely unaffected. The Midnight Hunter is a hound bred from the Black Void. We must purify it with holy water. Oh, yes, that's a good idea. What? What did he even say? There's a fire hose on the wall there. If we time it right. Mr. Hanaki wobbles towards the wall and pulls out the hose. Of course! Ready? He points the hose at the scarecrow and opens the valve. Angel, sir, get back! I set the stun gun to maximum and hurl it at the scarecrow. You're not supposed to hurl stun guns, but okay. It collapses with an unpleasant noise. Its electrified metal arm twitches for a moment, but then is still. Ah, we did it! Electricity is a powerful thing indeed. The thunderous voice of doom. Judgment has come. He... Goodbye, Mr. Scarecrow. Onwards. Disgraceful. Oh, are we back with Sakuya? Yep, okay. What am I doing here? A label is not allowed hesitation. No, I have not even the right to claim that restriction anymore. Yuya. Foolish. No, not ish at all. I am a fool. I have been pampered my entire life, while in my shadow he crawled along under the weight of a crime of which only he knew. I have been nothing but vain and selfish. What should I do, Yuya? Cuckoo! It is Sakuya! Sakuya is here! Leave. No one wanted you to come here. Cuckoo! Everyone is leaving! It is a grand daring escape! Cuckoo! Sakuya will find Ryota with Oko-san! Away we go! Shut up. Don't talk to me. Coo? Sakuya weeps? No, I do not. It is raining. Cuckoo! Is Sakuya in pain? That is bad. We must do something about it. Cuckoo! Oko-san used healing touch. Confound you. Must I repeat? Cuckoo! Oko-san knows. Oko-san heard that Yuya has gone somewhere far, far away. We will never see him again. So they told you. Ooh, do not worry. If we cannot meet him, we need only chase after him. Do you have any idea what you're saying? Death is not a good place to chase someone to. No doubt the older breeds have no concept of death. Chase Yuya into the grave? What kind of fool would... Woo! Oko-san knows. The earth is a ball, so if we run far enough, we will find him. What foolishness. Speaking with mongrels makes my head hurt. Except, I'm a mongrel too. Poor mongrels who do not even notice even their own error, that is. Cuckoo! Oko-san is not a mongrel! Coo! Sakuya and Yuya and Oko-san all have their own wonderful names. Names are more important than any breed. Is that your argument? That isn't even... You are yourself. Never let anyone tie you down. I am... myself. Cuckoo! It is time to go! Oko-san and friend are late! Cuckoo! Kick Raisin to the curb! Time to blast out of this prison and find Yuya! Oko is always brimming with useless energy, as he was. Am I the same, perhaps? We will never see him again, no matter how far we run. But if he were here now, what would he do? What would he want me to do? At any rate, moping around here won't get us anywhere. 2 more hours. I will chase after him. I will never find him, but I will find myself. Let us go, Oko. There's nothing more for us here. Cuckoo! Sakuya is best when he acts cool. After Ryota, full speed ahead. Thank you, Oko-san. You did good, buddy. The demon spores are thick in the air. I smell the stench of the sorcerer. I feel a little nervous relying on Angel's bizarre intuition alone, but it's worked so far, and we're in a hurry. Is he actually following the doctor by his scent? Or was that just an Angelism? There's some very advanced equipment in here, and these documents look fairly new. Maybe this place is still in use? There's a register of names left open on one desk. Maybe it's a student register? Oh, look, your name's here too, Angel. The dark grimoire. I feel the tendrils of imminent tragedy. They have notes on some of the students, too, under Higure. He acts as a neurotransmitter when excited. He seems to produce intoxicating or hallucinogenic pheromones. Physical exertion acts as a stimulant. The pheromone causes others to temporarily lose control of themselves, but its usefulness is limited, not currently applicable to combat. I shall not allow the sorcerer to make me his pawn. I am the Crimson Angel of Judica, destined to wander this earth alone. I am not sure what he's talking about, but he sounds and looks unexpectedly heroic. It looks like all the students who were invited here have some sort of physical idiosyncrasy. How did you enroll, Kuara? How? I was, invited to? I don't know why. Yours is just a bunch of numbers. I wonder if it's the explanation for something like Higure's? No, the black miasma of inevitable doom draws near. We are approaching the gate of the abyss. I feel its foul wind. Let's go. The doctor is waiting for us. Could you wait a minute, Kuara? What is it, sir? We're almost done. We need to... I want to ask you something first, Kuara. You lied, did you not? Huh? Lied? Me? I don't know why you would lie about that. Or maybe you forgot, even though it was just yesterday. Yesterday? After school. Like I said to Sakuya, I don't know anything about it. We have to ask the doctor. I see. Let's go on, then. Mr. Hanaki follows Angel down towards the innermost room. I've been trying to find the truth about Sumire's death since this morning. Why would I lie? Maybe Mr. Nanaki misunderstood something? But that seems too simple. In contrast to the rooms above, this area is dark and filthy. This must be where the fire was 5 years ago. I feel like I can smell the soot just by looking at the walls here. Nageki threw himself into the sea of fire here to end the experiments. I wonder what I would have done in his place. Would I have ended it all like him, or... You're late, Mr. Kuara. I've grown tired of waiting. The dark sorcerer Wallenstein. Doctor? It wasn't just Sumire. You killed the headmaster as well. If it weren't for you, the boy who went outside wouldn't have been... Why are you doing this? Must I repeat myself? I told you before, I merely disassembled Miss Hanaki after the fact. I did not kill her. Do you think I care? It would appear that you need some assistance. I told you before, but you should already have everything you need to answer your question. Who killed Hanaki Sumire? Do not listen to the Dark Sorcerer's words, Textoris Melodia Funis. He will lay a spell upon you. Perhaps the Peanut Gallery could keep its thoughts to itself. An iron grill drops behind me, like an evil wizard's portcullis. I'm cut off. Oh dear, we appear to be shut in. No, the dark spell. What are you doing? Nothing at all. I simply have no business with them. I was waiting for you, Mr. Kuara. Now, let us return to our conversation. Our conversation about the truth you seek? You have done unbelievably cruel things, Doctor. You were involved in the medical center here, too. Nothing you can say will change my mind. How pugnacious of you. But you are lacking in logic. What I may or may not have done has little to do with the truth of my words. I was employed in this facility from the very beginning. No doubt you have already deduced that I was working on Operation Hatoful. Operation Hatoful, the plan to wipe out humanity with the Charin virus. Precisely. Oh, it does make me so happy when students read ahead and come prepared for the lecture. You are exemplary. The strain we isolated from the original host was extremely powerful. Quite possibly the deadliest in human history. However, strains of such lethality tend to be fragile themselves. Charon virus was no exception. It cannot last very long outside of a host body. In order to deliver it to an enemy, we would have to send live carriers into their society and allowed it to spread via airborne infection. This proved troublesome. Charon virus, in addition to being harmless to birds, is ill-equipped to establish itself in our bodies. Fujishiro Nageki, the original host, had a rare genetic condition which resulted in a slightly compromised immune system. In his body alone was Charon able to safely reside. Alas, he refused to cooperate. You forced him to kill human prisoners. If it weren't for your experiments, he would have never killed himself. Indeed. It had not occurred to us that the tests of the strain's effects would harm his mental health. We expected that he would be glad of the chance to avenge himself on humanity, but sadly, it was not so, and we lost our sample. The project was put on indefinite hold with his death, but thankfully, we did not lose his corpse in its entirety. I preserved his remains and have kept them to this day. I have been waiting for a new carrier to arrive. It sounds like this was a very labor-intensive project. Wasn't there a better way? Quite right. I digress a little, but there was a reason for our methods. It did not take me long to come up with a better plan. We need only compromise a subject's immune system, creating a compatibility like Fujishiro Nageki's. Compromise the immune system? They die! Indeed. Even if the subject were able to become a carrier for the Charon virus, if they died to some other infection, it would be all for naught. Which is why I was very careful with who I chose. I worked on the subject over time, slowly weakening his immune system. I suppose I should count myself lucky that I achieved my goal in only a year. You are an exemplary student, Mr. Kawara. I give you full marks. Full marks? My head hurts. Almost as if some strange creature is wriggling about deep inside my brain. Yep. Are you okay, Ryota? Mr. Nanaki said you were here, so I wanted to make sure you were all right. Oh, Sumire came to the infirmary to see me. You have come this far. I'm sure you can answer this. What was it that you forgot? Everything is hazy. I think my stomach is acting up again. I drink the medicine Dr. Iwamine gives me and lie down, but my body still feels heavy. I'm tired. Are you okay, Ryota? Yeah, I'm fine now. Mr. Nanaki said you were coming here, so I wanted to make sure you were all right. Sumire is reaching towards me. Want to go home? I'll walk you. Her hand stops. Sumire falls to her knees, clutching her chest. Ryota, I can't breathe. Oh. She can't breathe. This is bad. My mother said to get home early. Everything feels strange, almost like it's a dream. I need to go home. Goodbye, Sumire. I'll see you tomorrow. She fell down before my eyes, and then the experiment was a resounding success. Miss Hanaki displayed archetypical symptoms of a human infected with Charon virus and passed away. Once the virus is inside the human body, it shuts down the respiratory system in a matter of minutes. Technically speaking, it causes an overreaction of the immune system, which leads to a widespread apoptosis in the lungs, but more simply, any human who comes in contact with you will die. You see? You're lying. Sumire and I were together since we were children. Of course. I only administered the live virus to you yesterday. All the things I've done to you over the past year have been in preparation for it. Do you recognize this? The scarecrow's the head? Yes, alas, the body is now useless, but I shall tell you about Labor 9, the being you called the Scarecrow. It is one of the labor model new humans, developed by the Dove Party researchers, but denounced as unethical. We birds have advanced quickly, but our physical capabilities are still far behind those of the human race. These new creatures were livestock, if you will, to compensate for that. The Labor series was a great step towards the beautiful ideal of coexistence with humans. With a human's head mounted inside an artificial body, they were durable and capable of difficult tasks. Of course, they never entered development, the project having been shut down early due to ethical complaints. However, I carried on the Dove Party researchers' will and created this prototype to be my sidekick. We didn't want too many other people snooping around and disrupting your investigation, so I had it patrol the building. Once again, how do they build these things with their wings? I'm assuming it's just like multiple birds. And now, the next question. What is inside this bag? A human's head? Oh, no, no, no. Close, but you have to be more specific. I believe we had Miss Hanaki's head sent to your classroom, but did you not notice anything missing? Missing? When I found her in the box, I was too shocked to be looking for clues. I may well have missed something. Wait, he doesn't mean Sumire's brain? Correct. You do catch on quickly. Miss Hanaki did come to meet you quite frequently. Of course, having been placed in Labor 9, she has lost much of her personality. Then she's alive, but her body is gone. All that's left is her brain. Can we still call that alive? Alive or not alive? I don't know anymore. Can you save her? That is a difficult question. We tend to think of there being a definite border between life and death, but really it's quite vague. Her personality still remained in this world up until a few minutes ago, but... Oh, you gave poor Labor 9 quite a shock, shall we say. Oh, alas, Miss Hanaki's brain is no doubt irreversibly damaged. The wonders of modern medicine can do nothing for her now but sigh and shake their heads. Yesterday, her body. Today, her mind. You are far more twisted a villain than I could ever hope to be, Mr. Kawara. I killed Sumire. It was my fault, all along. Why did it have to happen this way? This was all arranged for you. I had Labor 9, Mr. Sakazaki, and the headmaster help you along in your investigation. You are but one step away from the end now. You must remember one more thing. What was it that you and Miss Hanaki told me long ago? Come, follow me. He holds out his wing. What lies beyond here? Sumire is gone. The one who killed her was here from the beginning. I have nothing more to lose. Oh, you are obedient, Mr. Kawara. Wait! Textoris Melodia Funis! The demon spores are the thickest that way. You will not be able to return. That's right. The doctor is probably going to do something unspeakably horrible to you, Kawara. Come back! Thank you for bringing Mr. Kawara this far, you two. And now, goodbye. Oh dear. This looks bad. Do you suppose it's poison gas? This presence. Mystic Phantom, the avatar of miasma. You do take everything in stride, don't you, Higure? You're being very chill right now, Kazuaki yourself. Like, man. Two humans lie in a twisted pile. They are Sumire's parents. She said they work as mediators between birds and humans. They were trying to say something to the humans barricaded on the other side of the wall, but they received only bullets as a reply. The death of her parents became a signal. The birds surrounding the little house crossed the wall as one. I can hear gunfire from inside. I can hear humans and birds screaming. We could do nothing but stand outside and watch. And then the strangers came and spoke to us. Is there anything you desire? I will grant any wish for you. So tell me. I answered, I don't want these things to happen anymore. My wish is for a world where humans and birds no longer fight. Even if I die, I want there to be peace. And Sumire continued, I agree. I would do anything to make Ryota's wish come true. The stranger nodded. It might not be possible right now, but one day I will make it happen. When we were children. That's right. That was you! That was the other thing you had forgotten. You have remembered, I see. 8 years ago, a number of humans barricaded themselves in a building not far from where we lived. Sumire's parents were shot by the other humans, and many birds and humans were killed in the ensuing gunfight. And I met the doctor. I asked for a world in which humans and birds no longer fight. You and Miss Hanaki both said you would be glad to die to bring it about. And so I am carrying out your wish, just as you had stated it. Even symbiotic relationships are not free from strife. In order to end the wars between humans and birds forever, one race would have to be completely destroyed, you see. Why did you choose me back then? Choose you? Why did I ask you what your wish was, you mean? I assure you it was not coincidence. I am not so bored as to wander around granting wishes willy-nilly. I, too, had made a promise to grant your wish. The preliminary test yesterday was a resounding success. We need only transfer the original lysosomes from Fujishiro Nageki to you, and everything will be in place. I have granted your wish. Though I did make you jump through a few hoops so you would remember your wish and understand my intentions. It would be the least you could do to at least acknowledge all I've done for you, Gosh, you suck so much. I don't care about anything now. Sumire is gone. My wish has destroyed everything. Nothing good has ever happened. If this is what my life is to be like, I wish I had never been born. I don't want to see anything anymore. Do not be anxious. You have no will to resist, so soon you will forget it all. Good night, Mr. Kawara. My crimson breast senses danger. Talking will just make it worse, Higure. It seems to be leaking in quite slowly. I'm glad we have a little more time, but it is getting harder to breathe. Wallenstein, you coward. Come out and Coo! Coo! The cavalry! Hold on just a little longer. We'll get you out of there. I will try to open the cage, Oko. You see to the gas. Cuckoo! Oko-san shall not fail! Ah, much better. No one can say you slack off as student president, Shirogane. The Crimson Breast shall not forget this. Are you two alone? Where did Kawara go? Cuckoo! Were you separated? Did Ryota wander off and get lost? No, he didn't. He got carried off by the doctor. Carried off? Cuckoo! Oh no! Oh no! No doubt the doctor is making him drink nasty protein supplements as we speak. Yep, that's the worst thing that could be happening to him right now, Oko-san. You have hit the nail on the head, my friend. If we do not act soon, the funeral song shall herald the coming of darkness. Why can't you ever speak in plain Japanese, miserable platoon? He's saying that the doctor is planning to turn Kawara into a biological weapon. What? We can explain while we walk, assuming I don't run out of breath. Very well, let us proceed. Kawara, are you alive? Oh, that's not good. That could be better. That's not good. Ooh! Oko-san has a bad feeling about this. Ryota is not normal. Miserable medical man, what have you done to him? Why, if it isn't the son of the noble LaBelle family, what is one of your prestige doing here? Your pathetic jabs mean nothing to me. What have you done to Kawara? I have granted his wish. That is all. It is almost 10. The human forces are gathered above. Mr. Kawara must now return to the surface and begin the end of the human race. Kawara would wish for no such thing. He would never harm a human. Right, Kawara? It seems he is hesitant to agree with you. He has been swallowed by the demon spores. Our voices will not reach him. It is time for us to go. He has but little time left in this world and cannot afford to waste any of it. He has but little time? What does this mean? His duty is now to fly about the world, spreading the seeds throughout all humanity. It will be a feat impossible for any normal rock dove. Of course, he will be shot at as well. If he were to fall from his wounds, he would die before completing his task. Do not fear, Oko-san will stop Ryota here and now! Coo! There he goes. Mr. Kawara has traded his free will for normally impossible physical tenacity. He's been brainwashed. We have to stop him and bring him back to his senses before he reaches the surface. But Oko is stronger than any of us, and he was sent flying just like that. How can we keep him here? Kawara is very strong, but lacks control right now, right? Maybe we should ask Higure? What? Him? He's nuts! Black Bean Donna. There he goes again, spouting nonsense. Wait, Kawara, stop! Oh dear, there goes Shirogane. The demon Red Eye speaks. Seal the disaster with the power of the Chosen One. He's reacting? How is that frail Luzon able to affect him? What is he doing? Hypnotizing him. According to the documents back there, Higure has the ability to pull others into his own fantasies and break down their mental restraints. I was talking to the doctor about it earlier too. I think it's real. Mental restraints? Like, how a desperate man can be stronger than usual? The demon Red Eye heralds the awakening. By the power of the blood-stained hand, I seal the funeral song. Woo! Oko-san, attack! Oko-san cannot possibly lose a fight with Ryota. Oh, there we go, perfect. We're supposed to be convincing Ryota to stop, while ourselves being drawn into some bizarre fantasy? This is madness! Oh, don't think about the consequences, Shirogane, just go along with it. Prepare yourselves. We fight, brethren bound with the red lotus fetters. You're just saying words, Angel. Ryota, Textoris Melodia Funis appears. Angel's turn. Oh. Black Demon be silent, Pure Wings. He has mentioned that he will get his Pure Wings at some point. We'll say Pure Wings awaken, sure. Textorius Melodia Funis. Now it is time to break Wallenstein's spell. Hear the call of the Red Lotus. San's turn. My choices are Coo or Cuckoo. Obviously, Cuckoo. Coo. A violent Ryota is not a good Ryota. Come to your senses. Kazuaki's turn. Come back. Listen to us. Say, come back. We're all trying our best for you, Kuwara. Come back to us. Sakuya's turn. Pull yourself together. Do you not care? Do you plan to destroy all we've gained? Stop, Kuwara. This is not the path you must travel. Uh-oh. Is it Ryota's turn now? Oh. Jeez, Ryota, you're causing everybody trouble. I don't want to see you like this either. I'm the only Berserker-class character this story needs. Wake up already, Ryota. Ryota was defeated. Kuwara, pull yourself together. Do you want this? No, I don't. Cuckoo! Ryota is a vegetarian and shouldn't exert himself. I don't want to make anyone sad. The remitter reactivated? Fascinating. It should not have been possible for some hours yet. Disease is half in the mind after all. Outlook is surprisingly important. I suppose this means my data was insufficient. This is the end, Dark Sorcerer Wallenstein. Be judged by the Crimson Breast. Wait, Angel. It's not just his fault. Why do you protect him? He is the one who did this to you. Tell me, Doctor, why did you go so far to grant my wish? Why did I grant your wish? My reason is nothing of note. It's not worth telling. This was merely an experiment, and that has now come to an end. You must have had a reason. You aren't the sort to go around talking to children without some purpose. I want to know the answer to everything. The answer is nowhere near as glamorous as you are expecting, I assure you. Eh? Hey, morning, Issa. Sorry to spring this on you, but could you take a look at these? What is it, sir? You seem excited. It's amazing. The healers we got earlier. Healers? Oh, the Gila cells from last month. Yeah, them. From the unusually old human? Aiding science even after death. Can we at least call the samples by their proper name? You've always been serious like that, Issa. These samples are like sweet lovebirds. Touch them with kindness and they respond beautifully. Just how many lovebirds do you have again? Perhaps you should call them pet birds instead? Oh, maybe you're right. Anyway, look at this. We've been looking into cancer cell immortality. This. Indeed, these results are amazing. You're quite lucky with these things. It's all about love. Or intuition. That too. Shit, it was Ryota's dad. Okay. Kawara Ryuji. He is quite possibly the most gifted researcher alive. He has abilities and intuition that not even he can explain. Hey, good morning, Issa. Nice weather, huh? Makes me want to do something outside. It's already evening. I believe one normally switches to good evening around now. It's good morning whenever I get up, Issa. Get distracted by things like common sense and you'll miss the greater discoveries of your life. Sophistry. Hey, good morning, Issa. Oh, whoops, we're low on cash. Here, was this the one? I didn't ask you to pick it up for me. Here, take it. It's not like we're running out. You sound like a pushy salesman. Your right wing is injured, right? If there's anything I can help you with, just ask. I've been doing fine so far. Hey, good morning, Issa. Hey, can I ask you something? What is it, sir? I am somewhat busy. Oh, you're always busy. If I waited for you to take a break, I'd die of old age before I got to say. Talking like this gets us nowhere. Guess what? I had a kid! I see. Congratulations. What? Don't you have anything else to say? Not particularly. Reproduction is natural for all living creatures. Of course, were I to become a father, I would feel bad for the child, given my habit of locking myself away in the laboratory. The only bird I ever recognized. The only one I ever recognized as worthy of my respect. Hey, good morning, Issa. I brought you something cool. What is it? A fossil! Look at it! It's huge! You act like an excited child. Hey, I like geology too! Ah, it tempts me with spouse breach. I will carry on your research while you are out then. Go on. Dang, you're cold. Hey, listen, want to come with me on a business trip sometime? Field observation is fun. My next one's at the start of the month. While I am interested in your work, sir, I am partway through a fascinating process at the moment. Perhaps another time. Yeah? Oh, I'll invite you next time then. I bet traveling with you would be a blast. Field observation is not exactly sightseeing. I will make sure to open time in my schedule, though. His last moments were dreadfully anticlimactic. He fell ill with a disease endemic to the island. By the time we returned home, he was so emaciated one could barely recognize him. He had watched as many other birds succumb to the disease, so I was sure that he would die in this examination room surrounded by his family. Issa, I always knew this was a possibility. Yes, sir. I don't regret the way I did things. No, sir. But I just remembered. I do have one regret. Yes, sir. I've never done anything a father is supposed to do. I'd promised to take time off for the first time in years. I want you to do me a favor, Issa. If you ever run into my son, can you do something for him in my stead? A rather vague request. Oh, he's too nice. He'd never ask for something, even if he wanted it. I suspect he inherited that trait from his father. Anyway, if you ever happen to meet him, you don't have to go out of your way to find him or anything. Very well. I shall remember. What is his name? Ryota. It's Quara Ryota. You vanished from my life before I ever told you my feelings. And I've chased your shadow since— Wait! Gay? Sorry? Sorry, I did not catch this, the last time I played this. Shu was in love with Ryota's dad? Humble, hello! Welcome to Plot Twists! Shu was in love with Ryota's dad! Oh no! It is what they mean by Is this what they mean by quitting while you're ahead? Or was it just cowardice? No matter how I study life, its past, its future, I will never be able to surpass you. And that was my only goal. Kuwara Ryota, the son of Dr. Kuwara, carrying half his genetic material and otherwise unrelated. But this boy, he may be the only way for me to catch your shadow now. Okay, last chapter, everybody.
What time is it?
Okay, it is a little bit late. I am going to do one last commercial break before we get into the last chapter, wherein this is where I'm going to start crying. I got a little bit teary earlier. This is where it's going to get bad. So, everybody, get snacks, get water, get ready. I will be back in 3 minutes and we will finally finish this up.
Hello.
Welcome back. Oh man. Oh man. I'm not. So, a lot of this I didn't remember, but this last part I do remember. um like I forgot that Ryota was the one that killed us on accident. Uh but there are some things in this that I do remember. Mm. Let's finish it up. This also I was going to say Cerise like birds are so dramatic could just be like the subtitle of this game. Just the full title could be Hatoful Boyfriend. Birds are so dramatic. Also, I think that probably the intent for like Shu's statements about Ryota's dad was like more of a like, oh, I really looked up to you kind of thing, but I'm gonna read it as gay. Thanks, I'm just gonna say, super, super repressed gay feelings on the side of Iwamini Shu, and that's it. That's canon now. Just very gay. All right. Uh, Here we go, everybody. All right. Oh yeah, very gay. Oh, it's so gay. When your father died, my world was altered. One might say that his influence over me grew after death, both for good and for ill. Kawara Ryuji, all I can recall of him now is his voice and the color of his wings. He rarely returned home, always leaving Mother and me alone. You did this to carry out my father's will? You misunderstand. This was not just a parting kindness between colleagues. I doubt that there is anyone in this world with a stronger sense of duty than mine. This was his final challenge to me, and you see the result. But your refusal is hardly rational. I was trying only to grant your wish, and had you but accepted, it would be so. Are you dissatisfied with something? Ugh, adjusting in my chair. Here we go. A world without strife, where no one will have a loved one stolen from them. That is the world I wish for. I never asked for a world where the human race is killed. Oh, a pity you did not say so 8 years ago. What absurd contract was this? There's no power in prayer. I should have never met you. Doctor, my wish ends today. Father is no longer in this world. There is no reason for you to chase after his final will anymore. Oh, does this mean you are sympathizing with me? Oh, how I have fallen. I can feel his pitying gaze even now. Very well, the contract ends today, and I must admit defeat. It is not over yet. We must open the gate of Tartarus, in the depths of the abyss. We maybe do not want to open any gates to Tartarus here, Angel. Maybe no. Maybe no. No. We only have about 10 minutes until the humans come in from above. I see you are all still alive, gentlemen. Mr. Leone! Really quickly, I'm gonna make a save. I just got, like, really afraid that the game froze again, so I'm just gonna make another save, because we are not fast traveling through the whole thing again. Alright. I bring with me all those who had taken refuge in the gym. Whoa, it's like something out of a science fiction movie. I bet it was built by MIBs. Rad! Well, I guess nobody's panicking anyway. Mr. Shirogane, I will recover Sakazaki's body before I leave. Have no fear. I am grateful to you. The exit is no doubt activated by the vital signals of the researchers who work here. Wow, that was not his voice. That's okay. Correct. Do not fear. I shall lead you to it. I don't trust this. I don't trust this. Cuckoo! The doctor is even creepier when he is being cooperative. I do not base my actions on foolish pride or emotion. I carried out an experiment, and I have now obtained the result. I have nothing more to gain or lose here. You should maybe go to jail, though. I'm just gonna throw out that maybe you should go to jail. Oh, don't play the credits music. Oh, don't do this to me. Okay. Is that everyone? Thank God. Shall we go? Kawara, can you stand? Yeah. But... Oh, we need to bring Hanaki with us. I think everyone has gone outside. Doctor, I shall not forget what has taken place here. Once we are outside, I shall see that you face judgment. Oh, your words are haughty and immature as always. Do as you please, if you can. I will indeed. Remember my face, villain. Well, who knows? I find you uninteresting, so I may well forget. I must think carefully about my plans once I am outside. I still have much research to... Oh, gun? Who has gun? Who has gun? Doctor? Who has gun? I think I might know who has gun. A gunshot echoes through the room. The doctor collapses. Madness! There should still be time before the humans... Welcome to the heel turn. Mr. Hanaki. A pistol is in his hand. Let's not think about the logistics of it. He has a gun. He wobbles over to the doctor with the same unsteady, careless gait as always. And... This is the end of your research. Nanaki, what? Stop! The doctor should have a fair trial once we... A fair trial? What do you think, Doctor? Well, I am impressed at your acuity in attacking my uninjured left side. But of course. Thank you. Tell me, Dr. Iwa... No, Isa. I need to bring him back with me. That's why I've done all this. Tell me, where is Nageki? Nanaki points his gun at the immobilized doctor. He looks quite prepared to shoot the partridge dead at any moment. Oh, is that... I had quite forgotten. Mr. Fujishiro's brother. He was a quail. Oh, there we go. Nageki, are you here by yourself? Are you by yourself here again? You should play in the park with everyone else. I'm fine. I would just get tired. Isn't talking to me a waste of time, Hitori? You've been busy recently, have you not? I know we're short on money. That's not something you need to worry about. We adults are working hard to make sure you don't have to worry. You're a child too, Hitori. You're only 5 years older than me after all. You don't think I should be working? No, that's not what I meant. I can't do anything. I at least want to stay out of your way. Oh, it's not whether you're doing anything or not. You're part of the family and we need you. That doesn't help. With my body like this, I can't work or go to school. That's just how it is. You're thinking too hard, Nageki. Let's go pick some millet in the yard. It's almost dinner time. A full stomach scares the bad things away, right? September 2nd, 2180. Hatoful House. Where the rest of the war orphans and I live together. I was always a little better at studying than the others, so I teach at the local school to help make ends meet. Going to work and coming home. Every Friday we all gather together and have supper. There are children who go to school, there are those who work like me, and children like Nageki who stay home. Our family is a patchwork of ages and lives, but we always eat together on this day. What should we have? We might have enough left over, or we could pool our money and buy something. I had more work than usual last month, so I got paid a little more than usual. I'll get something nice. I'll head home and see what everyone wants first. But this day was different. Our home was surrounded by security vehicles. It's an attack by the Human Liberation Front. We can't let anybody in. We sent 2 human negotiators, but they were shot. We're going to storm the place. Get back, it's dangerous. Hey, you, are you listening? I remember angry shouts coming from every direction. but I couldn't tell what they were saying. The only things I could focus on were gunshots from inside. Today was supposed to be our day. No one has ever been missing on a Friday before. No one can disappear today. We have to be together today. No matter what. When I went in, the gunshots had stopped. All that was left were corpses and ruin and... Everyone. Everyone is covered in blood, immobile. The humans, the security forces, and my family. What did we do? We had nothing. Our parents and our homes had already been stolen by the humans. All we had left were each other. Why do they have to keep stealing from us? Why? Why? Hey, Tori. You were outside. Good. Nageki, you're alive! Everyone else? I see. Nageki was hiding in the innermost room. He must have heard everything from inside his hiding place. Human corpses are scattered throughout the room. Nageki, were you afraid? I'm sorry. It wasn't your fault, Hitori. I wasn't here when you needed me. Don't apologize, Hitori. I don't know how I could live if you were gone too. When I found him then, I didn't notice, but none of the human corpses in that room had been shot. This will be our room from now on. The house is too big for just the two of us. Right. It's a little lonely. Yes. Hitori, what should I do? Isn't there anything I can do to help? You just have to be happy and well. Don't push yourself. We'll find something for you to do, okay? I noticed almost as soon as we'd moved out of Hatoful House. He was never very healthy to begin with, but he was getting worse and worse. What would start out as a slight cold would turn into a high fever and go on for days. It was painful to watch. Was it really just his weak body? I couldn't do anything. Should we get a doctor, Nageki? I'm fine. I'm fine. Nageki, wait. You still have a fever. Don't worry about the dishes. I'll take care of them. I told you, I'm fine. Oh, don't. If you just say how you feel outright, I'll feel better too, Nageki, okay? But how about this? From now on, I'm fine isn't allowed. What do you... Whenever you say you're fine, you never are. Okay. Go to bed for now, okay? Tomorrow I'm taking you to a doctor. This is highly unusual. Nageki has a genetic condition which impairs his immune system. Impairs his immune system? All living creatures inherit defense systems against viruses and the like from their parents, and we call them the immune system. But Nageki's is abnormally weak. And that's why he gets sick easily? Indeed. He can become infected with diseases that bodies such as yours or mine could fight off easily. It is probably best if he avoids going outside, as that could bring him into contact with more dangerous viruses. He could become seriously ill with little or no warning. Sorry, water break. Please, can you cure him? I will find whatever money it takes. He's the only family I have left. I understand how you feel, but as I said, his condition is hereditary. I've never seen anything like it. I'm sorry, but I can't help him. We went to many hospitals. We talked to many doctors. They all said the same thing. I can't help him. Someone, please save Nageki. Anyone. I'll do anything. We had been all alone, but we found a home together, and it was taken from us. And now this. Someone, please help us. Soon after the start of 2183, a letter arrived. It was from a researcher at the St. Pigianations Medical Institute, a Mr. Isa Soma. I have received a report about a boy named Fujishiro Nageki from a doctor at a certain hospital. I believe I know what his condition is. It is extremely rare, so my fellow researchers and I would be grateful for a chance to assist in curing it. We hereby invite him to study at St. Pigianations. We believe that solving the riddle of his sickness will bring great advances to all of bird science. The medical center will pay for his tuition. St. Pigianations is a school of great prestige. Our curricula and facilities are among the best in the world. The medical center is located on the school grounds. We propose that he live in the center, out of concern for his delicate health. He will have access to professional medical expertise anytime he should need it. Please consult with the rest of your family, and if you're interested, contact me at the following address. I will be waiting. Isa Soma. This is amazing, Nageki! I'm glad we went to so many hospitals. I never expected an invitation like this. I don't want to go. I want to stay with you, Hitori. But you'll be able to go to school. Oh, I can only teach you what I know, and there's a lot that I don't know. And you'll be able to make friends. The doctors there will help your illness so you won't have to be sick. Do you not want me here, Hitori? Of course I do, but I'm worried. If you were to get really sick, I wouldn't be able to do anything. But I think it would be better for you to stay with the doctors. I'll be lonely by myself, but I can wait until you're better. Become strong, Nageki, and then come back here. I'll wait for you, however long it takes. Okay. One sec. I need to change my expression because I'm already tearing up. Because I know how this ends. Okay, sad face. And so Nageki enrolled in St. Pigianations. There had been a lot of us at Hurtful House, and after that I was with Nageki. I was lonely living with myself for the first time, but I was more worried about Nageki. I hope he makes good friends, but he's never been very sociable. At least he'll have an easier life there than here. And most importantly, they'll be looking for a cure. The summer of that year, he sent a lot of letters home. I'm going to be undergoing intensive treatment over the summer. I wanted to come home, but they said this would be better for me. How are you? I'll write again soon. I asked Dr. Isa about a meeting, but he said no. I'm not the only one here with an unusual illness, and they have to be very careful about who comes in. Summer is half over now. Is it hot out? The basement of the center is always the same light and always the same temperature. I miss you, Hitori. I'm fine. I'm fine, Hitori. Don't worry about me. I was worried. Nageki hadn't told me he was fine since he promised not to 3 years ago. What are they doing to him? Are they doing something bad to him? I tried calling Dr. Isa, but he always replied with, "Progress is good and everything is fine." If everything is fine, why won't they let me talk to him? I snuck into the medical center. I need to know if he's really all right. He said that he was undergoing intensive care in the basement. That must be where he is. How do I get there? I need to get to the entrance to the basement. That was when I heard the alarm. Oof, oof, oof. Okay. I could hear urgent footsteps and the sound of wings. This building has the most advanced equipment. Oh, they must have noticed me. But I was greeted at the corner not by guards, but by panicked researchers, all shouting the same thing, all heading for the exit. Fire! Fire! What? A fire! Subject 00 set a fire! Call the fire department! Black smoke rolls towards me from the inner corridors. Nageki. Where is Nageki? Nageki, say something, please! Where are you? It's happening again. Nageki needs me and I'm not there. I always leave him alone when he's in pain. The smoke is clogging my lungs with its foul stench, but I run onwards anyway. Nageki is there, in a room filled with fire. Nageki, it's me, Hitori. I'm here to save you. Hitori. What happened? What did they do to you? Come on, we have to get you out of here. I'm sorry. His face is clouded. He shuts the door, and I hear the lock click shut. Open the door, Nageki! Hitori. I can't go outside anymore. I'm fine. I can't live anymore. What did they do to you? I'm a fool. All this time I thought you were getting better. Thought you'd come home cured. I should be the one apologizing. Nageki, please, come home with me to our home. Listen, Hitori. I recorded everything that happened here and hid it in the library. It's wrong. This is the only way to stop them. What are you talking about? We can talk later. I can't let you die. Can you do me a favor, Hitori? Anything, please. Please. Make sure there is nothing left of my body. And ooh, okay. Ooh, 2 seconds, 2 seconds. Ooh. Uzune Hitori. I had heard that he died after the fire, but it would seem our investigation was lacking. It is hardly easy to change your name and face. Nageki. He's calling. He's calling me, you know. Isa, I came to greet Nageki. Where is he? Oh, I see you're losing control of your sanity. I'm serious. I've been waiting for this from the beginning. He told me what you were doing to him here, but then you closed the facility. I've been waiting for this, Isa. Waiting for you to open this place again, ever since I joined the faculty. He's still here, isn't he? Nageki. There was, indeed, some pieces of him left after the fire. They would have degraded in mere hours had I left them. If it pleases you to call those bits of meat Fujishiro Nageki, I will not attempt to stop you. But those pieces have already been transferred to Mr. Kawara's body. You won't die just yet, Isa. Don't worry. Don't worry. So, tell me, where is Nageki? I have to take him home now. If by Nageki you mean what's left of him after the fire, then it is Mr. Kawara's liver. The cells from his body that contain the Charon virus are now inside Mr. Kawara, parasitizing him. Oh, is that it? I see. Thank you, Isa. Hang on just a little longer, Isa. I need to ask Nageki what he thinks we should do with you. Mr. Hanaki comes over to me, the same soft smile on his face as when he teaches class. Can you hear me, Nageki? I'm sorry I made you wait so long. I'm here now. Sir, it's me, Kawara Ryota, from your class? Please snap out of it. I don't know what happened in the past, Nanaki, but this is not time for such foolery. We have only a few more minutes before the humans enter the school grounds. It won't take them long to find this place. Could you move for a second, Shirogane? I need to talk to Kuwara. He points the gun at Sakuya. Sakuya, he's serious. It's too noisy in here. Come on, Kuwara, let's go into that room, just the two of us. What are you thinking? Are you planning to lock yourself in? Open the door. Open it, I say. Issa said he's in your liver, didn't he? Where is the liver, I wonder? Do you know, Kuwara? Sir, Nageki would never have wanted this. He stares thoughtfully at my stomach, a knife in his hand. My body feels weak. I think I must have put too much into that fight earlier. I won't be able to resist. Nageki, can you hear me? I've come to save you again. Where are you? Tell me. What part of Kuwara do I need to cut open to find you? Nageki? 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 Sir, listen to me! He moves the knife from one place to another as if making an estimation. He's going to... Oh, I see. It's hide and seek. I'll look as hard as I can then. Just a little longer. We'll be able to go home in just a little bit, Nageki. Together. Stop it, Hitori. The knife stuck deep into the wall under my wing. I can hear Nageki's voice, but I can't see him. The voice is coming from inside me. Mr. Kuwara? Oh, Mr. Kuwara, let me use your body for a bit. Okay, go ahead. Okay. Can you hear me, Hitori? Of course. I've talked with you every night. You told me, Nageki told me to come get you. Told me to exact revenge on Issa. No, Hitori, that was not me. I never told you to do that. Have you forgotten what I asked you to do, Hitori? The second thing. Oh, I remember. Of course I remember. So, let's go home. Listen, Hitori. I'm no longer here. I can no longer go home with you. Who said that? Oh, I see. It was Issa, wasn't it? Only he would say something mean like that. No, it wasn't him. Don't worry, Nageki. I'll take care of him in a minute. Don't worry. Hitori, I never asked you to come for me. I never asked you to exact revenge. Who was it? Nageki? It was Nageki. I died because of you. You abandoned me here. I never wanted to come here. It was you who killed me. You killed me. You killed me. You killed me. I will not forgive Hitori. I'm sorry, Nageki. I know no apology will ever fix it. Sir, what? There is a shadow in Hitori's heart. His own shadow, pretending to be mine. Come for me, Hitori. I'm here. I know. I don't want to be alone. I don't want you to be alone. You will never forget me. You will live with me. You will live with your sin forever. That's what you want, isn't it? If you want me to carry this pain, I will, Nageki. I won't ask for forgiveness. I won't. He's crying. Tortured by his own shadow. I'm sorry, Nageki. I'm sorry. Hitori, I don't want you to be in pain. He's trying to destroy his feelings of guilt. He wants to be saved. If you're here, his pain will go away. Help me save him. Yes. Huh? Hitori, I was tortured by them here in this place. It was terrible. Isa and the others should die in pain. All of them should die. As long as they live, my pain will never disappear. Mr. Nanaki! Revenge will solve nothing. Sir, you and Nageki both lost those most important to you to strife. You should know best of all people that revenge helps no one. It brings no happiness, only pain. If I had been there, Nageki would never have died. I was never there when he needed me. I'm sorry, Nageki. If I had been better, this would have never happened. Everything would have been fine if you never met me. If I hadn't been there, you never would have felt pain. But sir, why? Ooh, this is a, ooh. Why do you think he was sad? Sure. The time Nageki spent with you was his greatest treasure. I know how wonderful it is to be together with loved ones too. Nageki is glad he got to be with you, sir. There's nothing to regret. Come with me, Hitori. Look at me, Hitori. You're only my voice, Hitori. I will tear your heart to pieces, and when it heals, I will tear it again, and again, and again. That is your punishment. It will be wonderful to live with me again. Wonderful. Hitori. Blame yourself no more. Please, Hitori, listen to me. The voice you hear is that of your own shadow. You have been hurting yourself all this time. Stop blaming yourself. I don't want to see you in pain. You asked me for 2 things, Nageki. The first was, come save me, and so I... Listen to me, Hitori. My first wish was for you to make my body disappear from this world. As long as I live, as long as my body remains, someone will try to use the Charan virus. That virus must disappear, and my body with it. It will bring only sadness as long as it remains. You asked for one other thing. You asked me to take revenge on Dr. Isa, on all those who brought you pain. Yeah, I need to grant this wish. I need to... Hitori. No, Hitori. That was not my wish. Remember, Hitori. Remember my final wish. This is probably what's gonna break me. Okay, whew. It's not about whether you're doing anything or not. You're part of the family and we need you. That doesn't help. With my body like this, I can't work or go to school. That's just how it is. You're thinking too hard, Nageki. Let's go pick some millet in the yard. It's almost dinner time. A full stomach scares the bad things away, right? Ooh, okay. What a beautiful sunset. I guess it's autumn already. Are you cold, Nageki? I'm fine. Hitori? Would it be? It would be easier for you without me, right? Why do you think that? I heard you and the others talking about it. Medicine costs a lot more than food. You're paying for it out of your salary, right? If you had that money for yourself, you could buy better food. You wouldn't have to work so much. So you would be better off without me. Don't say that, Nageki. I don't care about fancy food or free time. You're more important than any of that. You mean more to us than you think, Nageki. You were very young when you came here, so maybe you don't remember, but losing family is hard. I want to stay like this, watching over the people I love forever. So, listen. Maybe it looks like I'm working just for you, but it's for me too. Seeing you happy makes me happy. Thank you, Hitori. I just wish I wasn't such a burden to you. Oh, stop that already. You've never been a burden to me. Here, have some millet. eat well and we can sleep well too. Let's hope for good dreams, okay? So before we go on from here, remember when we did the Nageki route and Nageki was like, "Oh, I used to eat this millet a lot as a kid." I quickly scrolled through and I saw that that Nanaki also said the same thing about millet, and I hadn't picked up on that before, and I was like, oh no, oh no. So yay, wonderful, great. I hope we can stay like this forever. Yeah, yeah. My second wish was live, Hitori. Live and be happy. Okay. Whew. Nageki, I can't be happy. You're gone. I can't be with you anymore. Look at me, Hitori. I want you to live. You don't have to feel guilty for me. I couldn't tell why I was still here. At first, I thought my remains, the parts of me that are inside Mr. Kawara now, were keeping me here. But I don't think so now. I think I was worried. Worried that you wouldn't be able to keep going alone. I can't, Nageki. I can't go on without you. I don't want to live without you. We've stayed too long, Hitori. We have to move on. Don't worry. We'll meet again. Somewhere. Sometime. Mr. Kawara, thank you. Give me 2 seconds. Where's my tissue box? There it is. I'm not going to blow my nose into the mic. I'm just wiping my nose. It's fine. I'm good. I am not crying. I'm fine. Kawara, are you unhurt? Yeah, I'm fine. Oh, how unexpected. If it were me, your insides would have divulged themselves and their secrets long ago. Nanaki, I will not forgive this men. Don't worry about it, Sakuya. It's already over. We need to get out. We're already out of time. Indeed. Nageki was kept frozen here, right, Doctor? Indeed he was. The facility was sealed off, so it was hardly difficult to keep people from snooping around. I'm staying here with Sumire. What are you saying, Kawara? Come with us at once. Don't start. Oh, don't with the music box. I see. Kawara. I thought you would say that. The Charan virus has by now colonized your body quite completely. Were you to leave, any humans you encountered would suffer a painful death. What? Was this in your plan all along, you conniving physician? Surely there is a way to remove the virus. Alas, it would be impossible with current medical technology. Once established in the body, it is quite tenacious. Even if we were to remove the tissues from Mr. Fujishiro, Mr. Kawara would still carry the virus. Madness! Lunacy! The same goes for Miss Hanaki's damaged brain. It is currently preserved inside a glass jar, but just barely. Indeed, given Labor Nine's behavior and the subsequent damage she has dealt, there's no guarantee that her personality and memories are still retrievable. With current medical technology, anyway. Shirogane, let's go outside. Do you mean to leave Kawara here? How deep does your selfish nature run? We'll come back for him. It's impossible now, but One day, we may be able to remove the virus from his body. I think that Nageki would say the same. Well, Mr. Shirogane, I think perhaps you would do well to respect Mr. Kawara's thoughts on the matter. I feel as if this one day has brought an entire lifetime's worth of fatigue. I just want to rest a little while. I'm worried about Mother. Sakuya, could you tell her I'll be back one day? Oh, I didn't even think about Ryota's mom. Listen, Kawara, a labelle. No, I never go back on my word. No matter how long it takes, I will come back for you. I swear. So, promise me, please. Promise me that you'll leave this place with me alive. Right. I promise. I'll be waiting for you. A lot sure has happened today, Sumire. Does that mean we're finally getting into, like, recap mode, Ryota? I'm half sick from being stuck out here not even knowing what's going on. Yeah, I guess you only got to see bits and pieces of the story. Yeah, so will you fill me in, please? I guess we have plenty of time for it. I'm gonna miss eating udon, but having you here makes things at least a little better, right? Where do I start? Everything that's happened, what's happening now, and everything that might happen one day. We have plenty of time to talk about it all. I think there might be a post-credits thing. I know, Eddie, I know. Your dinner isn't for a little bit. Give me a second. Whew. I'm fine. I'm good. I don't know about all you guys, but I am fine in every way. Yep, nope, no tears, no. I'm good. Birds are so dramatic. So, obviously they didn't circle back on it, but, no birds were harmed during the making of this game. Good, important. But, you guys remember that, that Nanaki smelled like bleach? Yeah, he bathed himself in bleach to hide who he was, so Shu wouldn't recognize him. Oh yeah, no, humble, same, cutting just onions, so many onions. Oh yes, post credits. Okay. Madness. Why, if it isn't my darling little brother? Salutations. You scum! You villain! Explain yourself. Why are you still alive? Why? Well, for starters, I can never bring myself to leave all the ladies sad and alone. How much must you mock me before you will be satisfied? Hello again. Leone. Truth be told, Leone here gave me an antidote. I was, loitering around on the border between life and death, and he pulled me back up in a miraculous revival. But he said he was going to recover your body. I do not recall saying I was going to recover his corpse. Lunacy, madness, inconceivable. Give it back. Give me back the time and mental energy I spent mourning you. You mourned me? I'm flattered. Ugh. We can't stay long, Sakazaki Yuya. It's time to set out on our next bright and massive mission. This is your chance to regain the department's trust. Roger that. Let's go. Sexy and suave. Cuckoo! Oko-san felt smooth. There is deliciousness nearby. Black bean Donna. Cuckoo! Angel, do you have food? What did I... the demon spores encroach again. Stick 'em up! Oko-san demands your beans or your life! So you appear, bone-white bird of bean-eating. By the oath of old, join me. They're still going at it. Hello, Shirogane. How are you? Why are you, of all people, pushing Iwamine's wheelchair? I would never have expected to see you two together. Taking responsibilities for injuries dealt to another party by tending to them seems to be a natural enough reaction to me. I need to apologize somehow, don't I? If you change your mind and decide it's time to exact revenge again, I never met either of you, understand? Come on, Shirogane. That would never happen. Probably. How wonderful. I can feel the suspense in the air. Somehow I feel like the attempt to apply ethical guidelines to either of you is completely futile. Second, let me get back to my normal face. This isn't as sad. Anyway, I needed to talk to you. I have the results from the experiment the other day. Oh, there were no problems. None at all. It was a perfect success. Well, I guess. That means it's time, doesn't it? I have the date. Oop. I clicked a thing. If you can come, please do. Mr. Kawara. Mr. Kawara. Miss Hanaki. Can you hear me? Morning is almost here. Wake up, Kawara. Hanaki, I told you I wouldn't go back on my word. That wasn't Sakuya's voice. It was going to be Sakuya's voice, but it didn't come out that way.
Yay. That's it.
That's the real ending. I do like looking at everybody here, though. So we got Angel, Nageki, Nanaki, Ryota, Sakuya, Yuya, Shu. Where's... Oh, Oko-san's back here. Oko-san is all the way back here. He just knew. Well, we 100%ed the game. Let me double check, but I believe that is everything we could do. Oko-san, my beloved. Same. The one with the least amount of drama in this whole thing. Well, yes, do you guys have any thoughts about the true ending of Hatoful Boyfriend? I did not cry as much as I thought that I would, but I think it was because I was on stream, because, anytime I've, like, read through this or, like, watched Let's Plays of the ending, just bawling. So much tears, but I was able to kind of hold it back a little bit. It's such a ride, right? It has no right to be, like, as interesting. Thank you! Thank you, Humble. I'm definitely not a voice actor, but I at least kind of try. Thank you! Thank you. So, there is a sequel to Hatoful Boyfriend, but I won't be playing it until probably next month. It's Hatoful Boyfriend Holiday Star. It's a Christmas game. It is sadder. I've mentioned it, but I cried way harder at Holiday Star. But Holiday Star goes into kind of like the same themes that Hurtful Boyfriend goes into about like letting go and moving on, because that's the whole game. You came into this game being like, oh, ha ha ha, funny birds. But it's all this huge thing about like accepting yourself and living your life and not letting your past like ruin your future. It doesn't need to be this deep, but it is. But no, I'm glad that you guys liked it. That this is a game that I always want more people to see and enjoy, because it is wonderful, and I feel like not enough people have given it a chance. So honestly, I could just not do VTuber things anymore, and I could just die happy with having completed Hatoful Boyfriend and having people enjoy it. So yes, thank you guys so much uh, for coming and sitting through all of that with me. This was 6 hours. 6 hours. It's right about what I expected, though. Honestly, that's why I did this on a Sunday where I had more time. Um, let's see if there's anybody to raid. Let's see if somebody's playing a happy game after all of this. Oh man. Uh, but no, I just think poor Nageki. Honestly, like most people, like you're like, oh man, poor insert person, but like, man, Nageki deserved none of that. Nageki had an awful life, and I feel so bad for him. Just uh. And like, so they mentioned that in the very, very, very beginning that Nanaki, that Kazuaki is like a really, really well known like math professor. So he would have had to go through the whole process of changing his name, changing his appearance, and becoming a good enough mathematician to be hired by the school that killed his brother so that he could get his revenge. That is also the fact that he did that within 5 years, I mean, good job, but still like man, it's all so sad. Uh all right. Playing the yeah, honestly, Kazuaki has more, I guess Hitori has more dedication to anything that I will ever have in my life. But no, he's just trying to be a good brother to the only remaining family that he had. Uh and also, I don't think I really dwelled on it, but like Yuya smashing that egg and putting Sakuya in its place so his brother could have a good life. Like, ugh. And then just like not saying anything and just dealing with his brother treating him like shit their entire lives while being like, no, this was the right choice. I'm glad my brother is happy. Like, it's so much. All of these characters are so good, but just hurt me emotionally. But on the plus side, I do think we have a decent raid to go to. Um, this actually is a good segue because on Saturday, 8 p.m. PST, I will actually be on this channel on Aiko Kane's channel. We're gonna be playing Dread Hunger, but right now he is playing Sea of Thieves, and I can see that he is currently wearing a pirate hat and a beard. So I think that is the best thing to go to after everything that has currently happened. So let me get that going here. All right, okay. Before I let everybody go, though, Eddie, where'd you go, bud? Do you want to say bye? Now that we finished a whole game for the first time on the channel, do you want to say anything? Any words of wisdom? No? Alright. As per usual. Again, thank you guys so much for joining me through this whole game. I love you all very, very much, and I hope to see you soon. Bye-bye.